online. Starting a little bit early, technically, but if anyone does join soon enough, before the race actually begins, I will need to know if you can hear me. Hopefully you can. You should be able to hear me alright. And of course I am not going to qualify because that would be too easy. I've gone for the one pepper car, which is the middle, Nissan R92CP, because that's my favourite one. And let's see how it goes. Why has my No, it's not pre-recorded. Can you hear me, though? I'm guessing that nobody can hear me because nobody's answering. Because if you can't hear me, that's going to be a problem. Right, okay. I don't really get these settings that they have where it's like the mic is on, but then it's like unmute mic. It's like, make your mind up. Okay, so do we have the weather? So, we've got some weather coming in. Yeah, it looks alright. So, settings, car settings. Okay, so we've got mediums already, that's alright. And let's begin. And I do know that you can, like exit save basically from the race, but we're not doing that. We're doing this properly, in the proper spirit of Le Mans. 24 hours straight. 10 PM Friday, finishing 10 PM Saturday. In reality, we'll probably finish just after 10, really, because of any pausing. And no, this is the middle race, so this is the one chilly. because I always choose basically the car I like the most rather than the difficulty, so I've gone for the Nissan R92 CP because that's my favourite one. I've got monsters, I've got noodles, I've got Doritos, I've got cheese, I've got juice, I've even got a real honey and lemon drink that I've made to save my throat later on. I thought I'd have a really sore throat after the 8-hour one, but it was okay. This one though, the 2 chili event is the Sauber, the Mercedes Sauber, and obviously the 0 chili is the Porsche 962. Should be a bit more of a challenge, not qualifying as well, but we shall see. Usually, I find that even on the higher chilies, it's not too difficult generally to move up the grid. It tends to be like the first maybe 2 to 4 cars on the grid that are actually the ones that are more of a challenge, and they tend to get ahead of everyone else. But the 8-hour one was fun. It made a huge difference having the live chat there to chat to, and I'm hoping it will be the same for this one, especially being a 24-hour race, because obviously we're literally going to be going through every single time zone around the world. And it made the 8-hour one feel like half that easy, whereas the 6-hour one, the 6-hour of Suzuka, that was much more challenging because that was just me, and that was pre-recorded. I do kind of like the fact that this is the old school Le Mans as well, because without the chicanes it's kind of nice. I like it. Old school vibes. Yellow flag, uh-oh. Whoa, whoa. Well, that was an eventful start. Good job damage isn't turned on. How did that even happen? There's no chicanes. The cars aren't that difficult to drive, but whatever. It's an interesting start to the race. And unless nobody's... Can't see the end of your message there, Jack. And somebody asked about the weather being variable. It is supposed to be. I checked just before the event if we have a look on the map. So it's no way near us yet. And if this race is anything like the other ones, it'll take quite a while for the bad weather to get here, which is fine by me. I'm kind of looking forward, depending on the time of the race, and being 24 hours, it should cycle through. I'm kind of looking forward to racing at night on Le Mans, because you don't often get the chance to actually do that. Very few, if any, of the career mode events are ever set on night time anyway. Same for the Nürburgring, and obviously that'll be a challenge. That'll be the final one, in effect. I did ask folks if you wanted me to go back after these are done and redo the Suzuka 6-hour as a live event, because in that one, obviously we don't know how this one will go yet, but in that one I finished 4th. But I decided to keep it that way because that was authentic. Can you do it in VR? I've never used VR in GT7, so I can't give you a definitive answer, but I would assume so, but I don't know. And yeah, I am doing the 24-hour, proper 24 hours. The only time I'll actually pause it is if I have to pee. Whoops! Aside from that, I'm going to eat, basically like the Spa event. I'm going to eat during pits, drink during pits, or on the straight, I guess. It's nice having the straight as well for a bit of a break. And yeah, aside from that, just keep going. Proper Nürburgring challenge would be if you're in Chaparral 2J at night with no lights. Yeah, I like it without chicane. And I'm assuming that, as usual, there's probably a bit of a lag between when I see the comments and when I answer them and when you actually hear me. Probably, I don't know, 10 seconds or something. Thanks, dude. Could well have some people at the start of the race popping in and then pop in at the end of the race, having had a complete day of activities and slept and everything in between. I'll be here. In fact, By the time I finish this race tomorrow and get to bed, which will be pretty much immediately after the race, I'll have been awake for about 40 hours, not 24, because I've been up since 8:30 this morning, and I don't really get the chance to nap in the day. It doesn't really work for me. So we are about 15.5 seconds behind the leader, which is not bad. That'd be nothing in the real Le Mans. 4.5 seconds behind the next car. Obviously, ooh dear. Speaking of how far behind I am, of course, racing on my own without the slipstream certainly doesn't help, so I got some slipstream again. Unfortunately now I need said slipstream. God, lap 2 already and it's already been so eventful. A massive pile up and me going straight off the corner, which felt a bit odd really. I didn't feel like I braked that late, but yeah. Hey, thanks bud, appreciate the shares. Because it is one of those things where the enjoyment of it is being there in the moment. Whereas if you come in after, you know, I highly doubt that many people watched most, even if not all of the Spa 8-hour race, because of course not, I don't expect people to. Speaking of long videos though, I'm actually rendering a video as I'm doing this, because obviously I don't need the internet for that, which is going to be coming out on Wednesday. I was going to do it on Monday, but thanks, gimme. I was going to put a long race or a long video out on Monday as well. Yeah, see, that's YouTube for you. Some people didn't even know that I'd done it because, well, same old complaint that I always have, because unfortunately they never fix it. I streamed, when did I stream that? I think that was Saturday as well. Maybe, might have been Saturday before last, I'm not sure. Because it's also a bit weird on YouTube, because if you click on the channel and go on videos, it doesn't show it. You have to go to a separate tab, which is called Live, which I think is really stupid. But it's still on the channel, you can still watch it, the whole thing's on there if you want to watch it in the background. But that was the point I was making, like probably a lot of people aren't as interested in watching it once the race is finished, because it's not live anymore. But yeah, it is still there. And the advantage obviously of watching it now is you can put it on 2x speed if you want to, and take 4 hours instead of 8. Same with the Spa. So yeah, the Spa 6 hours and or the Suzuka 6 hours and the Spa 8 hours are both already on the channel. And they're also, I've put them in the same playlist as the rest of the Power Pack. So the complete Power Pack, every single race in real time, is all in that playlist. So you can watch the entire thing, literally. And all that's left to do is just this and the NURB. And even though Le Mans is my favourite track, or Lassat, I should say, it felt more appropriate to have the Nürburgring as the last race, you know, because it's even more of a challenge. I'm going to be having like noodles and stuff and drink when I pit in. If I need to pee, I mean in the 8-hour race I only peed once, so I think I should be mostly fine in this race. Obviously I'll have to pee at some point, but I mean I've got like 3 monsters for the day, so I'm definitely going to have to pee at some point. But yeah, we'll try and see how it goes. And hopefully it's not too noisy for the neighbours, but obviously it's not like I'm screaming down the mic anyway. See, I didn't think I braked that late before, but I must have. Strange. So, I am on controller, yeah. Controller and automatic box. Because I'm lazy like that. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that I'm losing time, especially because in proper mission, whatever it was, maybe mission 17, I can't remember, fashion, in the old Skyline drafting event back in Gran Turismo 4, they've obviously up at the front got each other. What was that? Come on. They've got each other up at the front to bump draft, whereas I'm all alone. Pity this thing isn't in qualifying trim. 1200 horsepower. Yeah, we'll be alright. I wasn't in the lead quick in the other race anyway, in Spa. I can't remember how long it actually took me to get the lead. And yeah, the weather is definitely coming in, but when I last checked the map, it didn't look like it was going to be super close. So he's set a new best lap of a 3:06. So yeah, he's definitely quicker than me. If I don't win this, you know, it's not the end of the world. Also, I'm not opposed to cutting corners. Ooh! I guess the game is opposed to me cutting corners, though. Get out of the way. I'm not opposed to cutting corners, bashing cars, because at the end of the day, you know, if they don't care about penalties and all that, then what should I? But clearly, they've got the penalties set on pretty hefty, because I barely, well, you know, I skipped the corner, and they penalised me for it. So this is going to be relying more so on pit strategy and weather. And the weather, I don't think, is going to be helping me out for quite some time. And maybe I won't win the race, you know, end of the day. We'll see. Like I said, 4th at Suzuka, so let's check the map. Yeah, so the weather is there. Which way's the wind? The wind's coming down, so you can get lost, you know, my slipstream. But yeah, it looks like the weather ain't going to be helping out that much, not for a while. So we'll have to see how it goes with the pits. I mean, Serrano in front, ooh, and that's another thing which helps. Crashes, that helps out immeasurably. Like on lap 1. Let's see if we can get a bit of slipstream off of him. Obviously that's not going to help me with the top cars because they're not going to spin out in that kind of amateur way, I wouldn't imagine, but I do kind of like the fact that cars are crashing though. There's not really any good reason for them to be crashing compared to how few times that usually happens, but in the real Le Mans, you know, there's plenty of crashes, plenty of drama. And hi, Collie. Hopefully I'll have a decent amount of people throughout the day. I think for the other one, for the Spa event, we ended up having, I think it was 2,000 people through the course of the day, which, considering I never do streaming, get lost. Considering I never do streaming, not bad. Of course my brakes don't work that time. Of course they don't. You can get lost too. The payout, as far as I've been told, and this was accurate for Spa, is $500,000 an hour. So, depends where you finish. Isn't it curious how suddenly the 787Bs just have, I don't know, massive turbos apparently? Because they were nowhere to be seen for the past 3 laps, and now they've suddenly got all this performance. Funny that. And yet on the corners, they're just slow enough to get in the way. The Nissans have the extra power as well, apparently. You can get lost. Bippity boppity boop. No thank you, bye bye. So for pure lap times, I'm definitely not going to win. Just like Suzuka. But, yeah, we'll see how it goes. Obviously qualifying would have helped, but even then, you know, if I'm 5-6 seconds off the lead car, it's not like I'm going to make that up by qualifying anyway, so if anything, I think it might annoy me more if I qualify and then kind of immediately see that I'm nowhere near them. That would just be a bit disconcerting. Whereas at least this way you can work your way up the grid and it's kind of more fun to do, and I would imagine more interesting to watch as well. The top 2 cars are really close to each other, so they've got some proper bump drafting going on. 0.3 of a second is nothing between them two, and he's gaining as well, so he's getting some slipstream off of him. I'm considerably far behind, so at the moment I would say I'm probably not going to win this. Seems unlikely. There'd have to be some shenanigans going on. But hey, it's kind of like the real Le Mans. At least we don't have to worry about reliability. And if I remember correctly, I don't think this car ever raced at Le Mans, did it? Or maybe it did, I can't remember. I know it did that crazy 400 km/h speed. I didn't get the chance to get see properly what that comment said about the cash payout. Something about Spa. I got 4 mil for Spa for winning, so $500,000 an hour. And for Suzuka, I got, I think it was more like 1.4 mil for coming fourth, something like that. And yeah, I missed those as well. The sad thing is, well, not sad for the Peugeot. I feel like the Peugeot 905 would actually be probably better than ever in this game, because it was always, hey Driff, 24 hours from now I'll probably say hi again. The Peugeot, I think, would be better than ever if it were to come back, because it always had just crazy lag on the gearbox. It used to take so long to change gear. Whereas the Minolta, I actually think, as much as I like the Minolta, and I think it'd be a gorgeous paint canvas, I think a lot of players would be disappointed by the Minolta now, because it really would be nerfed compared to what it used to be. I mean, look at this car. This used to be one of the most powerful in the game, and it still is, but it's about the same as all the others, which is, that's accurate to real life, but it means that you don't have those like special qualifying trim kind of vibes out of those cars with 1200 horses. And the Minolta was, if I recall, pretty much the most powerful one of them all, and it just wouldn't be. Be curious to see what it's like when the playing field is evened, because you could say if it can't keep up, then it obviously wasn't a good car anyway. It just had the power advantage, which could be fair, but yeah. I don't think the Minolta actually gets enough credit for being a good looking car, because if you take away the livery and look at the shape, especially from a car from 1989, that is a properly futuristic looking car back then. If you compare it to the car in front, the Sauber C9, I love the Merc, but the Sauber is a very 80s car. I mean, look at it, it's so boxy, it's super square, the roof's the only curvy thing about it. But then you look at the Minolta, there's not a square line on it, there's not a sharp curve. The whole thing is all curves, it's all swoopy, very 90s, almost late 90s looking. And I think it's a very, very pretty shape of the car. I'm kind of amazed I've caught up these guys as well. I'm not entirely sure how I did catch them. I thought I was dropping pace, but hey, not complaining. Let's go over here, because you're not having my slipstream, bro. Nope. Oh, go on, have a crash. Have a crash. Go on. Whee! I don't even know if you get a clean race bonus for these. Although in a 24-hour race, that's kind of a laughable concept to get a clean bonus. Not like I'd have it anyway from cutting that corner. Let's have another look at the map. Now, it looks to me like that wet patch is going away. So, not bad. One of the things I found curious about this as well, between the three Peppers, is that the vehicles were actually 500k isn't enough, do the Spa. Oh, right, is that what he was saying? Right. Like, you weren't saying about the payout itself, you were saying, like, the value of the payout isn't very good. That's true, and any long-term Gran Turismo player will know that's always been the case. You know, the 24-hour races have never been that good, and most of the endurance races have never really been that good. If you do like a cash cow event, well, even here at Le Mans, you know, the 700-point cash cow event, if you get a clean race, that's what, 825 grand, and it takes half an hour. You can do it just about 2 times an hour, or just over an hour, and that's already 1.6 mil. So, you know, that's 3 times the payout of this. So yeah, in terms of cash, of course this isn't worth it, but that's why I said that last time in the Spa 8-hour event, I would prefer it if they didn't just give you cash, but actually gave you, like they used to in the games, the prize cars. Especially if it was like a, imagine if, not even an exclusive DLC car or something, because then some players might be left out. I don't really care about that because skill should be rewarded, but let's just say you wanted to go down that route. You could always just have like a special version of an existing car. Think about it, you've got 4 endurance races. What better excuse could you have to give people like stealth cars? Any beards and cars in the works, and somebody said about B-Spec. B-Spec, I seem to recall Super GT, I think it was, showing a photo of something with B-Spec on the screen in GT7. I think it was him. Or I definitely saw it somewhere recently, so I reckon it is coming back. If I were Polyphony, well, in the cynical kind of thinking, I could see it being in the next game, because that's more of a draw. But, you know, I'd put B-Spec up there with, like, the circuit editor. Like, if you put that in the next game, put it in the trailers, it would draw people in. But you never know, because look at this, Power Pack and Spec 3s arrived. And then as far as beards and cars, annoyingly, I had a couple of beards and cars in the works, and I guess I can tell you this now because I don't like to jinx it by talking about it beforehand, but yeah, I think I mentioned last time, or at some point, that I was supposed to be driving a Grenadier, an Ineos Grenadier, which is, I don't know what markets they're sold in, but for those who are outside of whatever markets they're sold in, it's basically the continuation, French, I believe, of the Land Rover Defender, but like the old school Land Rover Defender, not the new Toyota FJ Cruiser style. And I was going to review one of them, just because, you know, it's an interesting car, why not? And it looked good. I booked in the test drive, and then sharing the load. Yeah, I can't remember, just on the point of B-Spec, while I remember. I can't remember now, in the older games, I'm pretty sure, couldn't you drive and then put in and change it to B-Spec? I seem to recall. Whereas, I also seem to remember in GT5 you couldn't do that. In GT5 it was just the 2 career modes. I think, something like that. Because I seem to recall my dad sometimes, because I never did the 24-hour races as a kid, but my dad did. And I seem to recall him getting bored of B-Spec and like driving himself for a little bit, even though it took a bit longer. But yeah. And then aside from the Grenadier, right, cool, yeah. I know I had vague memory of that. But aside from the Grenadier, this one is much more disappointing to me. Well, actually, to finish my thought on the Grenadier, I booked in test drive, and then I thought, you know what, because it's a franchise dealership, I don't tend to do as many car reviews with them. I tend to do used car reviews usually. And I agree, yeah, I think GT7 introducing B-Spec now is just a bit weird. It's very late. But I thought I'd better phone them, because sometimes franchise dealers don't like you doing car reviews, because they like to have everything kind of standardised across the board. And I gave them a call the day before, and thankfully I did, because they said, yeah, we can't do it. Corporate doesn't like it, so thankfully I didn't waste the journey. The other one, similar story, but unfortunately way more positive to begin with. Last, I think it was September even, I decided to reach out to Lotus, because there's one Lotus in particular that I really like, because I'm not a Lotus guy, but much like Ferrari, there's one particular Ferrari that I really like, the FF, and there's one particular Lotus, well there's a couple, but there's one real world Lotus that you can actually get the chance to drive, because it's not like they're going to let me drive in a Via, that I'd like to test drive. And I think it's a vehicle which I really wish was doing better on sales, but it isn't for a number of reasons. The Elite, the Lotus electric SUV, the 900 horsepower 4x4, I really like that. I think it's a cool, different approach. So I contacted them, and then the contact at Lotus was so enthusiastic about it. He said, not only do I think that's a good idea, you can review the EMEA as well, which is I think it's the EMEA. I always get confused with their names, but I think it's the EMEA, like the Porsche Taycan rival, basically, the four-door. Which I wasn't really interested in, but I thought, you know, yeah, I know it's a unique choice. Part of the reason why I like the FF is for that reason, because it's nothing like a usual Ferrari. And I just love the idea of it being like a full-on supercar that is completely practical as well, or as practical as it can be. But yeah, they said about reviewing an Elite and an EMEA, and then he said, if you let me know the channel, I'll check it out, and then get back to you. He was going to be on holiday, let me know in the new year kind of thing. Hadn't heard from them, and I thought, well, it'd be kind of cool to do the Lotuses as the first reviews of the year, especially after the Grenadier didn't work out. So I thought, well, I haven't heard from him. I suspect it's probably a no, because he was enthusiastic before, and now I haven't heard anything since. So I messaged him And I did give him a link, I believe, specifically to Beards and Cars in the playlist, so he knew, you know, it's not going to be some Gran Turismo video or something. And yeah, he said, unfortunately, it's not going to work out. And it sounded like it wasn't his decision either. It was one of the higher-ups, which is a shame, I think. Because, you know, say what you will about electric cars either way, but, you know, be a cool, different kind of review. Because I haven't reviewed many electrics. I've done, well, 3 bikes and 2 cars that were electric. Jag I-Pace, Tesla, and then a couple of Zeros and an Energica, which is cool on the bike side. Car side, eh. But yeah, not so much so far Driff for the Beards. My goal was roughly to do 1 a month if possible, but yeah. And I'm still aiming to possibly do one which is much more viable, but we'll see. Because it's a car that's been for sale for a while, and now that I want to review it, people are interested in it, because of course. So we'll see how that goes. Plus the car in question, again, I won't jinx it either way, but the car in question isn't really the kind of car that you'd want to take out in like super cold, wet, horrible weather. And it is a convertible, so I guess I could spoil that much. It's a pretty obvious car to do, actually. Not too familiar with the content outside of GT. I can't see the end of the message. You can see that on screen probably anyway, but I'm guessing that the last part you're saying is about the real car reviews. Yeah, I feel like a lot of people don't know that, because again, unless you watch that kind of stuff, YouTube doesn't tend to show it you that much. Call me old-fashioned, but in my opinion, if somebody's subscribed to a channel, they should be shown everything. And then they should have the opportunity to decide what they do or don't want to watch. Whereas having a lifeless... what about the... I can't see what the last part you were going to say was. What about the Healy? I'm guessing you're talking about something else. Yeah, I love doing Beards and Cars, but, you know, you not knowing that I even did that, it's a prime example of why I'm not doing as many. Oh, the hearse. Hearse. My hearse, do you mean? Oh yeah, I see the leaders dropped. Yeah, it's a bold choice. It's a bold choice, Carton. Let's see if it pays off. Having the softs for leading an endurance race certainly is a decision. And it's not like I'm doing any better. And yes, YouTube does. Well, actually... I haven't bought intermediates, but I don't think you need to buy them for this one, because they give you, you know, whatever they can use. And yeah, I can't remember what you asked now, Drift. Did you ask if I've still got the hearse, or if I'm still doing stuff with it? But yeah, I do still have it. I recently did a little bit of an upgrade. Jag's rebrand. Yeah. I don't know. I wish Jag you were the best, but yeah. Fundamentally, I don't hate the project, the concept, you know, that pink thing. It's just not a Jag, you know. If that came out and it was a Kia, I wouldn't care. But yeah, I think what Jaguar should have done is, if you Google search a car called the Lightning GT, they should have just pretty much done that. A 700 horsepower British electric GT car. Just reinvent the Jag XK as an all-electric GT. Maserati's doing it, the electric Gran Turismo. Porsche, well, I think Porsche are now not so sure about the electric 911. Or even just do it as a hybrid. Hybrids are the way forward anyway, because at least then you don't have the range anxiety. But yeah, I'm still doing stuff with Bonnie. Recently I made a change to her with the lighting arrangement, because I went up to Castle Combe a few months back, and somebody on the motorway flashed their lights from behind, because I think they couldn't really see me in the car, because obviously it's matte black from the back, but more so because it's got 60-year-old lights. She literally has her rear lights are all in one. So it's got the driving lights, the brake lights, the indicators and the hazards are all in one light, and it just changes in intensity, and there's no other light, literally nothing else. There's no top bar, there's no reversing lights, there's nothing else on the back. I don't know why there's no reversing lights. I don't know if it's missing or what. It doesn't seem like there's any place for it. But regardless, they're like a pale pink kind of old bulb light, and you can barely see the car. And a guy confirmed it afterwards, because I met up with a convoy of cars going to Castle Coombe for, I think it was for Halloween Day actually, and he said, man, your car is difficult to follow in the dark, because it's hard to gauge how close you are behind me, because the lights are like tiny pinpricks of pink. So what I decided to do is, since it's legal to have lights inside your car turned on, I decided to go with the theme of the hearse and also make her more visible, and I kind of mocked up this little idea that I had where I bought some rechargeable construction lights, you know, like the bright yellow plastic with a LED bulb and all that, and a foldable handle. I've taped some neodymium magnets to the handle so I can stick them to the metal roof inside the car. I bought some semi-clear red plastic like sheet from Amazon, like £2, cut it to size and taped it over the light. So now she's got 9-hour rechargeable batteries in this little light. I stick it to the roof. I bought them in a pair, so I can, you know, in theory, like 18 hours worth of battery life between the two of them. Stick it to the roof and have like a nice red glow inside the car, which looks super cool at night, or at this time of year in the UK, early in the morning, because it's still dark in the mornings. And yeah, so if I need to be out late, I'll pop that light in, and it looks so cool. I took it out for a test drive the other night, and thankfully it doesn't shine on the windscreen or anything. It's just got that nice red glow in the rear. And obviously from the front you can see the car okay, but I'm trying to think what else have I been doing. She's pretty much rainproof now, which is nice. There's no leaks. The only issue is that if I leave her out in the cold, which is all the time, and then drive it, because the roof is exposed metal, the inside of the roof is covered in condensation. I don't know where the condensation goes, because nothing's ever wet inside. It's probably rotting the chassis from the inside out. But yeah, as soon as I start driving, I start getting condensation dripping on my head. So I need to do something about that. But yeah, I don't think there's anything else I'm doing at the moment. I considered doing a rather crazy modification to it, which I don't think I'd be able to get away with. I wanted to have a custom cow catcher made for the front bumper, because obviously Bonnie doesn't really have a front bumper. So for those who don't know what a cow catcher is, you know, like those old trains, like steam trains from back in the day, where they'd have that big triangular spike sticking out front at the bottom to basically bash, well, cows and trees and stuff off the tracks. I was going to have that, like a custom made smaller version of that in the front of Bonnie, because it would just suit the gothic kind of vibe, plus she's like the size of a train anyway. But I could probably do it, but I don't want to spend the money to have it custom made and then fit it and then be pulled over in 5 minutes by police saying, oh, that's dangerous, like, sharp, can't have it on the car, which they probably would. So I probably won't bother wasting my time. I have thought about doing like metal teeth on the front, but I don't know, it's a bit silly, so I probably wouldn't do that. She looks good as is anyway. I must admit, as much as I love Bonnie, I have been thinking of the unthinkable, and this is probably something which wouldn't actually happen, but I have been considering kangaroo buy. Yeah, exactly. I don't know if I'd do that. I think if I was going to go down that route, the other thing I've considered is I kind of like the idea of having like a Highland cow skull, where the Pontiac badge would be on the front, with the giant horns sticking out. Not like how a lot of American trucks have the horns on the bonnet, but I'd have the full skull with the horns sticking out. Maybe even painted black. Yeah, exactly, like the train snowplows, they look like that. And that's a good point, actually. You're saying about a snowplow, because they're legal. I don't know if they're legal on a car, though, because it's usually a specific road vehicle that's like clearing the snow, so I don't know if that would be legal or not, but again, I'd have to check that out. But yeah, I've been considering, like I said, I don't know, because I feel like I'd regret getting rid of it, but I've been considering seeing if anyone was potentially interested in part exchanging or swapping, probably more so part exchanging Bonnie against one of my dream vehicles. There aren't any for sale in this price range at the moment, but I've seen a few. Basically my second favourite motorcycle. My favourite motorcycle I doubt I'll ever own, but my second favourite is about 10 times cheaper, and it's called the Boss Hoss, and yeah, it's a hell of a thing. Imagine a Harley Davidson, but twice as wide, weighs 600 kilos, and has a Corvette engine. So it's a 350 cubic inch motorbike, a 5.7 litre V8 with like a 3-speed auto or something, and the rear wheel is so wide that you can basically leave the bike almost standing up without a kickstand. Not quite, obviously, but it's that level of ridiculous. But I saw one for sale for about 15 grand, which really isn't that crazy for such an insane bike. There's one for sale at the moment that I can see in the UK, but they want like 22,000 for it, which even if I had that kind of money to drop, just in principle I wouldn't pay that much. But yeah, I've been kind of thinking, like, oh, should I part exchange Bonnie or try and sell Bonnie for... Because if I were to sell Bonnie, I think I'd probably sell her for maybe 13, 14 at a push, because she was 10 and I've done a lot of work on her. But she's never going to be worth crazy money anyway. And then get a boss horse. But then I'm like, the problem with that is I can take passengers in Bonnie, I can camp in Bonnie. She's an awesome show car, everyone loves her. She attracts more attention than probably any other car I've ever had, aside from maybe the Rolls, and even then probably more than that. And I just feel like I'd regret it, you know, because I never wanted a hearse, and then I just saw that one, and it was like, yeah. But we'll see. I'm doing some work on Abe as well, or I will be when the weather gets better. I've done a bit of work on him, stripped all his carpets out. I think I said this in a video anyway. Yeah, I did say it in the previous power pack. But yeah, I still need to finish off doing that. What else? I think that's about it. And yeah, this is one chili. Yeah, so the difference in performance is substantial. Although that's the weird thing, though, isn't it? Because in previous episodes, the last episode I think it was of the normal races, I did that supposedly 2 chili race at Catalonia with the DTM cars, and I won it. And I won it like pretty easily. I was just consistently catching up to the cars throughout the entire race, which doesn't make any sense. It's one of the things I don't like about the power pack. There's no real consistency to the level. That in a vague sense there might be, like, oh, this is more difficult, this is more difficult, but it goes back to something I started saying earlier on. Reckon I should keep the hearse. It's probably the smart choice. But what was I saying? Oh no, it's gone. I've forgotten it again. Oh yeah, it surprised me when I was looking in the menu just now at the 3 different pepper levels. The Porsche 962 is the easy one. This is the medium, and then the Sauber is supposedly the hard. But there's not a huge difference in point level between the 3 cars, and the power and performance on the 3 cars is totally different in this race than it is in the other Group C ones. Usually, and I recall using, I think, all 3 of them in other events, had wildly different power. The Sauber was like 690 horses or something, I think, and then the Porsche was like just under 1,000. In this one, they're all about the same. They've all got just under 1,000 horsepower, which I found interesting. So it almost feels like in this race, maybe it actually legitimately is just the AI being more challenging rather than the cars being just really slow just to make it more of a challenge. And I kind of like that, you know. They should have done that more. The Sauber's slower. Ah, interesting. Interesting. And yeah, I can't remember what I've got the peppers on in the normal menu. I wish that it earned you more cash in normal events, which, if I recall correctly, it doesn't, like in career mode. And yeah, when is pit stops going to be? 7 more. I mean, the Sauber should be the quickest. I don't know what the peak speed of that was in real life. I was under the impression it was a 252 mile an hour car, I believe, and then Peugeot was the quickest at 254. This car, we know, did 248, which isn't really that much of a difference, but I don't know if that was in qualifying trim. But yeah, it will be interesting to see about the pits. So has... Yeah, I agree on Forza as well, that the change in the difficulty should actually mean something, you know? It shouldn't just be like, I fancy more of a challenge for the exact same payout. No. I didn't notice, did the chap with the softs, did he pit in? Or has he just dropped down the grid? He must have dropped to like 4th or 5th maybe, that's why I can't see him. because I don't think he's pitted in. I will be doing nerve, yeah. As far as lap times, I have no idea. No idea. I'm assuming it's the full 24-hour layout. I have been told that the Audi isn't great to drive. I'm planning on using the Ferrari anyway, which is the easier one. But yeah, like I said, I choose the car that I prefer rather than the difficulty. So, for example, on Suzuka, I chose the Pennzoil because I like it more, and that was the that was the one pepper. Then last time I chose the Mercedes CLK LM at Spa because I prefer the car. I think that was the easier choice anyway. This one, I chose this one because it's my favourite of the three. This is my favourite Group C car anyway. And then in the next one, I'm going to have the Ferrari. But yeah, I am going to be doing the Nürburgring 24-hour. I don't really know if I'll be doing it next weekend or not, but quite possibly. Because I said before that I wasn't even sure if this was going to be today. I was hoping it would be, but technically I'm only doing this today because I've been disappointed in real life. I was supposed to be, well, for 2 or 3 weeks now, I was supposed to be going to look at a car. A replacement for the Navigator. A different Navigator, funnily enough. Not that I need to replace it, it's a great car, but it was just, as I spoke about before, it's basically the same as my car, slightly older, so it had a different gearbox. Same shape though, and like full Midnight Club Dub Edition kind of visuals. Stupid looking car, but that's kind of why I liked it. You know. As you can tell from driving a hearse with flames on it, I kind of like driving cars that feel like real life Hot Wheels toys. But hey, life's too short to drive a boring car. But yeah, the dealership in question are really dragging their feet. Yeah, of course he would give you more money. I'm amazed that Kaz gives us any money, really. You should do it for the passion of racing. Which, I mean, they've kind of played with that idea before, really, haven't they? If you think back to Tourist Trophy, there was no money in that game that I can recall. You unlock the bikes for winning events. I don't mind that, because at least it's still a great reward. And I don't mind a cashless society as long as it's in the game. Because, yeah, give me some decent rewards, and then you don't need the cash anyway. But if you can't modify the vehicles especially, then what difference does it make? Kind of like in something like Project Gotham, you know, wherein modification doesn't really matter, so get cars and bikes as victories instead. Gives you something to work towards, and it makes each vehicle feel special. And it's funny actually on that point, because if you think about it, with this whole 6 months to make a car thing that we all hear about in Gran Turismo 7, true or not, you get the impression that they really want the love to be there for these cars, you know, to appreciate these cars. And, you know, isn't the history and the detail and everything so impressive? Yeah, it is. But if you compare 6 months of work for that and how we receive the car and use it, even our absolute favourites, compare that to simply changing that to instead a low resolution, no interior car that you can only unlock by doing a certain event. I know which one felt more special to me. And it's because, unfortunately, nobody really cares about how much work you put in. It kind of goes for everything in life. Unless somebody's done a job themselves, they don't really know what's involved, so they just see the end product. Whereas if we've worked to win the car, well, as I just said, we've worked to get the car, so you appreciate it more. And yeah, prize cars are a great thing. Unfortunately, it's this quick reward mentality coupled with, I guess, wanting microtransactions for some stupid reason. Obvious reason, but still stupid reason. So we've got 6 laps remaining. Looks like it's constantly threatening to rain. It never actually is. Quick check of the map. Not too bad, not too bad. My tyres seem pretty fine. It's just going to be the fuel, really, which is fine by me. I'm not going to bother going for the softs. Certainly don't need the hards. So yeah, I think medium was the right choice. Yeah, exactly, VGTs. And I harped on about this back in the day, but it really annoys me. It used to annoy me a lot more, because literally in GT6, hey Flying, I don't think I'll get to first, but thanks. On the point of VGTs, back in GT6, when you could see all the VGTs in their own menu, every single one of them had an interior design. Just not when you actually unlock the car, which to me was so stupid. Because then that's like, well, now you've got no excuse. They could say, like, oh, the manufacturer didn't make an interior, except they clearly did. They just didn't bother to do it. So much for the 6 months to make a car thing. On the point of B-spec and all that, though, it will be interesting to see how things go through 2020. What year are we in? 6. They do start to blend together. I mean, B-spec might happen, but I don't think so. Volkswagen and the Alpine, yeah, because that was always the nice thing about Gran Turismo, even back in, well, I guess not the super old games, but at least as far back as GT4, you had a pretty wide selection of cars that actually did have open tops. I don't think we actually had cockpit cam. The closest was like bonnet cam, but at least you could see in the car to some degree. And then I think it was in the PSP version, and then obviously in GT5 and 6 you had the cockpit cam and could finally enjoy those cars, even though, you know, you're driving something like a BMW V12 LMR, an Audi R8 LMP, and the steering wheel looks like a 2D piece of paper. But hey, it was better than nothing. It was better than nothing. Just under a minute behind. Just over 5 laps, which is technically still a quarter of a tank. Interesting. So it looks like we'll be able to do roughly 20 laps between fill-ups. Although I'm saying that, it will be pretty close, because I've only got 5.1 remaining. So yeah, probably not actually, probably more like 19, because we haven't finished lap 15, unless my math is off. Probably is. Yes, I'm glad you said that, because that clarifies something which I'd wondered. Because I definitely had a memory back in GT4 of driving, I'm pretty sure it was a Lexus SC430, and it had 1 minute I was driving it with the roof up, and then I swore I drove it with the roof down, and I couldn't remember how that had happened. So that must have been it, must have been arcade mode. Which makes sense, because back in GT4 I spent a lot of time in arcade mode. I used to love doing my own little rivals matches, funnily enough. All the LMP cars, all the rally cars, sowing the seeds for what would end up being on the channel. I'm guessing, Stonemason, you were saying that Need for Speed had a similar thing? Interior view, but with no actual interior? Like some of the cars in GT? Right. Honestly, I could see, on the point of cars coming back, I could see a BMW V12 LMR, as an example, being a more useful car than the Minolta used to be, if it were to come back. Ironically, because the Beamer was always okay, but it wasn't like the absolute king. It wasn't even 1,000 horsepower fully built, which kind of gives it perfect footing to come back now, because that's pretty much where these cars feel like they are. Ah, right, okay. I seem to recall you could clip inside on the PSP as well. Maybe that's what I'm thinking of, because I definitely recall driving, I can't remember now. I drove on some Gran Turismo game and it was in a Mazda RX-8, and suddenly I was inside it. Like, it had just a black interior for no apparent reason. But I remember that stood out as being weird, so it must have been either GT4 or the PSP. But I could have sworn the PSP had cockpit view anyway, I think, but I can't remember now. What was I saying? I can't remember. Story of my life. Swing brake. I'm glad I got this honey drink. I'm definitely going to be needing that. one of the things, and obviously this isn't going to happen, but one of the things that I mentioned in that Spa 8-hour race, which, like I said, I'm assuming that a lot of people didn't watch it after the fact, which is understandable. But one of the things I said is, imagine if for a DLC, instead of something like a power pack, or even, you know, as well, whatever, imagine if they pulled a GT HD on us and made a power pack, which is Tourist Trophy. So instead of Kaz justifying making a whole different game, have a bike expansion within GT7, because he's already said the physics engine is perfect for bikes, and the graphics certainly would be, and have, you know, I don't know, 30 bikes or something in there, maybe more. You know, loads of us would happily pay for that. Maybe 1 or 2 extra circuits, like, well, an appropriate one would be Ricardo Valencia, which was always like that exclusive Tourist Trophy one until it ended up being in Gran Turismo as well. Maybe bring back a Ascari or something along with it. I think that'd be cool. And yes, I am Tom. And you're one to talk. I can imagine you doing that. But yeah, not quite non-stop, aside from the P-brakes. And yes, Andrew, Sebring is probably my #1 circuit I would love to see debut. Give me Sebring with a Panos, perfection. GT5, oh yeah, I remember that one. I don't recall that mission being as difficult as some of the GT4 missions, but yeah, I think the thing with the Bugatti is people forget like what the car is. They think it's going to just turn in like a normal supercar, and it's not. GT6, one of the S license tests. Oh, right. Getting caught in the rain. I mean, that's always the issue, isn't it? But at least with Le Mans, I would be more concerned, and I will be more concerned about that on, like, the Nürburgring. Because on the Nürburgring, if you miss it, that's a while. It's a while before you come back again. And if you miss the pit in a car at night in the rain, that's going to be a miserable lap before you're back again. Whereas with this, I mean, 2.5 laps of this to 1 lap of the Nürburgring. Exactly, Drive Club bikes. They did it there. Unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to download the bike pack, so I only had, I think it was 1 bike to drive. I think it was the Aprilia. That was kind of like the teaser that they put in there. But yeah, I mean, Drive Club 2, I can take that every day. Not like that's ever going to happen, but yeah, I'd love a Tourist Trophy expansion. That'd be awesome. And if it's between that and never getting the game, not like it is going to happen. Another thing I mentioned before, I can't remember which video it was in, might have been one of the endurance events, but I do have a prediction for GT7, maybe in 2026, we'll have to see, and we have no idea how long this game's going to keep going for, really. I think they're going to add a McLaren Solus, and I'm sticking to it. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, because it's such an obvious car. It's literally like a purchasable Vision GT, and it's got the V10 engine, so it's genuinely different. It's probably one of the only McLarens I would actually have some interest in trying out if it were added to the game. But yeah, I think the Solus has a pretty good chance of being one of those unexpected, or at least non-leaked cars to arrive in the game. It would be a bit of a weird one in terms of, and I've said this before, but a bit of a weird one in terms of how you use it though, because it's not really a road car. It falls a bit into the P1 GTR kind of problem, Group X in effect. So it's not like it would be the next Valkyrie, but it would be quick, if nothing else. Or just bring back a Tomicara. Give us a Tomicara ZZ2 and just wipe the floor with everything again. Although I say that, it will surprise no one that I actually didn't use the Tomicara that much. Most of the fan favourite cars I tend not to use that often. I get why people do, it's a great car, but too obvious of a choice, too easy. Not oddball enough. Give me a big fat heavy Lister Storm instead, and I'll struggle with that. I need to keep an eye on the lap, because I could end up making a mistake otherwise. Let's check the map, still fine. If it's anything like Spa, it'll be hours before we see any kind of real bad weather. Oh, I've been talking so much I didn't even notice that I've moved up the grid. How long have I been in 4th? Did somebody pit in? I didn't even notice. I thought I was like 7th or something. Do I think GT8 will... I missed the last part of that. Did you say, do I think GT8 will make it to the PS5? Or maybe, that's too obvious of a question. Did you say, would it make it to the PS4 and the PS5 maybe? If that was the question, not a chance on the PS4. Not a chance. And this is a prime example. This is just a DLC and you already can't get it on the PS4. And tons of other stuff as well, like the Sophie aspect. So, no, I don't think GT8 will be on a PS4. And it would kind of be a problem if it was. Because like with some of the Horizon, I love the sound of the R92 as well. Oh, PS5 or PS6? Hasn't the PS6 been delayed? I think. Something like that. But yeah, I like the R92CP sound in the same way that I love the sound. To me, it's actually possibly the single best car sound of any GT game. And I know that's a big thing to say, but the way the Golf GT40 used to sound, it just sounds incredible. It's got such a like gurgly, gnarly sound to it. And it sounds really processed, like it sounds like a PS2 game, but something about that's really nostalgic and really endearing. Love the noise that thing makes. It's similar to the Chaparral 2D noise, but not quite the same. And this reminds me of that as well, that very deep, like kind of noise. It's not a screamer of a car, it's more like a bellow. But there's loads of cars in GT that should sound way better than they actually do. And there's some that they kind of know that they can't get away with it, so they have to sound good. 787B, the LFA, the Carrera GT. Jag. What's the Jag sound? I can't remember a good sounding Jag. 1.8 laps, yeah, that's fine, we'll keep going. Jag concept, are you thinking of the VGT? Or maybe the only other Jag concept I can think of was way back, and that would have been the XJR15 maybe. XJ13. Yeah, the XJ13 sounds good. I can't recall exactly what that was like. I know it was like... Oh, the CX75. Well, that wasn't in GT, but... yeah, it sounds cool. For a... Well, what was the concept? A 2 litre? I think it was, something like that. With the turbine, of course, in its initial form. I actually spoke to a chap. I spoke in a video before about talking to this guy, but the guy that I mentioned talking about who built his own turbine-powered MG, and obviously he can't prove this, but and yeah, I agree, Tilbot, they did up the game, which is nice. The chap who did this turbine car claims that Jag basically stole his design, or his idea for the turbine hybrid, put it in the CX75, which obviously didn't reach production anyway. And who's to say? I'm sure there have been similar hybrids over the years. And obviously now, the actual Callum design, CX75, excuse me, has a proper Jag engine, 5 litre V8. I can't remember the power. I want to say it was more, because that's a 503 horse engine anyway. About 550, 575 in the F-Types and the Range Rover SVRs, so I think it was 670 maybe, 680 horses, somewhere around there. Which, I mean, that's about right for that kind of car. You don't need a hybrid system. It's such a shame though that the Jag never really had its chance. I always liked it more than the big three. I like the Porsche. 918's a cool car, I think I'd enjoy driving that probably the most out of the three. But even then, Jag any day. Jag's a gorgeous car. And I believe it was still an Ian Callum design, if I recall correctly. Not just a car that he, you know, actually got on the road eventually with the limited run, but I'm pretty sure it was one of his actual designs originally as well. Well, not far off, 1 hour down, 23 to go. Now we've got a couple of cars with sports tyres now. Interesting choice. I'm definitely going to have a bit of a honey break. Did my Maserati break my heart? No. The first one, well, I wouldn't even say it broke my heart. The first one annoyed me, and it made me think I'd never get one again. But then 2 more later, and that changed. I just bought the wrong one. I bought a Maserati. Ooh, dear. I bought a Maserati with not enough knowledge of what was the wrong one to buy. Mediums, a swig. And perhaps a bit of food. No, it didn't distract me, it's right. I guess I don't really need to wait for pits for drinks. I can just do it on the Mulsanne or the Unardier. And there goes all my positions. So, it was lap 19. As I thought. Not bad, not bad. So the next pit-in should be roughly on lap 38. We'll have to see when this lot pits in. Hopefully soon. And at least I got the slipstream, I guess. It's not like they actually passed me by that much, really. So it looks like there's a little pod of cars here, and then a little bit further up another little pod. Which works better. Wow. Which works better for me. How do these cars keep spinning out? What are you doing? It's a straight line. This isn't Project Cars or Assetto Corsa. It's not difficult to drive. Yeah, my car is... Their cars would be like in half at this point. They're trying to recreate the Mercedes CLR. Whee! Ooh, a little bit too late on the braking, but hey, that's what they do to me. Oh, I wonder if that Porsche's a bit of a Minolta tribute. I don't think so. And that reminds me, I don't think it is one, but that Porsche reminds me of the Red Lobster, which I love, the March 83G. Possibly my favourite livery of all time. Thanks, dude. Glad you are enjoying them. It's kind of crazy because GT Sport is still my probably least liked Gran Turismo game of them all. And yet I'm pretty sure I've got, like, if not the most videos for that game, definitely one of the highest, like, thousands of videos for GT Sport. Looking back, how did I even get that much content out of GT Sport? It is funny how many people will still say, "Hi again then, guys." Hi again then, guys, and welcome. Oh, that's a throwback. Saying about hi again then, guys, funnily enough, that actually ties into, and since you guys are here for the live stream, you can be like the special ones who hear this first. The super long video that is currently rendering. I mean, it's winnable. Really? Come on now. It's winnable with the car, But with me driving, I don't know. I'd say probably not. But I did get up to 4th, so we'll see. We'll see. If I can get a podium, that'll be pretty good. I got 4th on Suzuka, and that was also on a 1 Chile, so you never know. But if I could get a podium, I'd be happy with that. Because, you know, I've got all the other stars. Who really cares if I don't get the full 1,000? But we'll see. How much does the power pack? I'm guessing you're going to ask how much does it cost. Somebody in chat will probably be able to help out there. I can't remember. Was it $30? Something like that? US? Somewhere around there. Altogether too much. The short answer. I believe that the power pack should have been more like 15, 20. And I'm sure work went into it, but let's be honest. It's an expanded career mode. GT Sport 2, I really hope not. I'd like to think that Kaz would learn from that, but it's Kaz. The same Kaz who was amazed that players were still playing GT4. Hi Wacko, or is it Wacko? I think that's the right pronunciation, or closest to White Boy's going to get to it anyway. Yeah, Kaz was surprised that people at the live events were even playing GT4 still. So I get the distinct impression he doesn't spend much time looking at what the community actually does, which is concerning. At least not outside of his immediate bubble of esports, that is. What is up with these 787Bs? The 787B was not known for power. I seem to recall it being one of the slower cars at Le Mans. Unless I'm remembering that wrong. Didn't it win just because it was more reliable than the other cars on the grid for that particular race or something like that? Boink! Yeah, I literally did the Aventime mission right before doing this. Well, not right before, it was like an hour and a half or something. But yeah, it's kind of fun actually. Not too difficult. I don't know about you guys, but I found most of those special mission type things, to be surprisingly easy. Yeah, because didn't the 787B, I think it was running like 690 horses or something in the race itself? Because that's the thing people that's the thing people forget about in Le Mans or in any endurance race. Really, it's probably more. It's at least as much, if not more, about the reliability and the longevity of the car than it is about the performance. Which really doesn't surprise me why the Peugeots and Audis did well with diesels, because with a diesel engine you'd be pretty hard pressed to have an unreliable diesel, because they're revving so low and just rely on the torque. It could be broken obviously, but and then when you factor in the fuel on them as well. Yeah, exactly. That's the problem, paying for career mode. And you can dress it up in whatever way you want. And I do have some positive things to say about the Power Pack. Any who've watched through the Power Pack series know that. But overall, yeah, it's a mixed bag. Back up to 5th, not bad. Although that next car is now way ahead. The weekly mission. I didn't notice what you were saying about that. Not properly anyway. You see that AI? I'm literally drinking and driving, and I'm still driving better than you were. I'm just sitting there, honey lemon in hand, meanwhile they're back there like a couple of Beyblades. Yeah, I think, to be honest, you're probably going to be waiting a while for the Power Pack to come down on price. It's very rare, at least in my experience, to ever see a DLC get cheaper over time. PS5. Yeah. Yeah. Well, if you think about it, it's kind of a smart marketing thing as well. And I do wonder how many of these decisions are actually Kaz, and I could see it being the case where some of the money-based stuff, because let's be honest, Kaz does not care in the slightest about microtransactions. I think it's probably the furthest thing from his mind, the idea of buying credits. He would probably look down his nose on that. But I think that there are probably certain things that are implemented or forced to be implemented, or higher ups or whatever, that probably just essentially say that those things have to be in the game. Wouldn't surprise me at all. Oh, we've got a bit of sun coming out. Exactly. It's always the suits. I mean, look at Hollywood at the moment. It's always the suits getting in the way. There are so many people who are so many great directors, so many great actors, so many great writers, and so many movies which could be made on a fraction of what they spend on movies these days. But it's all these out-of-touch idiots, really, who don't really know how to market movies anymore. Maybe they did back in their time, if they're older. Or if they're not older, they're probably just people who've failed upward. Yeah, they are, unfortunately. Yeah, and indie stuff's great. I mean, look at Markiplier at the moment with Iron Lung. What did it cost him? Excuse me, did that cost him 2 or 3 mil, I think? And it's made 21, 22 million already. Good for him. And even beyond him, even if it's technically not indie, even if it's kind of studio but still like indie at heart, like the Raka Raka brothers, who did Talk to Me and Bring Her Back, which if you haven't watched them, I would say especially Talk to Me. Great movies made by YouTubers, but like proper movies. I'd like to say that I'll watch Iron Lung, but I don't know if I'll get the chance to. He is working on bringing it to digital. So if he does, then I'll probably watch it that way, because I highly doubt it will be in any cinemas near me. I want to watch Good Boy as well, the dog horror movie, but there's no way my cinema's going to have that. I went to watch Primate a few days ago. That was interesting. Short and sweet. I like that it was a prosthetic, mask with the guy in a suit. It was nowhere near as violent, nowhere near as gory as I was hoping it was, or hoping it would be, especially given how savage chimps are in real life. And speaking of indie stuff, not exactly on the same level, but I am still planning, you know me, but I'm still planning on doing a short film with Abe in. I shot some of the opening, I've created the music for it, and yeah, I've written out the script, so I know exactly what it's going to look like. Could it be a hint to GT's future? Depends in what way you mean, really. I'll come back to that though. Did I watch 28 Years Later? No. I love the first one until they get to the soldiers, and I think it kind of loses its way a bit. Second one is okay. I think the dad storyline is strong in that. Third one, which I guess was just called 28 Years Later, not a fan. Felt very artsy-fartsy about itself. And this one, I've heard good things, but yeah. And I think I've said this before, but fun fact, I was almost in it. I was almost in 28 Years Later, not the Bone Temple. Right at the end, when they're in that Valley of Stones and the Savile gang shows up, I was almost in that scene as a zombie. They did a casting call for walkers, because that's actually filmed not that far away from me in Cheddar Gorge. I've driven up and down there in my hearse and other cars as well. But yeah, apparently they only wanted people who didn't have ink, and clearly that ain't going to work. Which is stupid to me, because they're former Brits who are now zombies. Of course they'd have ink. What are you talking about? Progression-wise, testing the waters. I don't know. I mean, I guess most of the DLC in the past few games to me hasn't really felt like it had much direction to it. It felt more like it was just well, really what DLC should be for the most part, which is like just a bonus thing. I think the prime example of, ironically, how DLC should be done is the Hamilton one in GT Sport, because that was yeah, most of us are inked. The Hamilton thing was completely unnecessary to the game unless you wanted the challenge, and for those who wanted it, I guess Andre, maybe we are immune. If we are immune, then yeah, I'd be hella immune because I'm covered in ink. I'm on the way to dual citizenship at this rate. But what was I saying? I can't remember now. Oh yeah, about the Hamilton DLC. Yeah, it was different. You didn't need it. You didn't have to do it. You didn't feel like you were missing out on something. It was very clear what that was for. It was for someone who is a fast driver who wants to push himself to the limit against a real driver. And I'm sure that part of the reason why they charge for it, because obviously in the past they haven't, they've had like the Vettel challenges, the Senna stuff, but in the case of Hamilton, I suspect it was probably partially to reimburse whatever cost of paying him to do that. But, yeah. And at least you got like 100 mil or something for getting all gold on it. I never did get all gold. I think the best I got was mostly golds and like a couple of silvers, I want to say, which for me ain't too bad really. Not like you'd know it from this race. And there was that, I think, like a special car that you won, the Mercedes Vision GT, in like a special aero trim or something. And look at that as a prime example. I paid for the DLC and you don't hear me complaining about not having the special car. Missing the Nürburgring gold on the Hamilton. Was that the GP course? Because if so, I'm pretty sure that's one of the ones I was missing as well. I don't even know if you can still play that anymore because of the servers. Hopefully you still can. I'd assume that you still can, otherwise that'd be a bit dodgy if you can't play it anymore after paying for it. Did I meet Super GT? No, I've never met him. He has he's commented in agreement on one or two of my videos in the past, rants that I've had. Oh, Nordschleifer. I don't even remember doing the Nordschleifer against him. Cool. But no, I've never met Super GT. Seems like a cool dude. Seems pretty chill, which I prefer rather than, well, you can kind of tell from my style, I prefer that rather than like crazy over the top. I don't even know what I just did, but epileptic fit or something, I don't know. GT5 touring car. Again, never played any DLC in GT5, and the reason why, because I would have, but purely it was because I didn't even play GT5 while that stuff was still around. If I had, I'd have bought all of it. But I played GT5 after GT6. I went back and played it. So I just completely missed out on that stuff. And annoyingly for me, and I know annoyingly for Driff as well, because he's a completionist, it means that there are a couple of cars, not just because of DLC reasons, but in general, that I'll probably never be able to review. Like the, not that it's that important, but what was it that? Was that a shaving gel or something version of the Camaro that was in GT5, I think it was. It wasn't Gillette, it was something like, I want to say it was something like that. It was like blue and white or blue and silver or something. And it's like, who really cares? I'll tell you what though, one car, which I really wish I had had the chance to drive, I want to say it was in Forza Motorsport 5 or 6, was the Chrysler's Rocket 69 from Fallout. Because of course, and never get the chance to drive that. Got the game in 2019. Yeah. Work in the morning. Thanks for stopping by. Maybe see you tomorrow. After you've had a full day and everything, I'll still be here. But yeah, thanks for stopping by, dude. It's going to be the cool part about different time zones. I'd love to see more automotive tying content for Fallout, because there's loads of vehicles in the game. You just never get the chance to actually use them. In a funny kind of way, if you could drive the cars and ride the motorbikes in Fallout, you'd kind of basically have a more violent version of Simpsons Hit and Run. Pretty much. And thanks, Mr. Rick. Hug right back at you. Not many watch time. Yes. Not from watch time specifically, but yeah, because the longer the video, the more ads that they'll splice in here and there, so yeah. Although I do find it annoying, because somebody who was watching the stream told me that apparently when they show an ad, you just miss like 40 seconds of what I've been saying. So it's no wonder people go quiet every so often, which is annoying, because it's one of those things where I don't envy YouTube's problem there, because do you bring it back to where the stream was, in which case it's kind of not live anymore, or do you do what they do at the moment and miss stuff? I don't know. I don't know which one. I think for me personally, I'd rather it went back so that you can actually keep up. But yeah. Bit of cheeky corner cuts. So yeah. There is a possibility that I might do the Nürburgring 24-hour next Saturday, or technically next Friday to Saturday. But we'll see. I won't commit to it now. We'll have to see closer to the time. And in hindsight, I don't even know if I'll bother doing the 6 hour of Spa again. Maybe once I've done these, I'll feel more in the mood. But yeah, we'll see. It depends actually if, because I could see a turnout or a result where I don't win this one. I think it seems pretty obvious I'm not going to win this one. But then with the Nürburgring, I think I probably will win because I'm choosing the Ferrari, and the Ferrari is the easier option anyway. So I'll probably have Spa and the Nürburgring will be victories, and then Suzuka is fourth. And this could well end up being, funnily enough, fourth again, maybe third at best. Depends on the pitting. But yeah. If I've got 2 races without victories, certainly if one of them's this one, I'm not doing a 24-hour race twice just to get the victory, so we may just leave it at that and just have it as it is. Which was the original plan, really. End it with the Nürburgring, and then after that, I need to do a wrap-up review. Basically, my final thoughts on the Power Pack, bring it all to a close, recommendations as to whether or not I think you should even buy it or not. And like I said before, it's a mixed bag. The simple, concise review is you don't need it. You don't need to buy it. But if you've completed everything and you are desperate for more to do, if you just really want to do more racing, if you're desperate for that higher, challenge, then it's for you. Otherwise, if you want special cars or to earn more cash, well, you can, technically. There's the 6 cars, but like I've said before, I don't think the cars are special enough. And the cash is good, but you can earn a lot of cash in career mode anyway, so yeah, depends what kind of player you are, really. And obviously for me, I'm not that kind of player who's looking for a super challenge, usually. Much like with Hamilton DLC, the reason why I'm doing this is purely for the channel. Essentially, all of this is one big, long review series, really. And I'm pretty sure, after we're done here, provided the internet holds up, this will, I think, be the longest video I've ever done on the channel. Dream Garage stuff. Yeah, that's always what I end up doing. Back in GT4 and pretty much all the other games, like I've said, tune the cars, enjoy driving them, very rarely race them, really. Especially once you get to the point where you've got so much money that you kind of can't spend it all, even if you wanted to. Radio Korea, time of day. Oh yeah, nice. Yeah, I could see that working on a C8. The funny thing about the C8 though, I don't know if you guys have noticed this, but the Corvette C8 feels to me more than pretty much any other Corvette before. The C7 had some of this, but pretty much more than any other. Like, they really are just totally focusing in on lap times, 0 to 60, quarter mile, top speed. They really are trying to push it as a supercar rather than the joy of driving. And to me, the Corvette was always kind of about fun first, and then it also was a race winner and had great performance as well. But if you think back to, like, even the C7, nobody buys a C7 because of what the top speed is. Whereas now people are like, oh, C8, 233 miles an hour. And yes, it's impressive, but who's buying a Corvette because it can do 233? I mean, first things first, where can you do that? And then, secondly, surely if you care that much, and if you've got that kind of money, buy a Huayra, or a Koenigsegg or something. Or even save some money and buy something like a used SSC Ultimate Aero. That's a lot quicker than 233. That's certainly what I'd do. Or even build it, Get Hennessy to slap a couple of massive turbos on a C7. But yeah, I miss the days of having Corvettes that were objectively slower, but still felt special. C6 Grand Sport, C4 Grand Sport. Cars that didn't really need to be made, but that was kind of part of the charm. They were more about the enjoyment of driving. A bit less power, more focused on handling, cornering, the kind of stuff that you can actually feel on the road and actually use. I've said before, and this is where the real life stuff in Beards and Cars comes in. In real life, across the board of cars that I've driven, I'm trying to think, what's the slowest car I've reviewed? Or the least powerful? I can't even remember now. Has to be, if not my Daihatsu, probably somewhere around there, like 100, 110 horsepower. And then most powerful, I think the most powerful thing I've driven was the Litchfield Nissan GTR, which was stage whatever, 850 horses. I think that's got to be the most powerful thing I've driven. And yet, you can't use that. Not all of it anyway. 400, quite honestly, is about perfect for most of the time. You can use a nice amount of that. Anywhere between 200 and 400 horsepower, at least in the UK, is kind of perfect, really. And you can get so many awesome cars within that kind of range. And of course there are great ones either side of it, but generally speaking, and stuff like the Grand Sport and that sort of vibe falls into that, I think. Interesting, so they are possibly doing one. One of the variants that did interest me a bit more was the E-Ray, which I think, isn't that the hybrid one, I think. Is the power pack worth buying? I mentioned just now the succinct version is it depends what you want from it. If you just are more of a casual player, you want maybe some exclusive cars, bigger career mode and some extra cash, I would say no. Because for you, you'll get some use out of it, but the AI and the way it drives and the kind of annoying aspects of it will probably just annoy you more than anything. It's the kind of thing you should get if you've done everything already. You've pretty much got all the cars that you want, and you want more of a challenge. You just want to spend more time in GT7 purely racing. Then it's for you. So, squeaky chair. So yeah, that's where it depends, from person to person. So for me, normal circumstances, no. But to review it on YouTube, sure. I keep forgetting to have a swig of drink. How's this rendering doing? Oh yeah, I was going to tell you earlier on what I'm actually rendering. I'm rendering, speaking of long videos, I'm not even sure how long it is. It's hard to tell from the timeline. I think it's at least 15 hours long. And I'm trying to do a bit of an experiment to see if the algorithm likes this video. Knowing my luck, probably not. But it's got all the right things for it to do really well. It's the Unsung Heroes Omnibus, which is a 15 to 16 hour compilation, basically, of literally the entire first 100 episodes of Unsung Heroes in one video. because for some people they don't use the playlist, they might watch random videos, and the whole idea is if you're just bored or want to have something on in the background, maybe hear about some of the cars that you might have missed, just shove it on and helps out the channel. And if not, yeah, the normal episodes are still out there anyway. It's 17% rendered with just under 20 hours to go, which is why I started it right before doing this race, because at least I don't need the computer in the meantime. As long as it doesn't crash, so fingers crossed. And like I said, I was going to do that on Monday, but then I thought, doing the 24-hour race ending Saturday night, for some people who might drop in and chip away at the 24-hour race, for those 6 people that will do that, I don't really want to release something else, you know, some other giant video back to back, so I'm going to give it a break and release that one on Wednesday. And then Monday, I've actually got a real-world video dropping. Only a short one, 3-minute video. Kind of an old-school video, back when I used to do like short videos on car products and stuff. This one isn't a product. It's just a video which I noticed needing doing because nobody's really done a video that I could find about it. And when I mentioned it on the Owners Club, a few people were asking me like, how did you do that? Because it seems like it's not super common knowledge, but it's with my main car, the Lincoln Navigator. It has a power opening tail, you know, like most SUVs have, like Range Rovers and everything. So you press the key fob, the boot opens automatically, and you can press it again, the boot goes down. It's a gimmick. Problem is, Lincoln Navigators of my particular generation, yeah, I'm hoping it's worth doing. Yeah. And also the Ford Expedition, which the Lincoln is obviously based on, they have what's colloquially known as the phantom tailgate problem, and mine actually did it a couple of times not long after buying it. My neighbour sent me a picture of the car at 5 o'clock in the morning with the boot wide open because it just randomly decides to just unlock the car and open the boot, which isn't really ideal when the car isn't parked. Well, it's not ideal at all, but certainly not ideal when the car isn't parked outside in the case of mine. So I thought, well, there's got to be a better way of doing this, because for one thing, I very rarely ever open the boot anyway. And I thought, well, why not just disconnect the motor? So I found where the motor is in the car, underneath a cup holder basically, which sounds stupid, but it makes sense when you see it. And now the tailgate is mechanical, and it makes really no difference. It locks, it's got the opening glass anyway, so most of the time I just open that instead. And the only difference is you just like open the clasp on the boot by hand and just lift it up. But it still has the assistance of the motor mechanism, it just doesn't actually have power going to it. So it still locks, still opens, still closes. So I just thought, well, since so many owners clearly have had that problem, or are having that problem, and obviously the real fix is to put a new motor in, but if it does it once, I wouldn't really trust it not to do it again. So I thought, let's just make a brief video. It's only 3 minutes long, so that'll be coming out on Monday. But all things considered, if that's one of the main problems that the car's had for me so far, in fact the only primary problem, it's not really that big of a deal, really. Especially when you can just unplug it and never worry about it again. Not bad, given that I'm already 5,000 miles into driving that car in a pretty short amount of time too. I've only had it for about 4 months. Minute and a half behind the lead, 34 seconds behind the next car. So if the next car pits, or when the next car pits, I should catch them. I feel like the honey stuff isn't doing as much as I hoped. Maybe I didn't put enough honey in. It's supposed to be what like singers do. to save their vocal cords and that. Real honey, real lemon juice, mixed with water. Glug glug. This time tomorrow I'll be like The thing that I usually find hardest staying awake for this kind of time is my eyes. My eyes start to like burn after a while. The rest of me is okay. As I gradually get lower in the frame. Was going to have a drink, but a bit too close to the curve. Cars from other games, which cars, what I like to bring in, oh yeah, loads and loads of cars. Cool, yeah, the list would be massive. So many cars just in, you could pick pretty much any Forza game, for example, Horizon or Motorsport, any one of them have so many cars that Gran Turismo's never had. So yeah, there's tons and tons of them. And in the older games it tends to be cars which were excuse me, more niche, which I love. Let's say it, Cupra GT, Chrysler ME412, that kind of stuff. But then in the newer games, there's just loads of cars which, funnily enough, really would suit Gran Turismo, but for whatever reason just haven't been in there. Like the, if not the Zack Speed Capri, that kind of thing, like the racing version of the Ford Capri with the wide body, or you know, the big active wing Chaparral, the 2F I think it was, or the 2E. Yeah, of course, Cadillac 16. Yeah, I'd love to see that in there. I don't know how useful it would be, but it'd be fun. And yeah, I mean, even Forza has never had the Cadillac 16. Yeah, well, I don't want to be overlit, but yeah, I've got my lamp on, as well as the brightness of the screen, obviously. But in fact, actually, I was going to change the lamp around to be more upward facing, but it's fine as it is. Hello, comrade. I've got my desk lamp as one of those green ones like you see in libraries, like exactly the same as those. Sweet. Imagine how cool it would have been if we had an R92CP road version. I noticed recently as well, I think because it was familiar to me, but I think I'd known this story and then forgotten about it, but one of the drivers who raced the Nissan R390, it was something crazy, like he said, don't pay me for the race, just give me one of the cars after the program was done. And they did. They gave him an R390, the actual racing version, and it's the one that was recently up at that snow event. It's got Pennzoil livery now, like proper yellow and black R390. I don't know if that's the same one, because I know one guy had an R390 that he converted to road use, which is white with the red spoiler. I don't know if it's the same car. I don't think it is, but it could be, I guess. He might have changed the livery on it, but yeah, that's pretty awesome, I think. Especially if it's the same guy who owned it for all that time. And imagine the value of that car. let alone the fact that it's road registered, but just an R390 race car in general, and he's just casually driving it there on the road and slip sliding around in the snow. Just insane amount of money that must be worth. But I guess it's possible. The real issue wouldn't be getting the car on the road, because there are people, you know, Japanese businessmen driving around road converted Porsche 956s and 962s and stuff, and famously the old 917 remade Speed 12. Is that the one that they were trying to make it authentic, or is that the one that's got the, I think it's a 6.3 engine instead? If it's that one, which is kind of a purplish colour, then I've seen that one in person at Goodwood. It looks a bit more modernised if it's the one I'm thinking of, like a little bit more square than the Speed 12. But I have a vague memory of somebody was trying to buy one of the racing ones, I think, and essentially road convert that. Oh no, actually, that's what I was thinking of. Somebody was going to race a Speed 12 again, and I saw so many people whining about it in the comments from the day, because they were doing some kind of race testing day, and the car was there as well, and they were saying it was so slow, and it was making it dangerous for all the other cars. I guess it would seem slow compared to the real race cars if they were testing there as well. But still, cool idea. It's a shame that TVR never really got their feet back. I've never been a massive fan of the new Griffith, but could have been cool. I seem to recall Shmi wanted one as well. Yeah, the insurance on that would be insane. It's probably like Tom Cruise, where he has to insure himself or something in movies or whatever, or like Tom Cruise has his own insurance company because nobody else will insure him. Yeah, so many great cars from TVR. It is a blessing, obviously, living in the UK, the home of TVR, because you do tend to see a fair amount of them at car shows. I would say mostly, howdy, what is? I am good, and hopefully I do have a good evening. What's technically left of the evening before it becomes morning again. I'd say mostly I probably see Chimeras, which is the one I would get, because for some weird reason Chimeras have been the same price for 20 years, like 10 grand. And then after that, I'd say probably Tuscans after that, but it's fairly rare to see a Tuscan in the wild. It's usually at Haynes or whatever that I'll see a Tuscan, and then maybe after that Cerberus Speed 6, and occasionally you'll see something like a Sagaris or a Tamora. Tamora's always been one of my favourites, very undervalued. Occasionally a T350, don't really care for those myself, just seems like couldn't quite afford a Sagaris. And the old wedges, which I'm not a fan of. I use a controller. I'm using a pad, and I prefer an auto box as well, because I'm a casual. Tell me you grew up with a PS1 and a PS2 without telling me. Chase cam, controller, automatic. Yeah, I would say so, yeah, Griggs. The XJR9 engine, it certainly seems to be a nod toward that, or at least the closest you can get. Well, I'm not the only one who's up and gaming. I can hear Dum Dum next door smacking his bedroom around, as last time with Spa. Maybe, yeah. But like Driff mentioned as well, with the Alphard getting the V10 engine, I don't know if that really was an Espace reference, but we did end up getting it. And it was kind of weird, really, how relatively soon after getting the Aventime the Espace was. There wasn't that crazy of a time difference between the two. Let's check the map. Oh, the weather is getting a little closer, but still not that bad, really. Hasn't moved that much in 33 laps. Probably take at least another hour before it actually hits. And actually, me saying about doing better in this race, it really would be the weather that could, not necessarily will, but could give me that edge that I need. Not even to pit in for the tyres, but just in general. But I mean, I say that. What race was it recently where that did happen? I can't remember if it was Spa or Suzuka. I don't recall which one it was. I think it might have been Spa. But the weather didn't make a huge difference to the pace of the other cars, if I recall correctly. What race was that? I can't remember now. Yeah, there are a decent amount of vans and minivans. Probably more than we've ever had in a Gran Turismo game before, actually. Now all we need is the Ford Supervan and the Sparrow Citroen Picasso Cup. Well, I guess, and the Lamborghini Genesis and the De La Chapelle Parcours, which just sounds like you're speaking gibberish. Yeah, the R63. I want to review one of those so bad, but there's like 50 of them in the world or something. Funny thing, I said this the other day on Facebook, on a car spotting page. Somebody had spotted an R63, and I said that I don't get R-Class owners, because even on my review years ago for the R320, many of the comments are from people saying, oh, don't call it a minivan, it's an SUV. Huh? And exactly, yeah, I reviewed the normal one. First review I ever did with affordable prestige. Talk about the start of something big. But I don't get those owners. I mean, with the normal R-Class, maybe, because it kind of gives me the vibe of like people who own a Chrysler 300C and act like it's an affordable Bentley. Like, yeah, sure thing, buddy. But with the R-Class, I don't get it because, and I said this in a comment, I said, if I concede that the R63 AMG is an SUV rather than a minivan, then it's a completely unremarkable SUV because it's not really any better than an ML63 in terms of performance, same engine. However, if you concede that it's a minivan, well, now it goes from being unremarkable to the most remarkable, because aside from a Renault Espace F1, that makes it the fastest production SUV or fastest production minivan ever. Because obviously the Renault wouldn't qualify anyway, but even if you open it up to crazy stuff, that's pretty much the only thing that's quicker. So, I mean, if I were an R-Class owner, I'd certainly want it to be considered a minivan. And if it's not a minivan, what was the point of making it? They've already got the ML, they've already got the GL, now they've got more SUVs than I can even name. They've got the G-Wagon, they've had the G-Wagon for about 700 years, and why have the R-Class as another SUV? It's an ugly car, but it's a cool one. Excuse me. 24 hours. That's how long the stream is, bud. It's a 24-hour race. And one of the key things I wanted to do was do it in the spirit of an actual 24-hour race. Because I know you can exit save and all that, but it's not what you're supposed to do. The point of the race is that it's an endurance. So I want to do it as an endurance. I drink on the straights, eat in the pits, and pee whenever. So that'll be the only pausing I actually do. But like I said, I only peed once in the 8-hour race at Spa, so we'll see. I've got a feeling though with the amount of monsters and stuff, I'll probably end up peeing more. Ooh, this is that's actually quite a nice bonus that I hadn't thought of. I don't think it will make enough of a difference, but this is actually one occasion where I don't mind catching up with some of the slower cars, because usually they just get in the way. But if I can catch some of them on the straights, that actually will definitely help my pace. So that's actually quite good. Yeah, don't they do? What do the real drivers do? Is it 8 hours each, something like that? I think. I guess it depends if you have 3 drivers, or do you ever have 4? I can't remember. It's probably 3. The road's looking a little shiny, even though there is no rain. It's funny that nobody ever says about wanting to see the R89C back. Talk about an undervalued car. Yeah, I get what you mean. Handing it off to the next driver and then having a snooze. But yeah, this will literally be the first time since my old man did 24-hour races that this has been done. Like, within my lineage, in effect. And when he did it, that was in Gran Turismo 4. So... Yeah, I've got 4 bowls of noodles, I've got some cheese in the mini fridge, I've got a big bag of Doritos, I've got 3 monsters, a couple of litres of juice, and this lemon drink, which isn't really as good as I was hoping it would be, for the sore throat. Or what will doubtless be a sore throat. Ooh, catching up to 4th again, are we? I didn't even notice that happening. Did he pit? Well, either way, it doesn't matter because I have you now. Yeah, maybe. And yeah, I shall take a good break. I will be probably, well, we'll finish this. By the time it's said and done, we'll probably actually finish the stream at like 10:10 or 10:15. Or it's always a little bit after the actual time tomorrow. But I wonder if I should maybe push this guy along to give it a speed boost. Probably wouldn't hurt. Because it's not like I'm going to leave him if I pass him anyway. May as well make use of him. But yeah, I'm finishing the race. This massive video will be finished rendering by then, so I will begin that uploading. I can be doing that overnight. And then get some snooze. I just hope I'm not overtired by that point. That's the most annoying thing in the world, when you're super tired until it actually comes to sleeping, and then you're like... And then up tomorrow, I've got some more content to do. And yeah, aside from that, I'm a few days ahead. Oh, interesting. I didn't know it was 4 hours each. Makes sense for safety, though. Yes, yeah, you do save fuel, of course. I didn't really notice how much you would save, but yeah. Can't be a bad thing anyway. God, look at that turbo on him. Proper new. Yeah, because it's like if I tried to overtake him, probably wouldn't look much different to now, whereas at least me pushing him along, kind of like the old Skyline battle. Yeah, it's... I didn't notice what speed you said at the end, but I know it was, when I glanced down, it was definitely over 240. I guess all those annoying missions of trying to beat the Skyline battle paid off. Getting some kind of strategy out of it, which I guess is the point of the mission, really. It's trying to train you. And to further prove the point, my new best lap as well. This is a one spice, this is the middle one. I always pick the car that I like rather than the difficulty, so for the Nürburgring I'll be on the easy one, because I'm picking the new Ferrari, because it's just more interesting. Same with Spa, I chose the Merc, because I wasn't really a fan of the McLarens. I wish the Toyota GT1 had been an option, that's why I put it in the thumbnail. I'd much rather have driven that. Oh, that's the thing I was going to say earlier on as well. I'd be really curious to see, with stuff like the GT1 ending up in Group 2, where would something like a BMW V12 LMR be? Because the performance on that isn't that much different. I mean, the Toyota was still racing in '99 when the BMW won. So, is there perhaps a universe where we could see a BMW V12 LMR in Group 2? Which is kind of crazy, but not entirely impossible, and it would kind of make sense, at least with cars like the GT1 in there. But obviously the one that I really want is the panels. Get the panels GTR1 down to the weight it should be. Perfect Group 2 car. I'll be using that thing all the time. I wonder what happened to all his speed. Because he left me standing and now he's struggling. Funny that. Thoughts on the GR-GT? I don't know. I'm sure it will be very academically proficient. Let's put it that way. I'm sure it will be very quick around a track, and I'm sure it will be a very good race car. But for charisma, for personality, from a design perspective, it does nothing for me at all. I'd take an LFA over that any day. And I'm not even a massive LFA fan either, to be honest, as sacrilegious as that is. It's why I love the fact that certain brands like Di Tommaso are still actively trying to make cars that actually have that passion, like the P72. There's nothing about that car that feels necessary, and that's the point. It's a piece of art that howls and screams and spits fuel all over the road and wastes resources, and I love it. Will it win a race? Who cares? Will it set a Nürburgring lap record? Probably not. It'll probably break before it can do that. But I'd still take it over the Toyota. That's why to this day I still love the Chazetta so much. Just the pure idea of making a supercar to be a musical instrument with a steering wheel. What better supercar goal could you have than that? I just love it. I love it. Speaking of cars that sound good in Gran Turismo, actually, that's a prime one. And like I said, that's one of those cars that you can't really afford to get wrong. If you're going to have a Chazetta in there, you've got to make sure it sounds like a Chazetta. I could see that coming back. It was one of the 15th anniversary cars, it was already a premium. What's going on with his performance? It looks like he is rubber banding back and forth like crazy. What's going on up here? Oh, I thought it was smoke. Must have just been the halo around him, around his profile pic. Yeah, it seems like the game can't make its mind up as to whether or not he's quicker than me or not. Because out of the corners he leaves me standing, but then top end he's struggling. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. See, look at that. He's gone. Yeah, and that's one of the biggest critiques, one of the biggest missteps of the Power Pack is not being able to use your own cars. Everything feels very, very rigid. And it comes off almost feeling like the only way this works is if you do it exactly the way we want you to do it. And I know that a lot of motorsport probably does kind of feel that way because there's so many regulations, but I don't know. It just makes an otherwise fairly large DLC in terms of time feel smaller than it should, like more constrained in a weird kind of way. Look at him. He's gone. Why does he struggle so much on the straights? He's gone. I wonder when he's going to pit in. Be handy if it was the same time as me, but should I be so lucky? Let's have a quick look at the map as well. Don't need to worry about the rain just yet. Ah, he didn't pit in. Darn. Right. Juice. I've got through a lot of that already. That ain't gonna last 24 hours. Noodles. Not like I need to be eating noodles at nearly midnight, but... The journey is long. Here, have something to keep you sustanced. Well, that ain't bad. Compare that to last time. I went from 4th to 14th. This time, 4th to 5th. Yeah, I've said this before again about the damage, because we've always dogged on Gran Turismo about like, oh, the damage isn't as good as it should be, which is absolutely true. But here's the thing, it's not like they need to go crazy to make it look better. Imagine, for example, and I've said it before, but imagine if when you go into the pits, and this is already there in escapes mode, so imagine if like the cracked headlights and all that kind of stuff were just a bit more pronounced, because it's very subtle on the car, but imagine if it were a bit more pronounced, and certainly make the car get dirty. Please make the car look dirty through the race. It makes such a visual difference. But then when you pit in, imagine when you go in the pits and come out, the car now has like silver duct tape around the outline of the headlights. That would just make such a difference. It would look so cool. You can even buy model cars that are deliberately finished that way, like the Porsche 917 with the silver tape around the lights. And it's not like you need like crazy deforming bodywork, it just adds to the immersion. It's a small thing. They already map it onto the car with dirt and damage, so it's not that much of an extra ask really, is it? May as well keep pushing it for now. Might get some extra speed out of it. Probably not much, but should be better than nothing. Next car's only 22 seconds behind, but it's, like I said, a lot more than it was before. Yes, I do drive chase cam. There are some exceptions. Usually the exceptions are, excuse me, if I'm in an open wheel car, you know, Formula car, I prefer cockpit cam. And in some LMP cars, usually open tops, but in these ones I don't like how restrictive the cockpit is. There's just so much that you can't see. And don't even get me started on the newer ones. LMP ones and that, like Peugeot 908 even. Horrific cockpit cam. Feels like driving with a bucket on your head. Or at least for me. But yeah, the main reason why I drive in chase cam is, as I've said before, because I'm a car fan, not a racing fan. So even though that sounds the same, yeah, that's it. I like looking at the car. I like appreciating the car and looking at it while I'm driving. Roof cam, not so much. I used to use roof cam in the older games because that was the closest you could get, like that kind of view. I mean, that's pure Gran Turismo 4 right there. So I used to use that a lot because I do find it sometimes quicker in that kind of roof cam or bonnet cam. But yeah, generally I'll stick to chase cam. In some other games, and I've mentioned this a few times in the members section, I think it was in the members, in some games, boy does it make a difference. One of the glaring examples is if you drive a Spiker in Test Drive Unlimited, man is there a difference driving it in cockpit view compared to outside. If you drive it from chase cam, it slides all over the place. Drive it in cockpit view, totally different. And I feel like this won't be too much of a surprise to people, but if I am going to go for cockpit cam, or the equivalent of cockpit cam, it will probably usually be a bike game. Just because you've got the lean of the camera and all that. It's just, you know, it's more immersive. But even then, not always. I'm guessing you were saying the first time you've heard of people playing in chase cam? I couldn't read the rest of the message though. Again, the only thing about the PlayStation 5's streaming that I don't like, that it doesn't show the complete comment, which is annoying. Yeah, I find it funny how some people really can't do or don't like chase cam at all, which is weird because I feel like, I guess I must be wrong, I feel like that would be like a younger person's thing where you grew up playing games where you've just got cockpit cam all the time and maybe you race with a wheel or prefer a wheel or something, then I could totally get that. But I don't know, I feel like for most of us who played older games, you rarely had the choice back then of cockpit cam. And yeah, as you can tell, I've got the chase cam a little bit more loose because one of the things I really did not like about it back in the day, but we had no choice, was how rigid the camera is in chase cam. Whereas now it's more loose. Probably still looks rigid, but not compared to like the GT4 days. You'd have like no motion in the car at all. It was completely fixed to it. Yeah, and the sense of speed is definitely lacking in GT. I think it was in the Spa race I said that I wish there was just a toggle on-off thing in the menu, where kind of like how you can adjust the chase cam and sit higher or lower in POV, etc. I wish there was something you could toggle on or off to just have a bit of camera shake, because it makes such a massive difference. And it wouldn't make any difference to the performance of the car, so you could have some players using it, some players not using it, and they'd still have, you know, an equal chance of winning. It's just their personal preference on how they want it to look, especially here at Le Mans. Yeah, because like blur is a slippery slope. That's like Need for Speed territory. But camera shake, yeah. And there's these small things, not to keep harping on about Forza, but they are a prime example. A couple of the things that I really like that Forza does is, and I feel like Gran Turismo used to do this, but I haven't noticed recently, is stuff like the wipers shaking. So like on the Mazda 787B, the wipers straight and it used to shake around, or obviously mud flaps, but even like spoilers on certain vehicles, you can see the spoiler flexing a little bit, as it should if it's carbon fibre, or in Forza as well, the exhaust tips shake like they actually would. I just like that. It's like very small touches which make a difference. And not necessarily on all cars, obviously. You don't want a car like this having its exhaust shaking around, but within reason. Right. I didn't notice on the Porsche. And I find it funny how big of a deal people make about, like, oh, the tyre deformation. Like, yeah, sure, having tyres that deform is cool and it's realistic, but what about all this other stuff? It's like you've got a completely rigid car, but as long as it's got squishy tyres, then it's great. And another thing as well, which I'd love to have, and this is another thing which you can toggle on or off, and if I recall correctly, I think Drive Club was a prime example of this. When it's raining, have beads of rain on the screen. At least in chase cam or bonnet cam. Obviously not cockpit cam, but again, just adds to the immersion. And not to the point of blocking your view, but it's just that bit more immersive. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot going on screen. And the middle comment, somebody mentioned watching for years. I missed your name, sorry, but glad to hear it, glad you're still enjoying it. And thanks for stopping by. Seconds, not too bad. Ah. Well, I can't say I remember what that would have been for, but generally speaking, I don't personally ban that many people from Discord anyway. Usually I only personally jump in and ban someone from Discord, or someone, if I can tell it's a bot. Yeah, I think, I could be remembering wrong, but I want to say, I think the ride games do rain on the camera as well, I think. Right, that sounds about right. There's a link to the Discord right below in the... Well, actually, it won't be in this video, because it's a live stream, but in any of the other videos, and after this is live, it will be there. But if you just click on any of the random videos, it's one of the links. Interesting. I don't enjoy Forza 5, 6 or 7 as much, really. It's fine, but just the game as a whole I didn't get into as much. They feel a bit soulless to me compared to the first 4. And obviously I haven't even played Motorsport, and I don't plan to, but I can imagine that being a bit clinical in a GT Sport kind of way. I'm hearing good things about Horizon 6 though, looking forward to that. Like I said, it annoys me that we've got to wait for it on the PS5, but customising your own garage, that's a cool idea. I mean, as if you needed any more confirmation that it really was the new TDU. Oh yeah, because they had... Yeah, what did they have? Was it the BT45, I think? Yeah, didn't they have... I think it was the BT45, wasn't it? Yeah. Because I seem to recall that I reviewed it and I had the livery on there, or something like that. And one of those Forza games, I want to say it was Forza 6 maybe. I spoke about this in a recent video, probably Spa again. Had the Caparo. Very rare to find that in a game. Ironically, for such a good car. TDU Solar Crown. Bleh. Big old bleh. I enjoyed it in the pre-release version, which was still to this day the best version of it. And then they wiped all of the pre-game players' completion, which was particularly annoying for me because I'd unlocked every road on the map. And then I unlocked every road on the map again, and they wiped it again because of the bugs and glitches. And to be honest, I have not played Solar Crown since whenever my last video was. So probably over 6 months at least. And I think I've now sent Solar Crown, because I've got the digital PS5, so I've sent that to my external hard drive because I never play it, which is such a shame. So much potential, and it's got none of the soul. I'll probably jump back into it when they add bikes, if they add bikes. Adding houses, yeah, I don't care enough. Adding bikes. Yeah, and the thing is as well, I like the Hong Kong map. It's a cool map. As long as... My main thing is that I just want the map to be big. I don't really care where it's set, as long as it's a big map. And for me, you'll never really beat Hawaii. You know, that's the map. But, yeah. The traffic is very annoying. The rubber banding is insane. It's not quite Midnight Club bad, but it's bad. And the vehicles, to me, the biggest letdown is specifically because of TDU's roots, especially in the first game. TDU had so many cars that you didn't need to have in there. They were just purely for the joy of driving. Whereas now, the cars are like... They're all so expected. It's like, oh, we got a Lamborghini Performante. You're like, wow. Not like every other game doesn't have that. The crew, I haven't played any of... I haven't played Fuel, I don't think, and I haven't played any of the crew. I own at least one of the crew games. I can't remember which one it is, but no, I've never played them, surprisingly. I mean, technically I've got quite a few racing games that I've never played, but most of them are back on the PS2 era, as Driff knows, because they're due sometime to be in the members section. I still need to look into that Elgato that you mentioned. Crew 2. Oh, interesting. Cool. And the thing about Solar Crown is they also do that annoying thing which every game does these days, where when there's a glitch or like a not even a cheat, to be honest, because everyone can do it, but they kind of patch these things out of games now. Whereas back in the day, stuff like the Secret Island in TDU, which ended up being turned into like a proper secret thing, they left it in there. Whereas now, in Solar Crown, and some of you who played this early on, like I did, will remember that with like the maximum tune level on a hypercar, you could make it stupidly quick, and I mean like glitch quick. You'd have like a 2,000-3,000 horsepower Porsche 918, but it was like officially tuned that way, it wasn't glitched, and it would do 400, 500 miles an hour, like a Tomahawk. But loads of cars could do it. There were quicker ones than that as well. And then they patched it, because of course they did. And it's just like, wow, you don't want people to have any kind of fun, do you? And it's not like it was unfair, because literally anyone could do it. You just had to buy the parts. But it's a shame. It's a shame. Games take themselves way too seriously now. Gone are the days of Toka Race Driver, or not even Race Driver, Toka Touring Cars having a secret lava level map and a tank that you can drive. I mean, you don't say that in games anymore. Now everyone's obsessed with being realistic. And then the ones that are realistic, or trying to be, like Project Cars, they then do Project Cars 3, and the fanbase hates it, because it's not what they wanted. And yeah, they could have... I don't think they banned anyone, because I had a car like that, and obviously I wasn't banned, but yeah, they certainly patched it. But yeah, I don't know. Oh, and they added... What was that second map? They added a second map, didn't they? What was it now? Was it Ibiza? Because TDU2 was Ibiza. I remember last time I played it, they'd released a portion of the second map. But it was kind of too small to really enjoy anything. Yeah, so it was Ibiza, yeah. But totally different to the Ibiza that we had before. Yeah. So is it still small then, if you played it since? Because last time I played it, yeah, there were very strict limits on the map. Interesting. And they're making such a big deal about bringing the houses back and all that, but I never cared about the houses. I only care about the garage. I can't say I've done much in the way of like truck simulators. I did a review on a truck racing game, which I think was from THQ Nordic, or one of those brands that I've worked with quite a lot to do game reviews, but their games tend to follow a very similar formula. They kind of make the same game but just with a different kind of vehicle, like MX versus ATV or truck racing or whatever. But yeah, never really got into truck racing. I like the idea of them, like in Forza where you'd have like the Mercedes tank pool racing truck just randomly thrown in there. I like that, but if the game's just about it, yeah, exactly. Even in Need for Speed Carbon, there were some really cool cars that you could unlock from doing the missions. Couldn't use them in the story mode, but... JDM... Ah, right, okay. Truck Simulator... Interesting. Oh, here's something for you, Driff. Not that it matters, because, of course, it won't be the case, but I've entered a raffle for a Viper. I went through a period of time where I'd enter, like, £1 a week or something in a raffle. Just why not? And once I came so close, so annoyingly close, I was literally one number out to winning a Porsche Taycan. I'd have taken the cash instead. And as cool as it would be to drive a Viper, honestly, I'd take the cash again because it's 30 grand cash. But it's an RT10, so just red, no stripes. Has a hard top as well. It's had the same owner for 20 years, I think. So mint condition. Very tempting to have it, do a review and then sell it, but I can't be bothered with the hassle. If I want something like that, I just go for the cash. As if that would happen. What's the weather looking like? Yeah, still alright. Bit of a swig. Yeah, the same as in GT2. The one that doesn't have door locks with the big old chunky 3-spoke rims. If that's the SR2. Oh, and here's something which I'm sure, because of your love for the Viper, I'm sure you already know about this. Are you aware that there was a Viper TV show? Like a Knight Rider style Viper TV show. I'm sure you're already aware of that. With that like grey concept Viper that had a roof with like fangs on the front. It was like a Transformers car or something in the TV series. I can't remember what it was called now. It was called like the Viper Street Fighter or something like that. I can't remember the name. I think it was from the 90s, so the CGI was horrific, like Mortal Kombat Annihilation level, but... Ah, cool. I thought you probably would have. I can't see what you said you saw, Collie. A black something. Black, I'm going to say Alfa Romeo 8C. Oh, a Black Adam. What, like a real one? The actual snake? Or do you mean the show? wonder how long it takes before the Viper comes back. Because you know it will. I bet Drift's looking forward to that day. The all-new 2032 Viper. The all-electric crossover. Yeah, I was. I was speaking to someone about that recently, funnily enough. I basically had the idea, which I believe some people are kind of already doing. I guess it doesn't matter if I spoil it now, it's not like I'm going to do it. But I had the idea of basically making a modern day coach building company. You know, like back in the day, you would buy a chassis of a Bentley or something, and then the body would be custom made to your specs. Slight difference though, my idea was, obviously doing that with a car is problematic. For one thing, 3D printing a car body, it's not that strong, or not strong enough by car standards, and you wouldn't necessarily be able to legally do it to get it through safety tests and stuff. However, there is of course a type of vehicle, yeah, the road is kind of shiny, a type of vehicle which does not need impact tests, motorcycles. So my idea was be a 3D printing coach building company to make custom motorcycle fairings, so that somebody could like bring in their bike and make it look completely unique, like redesign your bike's body and then do like a livery on it. But yeah, that was my idea. Nothing too radical, but just that extra level of personalisation. And I'm pretty sure there's at least a company in Poland, I think, who are doing something like that. But yeah, I think on the point of the Viper coming back, I think there's a couple of cars that do have a very, very good chance, excuse me, of coming back. One is the Viper, of course, and the other one I think will come back at some point is the Evo. I think the Evo will come back, and honestly, I kind of do hope it's a hybrid, because if you think about it, how do you take a four-wheel drive legend and update it for the modern era and make it more than it ever was? A hybrid, kind of, you know, McLaren P1 kind of hybrid, not like Prius kind of hybrid. That could be really cool. Imagine like a, I don't know, 2 litre or even a 1.5 turbo 3-cylinder or 4-cylinder, putting out maybe 300 horses, going to the rear wheels, and then maybe a single or twin motors on the front axle with independent vectoring, extra 200 horses on the front. You've got yourself a 500 horsepower Evo, except you'd still have the soundtrack, you'd still have the fuel range, what fuel range an Evo has, and you'd be able to, like never before, turn your Evo into a drift car if you wanted to, because you could have it just all rear-wheel drive. You could have it handle a bit more like a front-wheel drive car if you wanted to, because you know, if you rely on the motors more, you could go BMW i8 style and have like 20-30 miles of electric-only range. I think it would work really well. And yeah, I don't know about Mitsubishi's issues in North America, but here in the UK they have no dealerships, which is insane, considering how many Mitsubishi L200s like the one I had are over here. So many owners are like trying to get parts. Another issue which I've noticed on some of the classic American pages here in the UK at the moment, and yeah, it'd be awesome if they went rallying again, is that now apparently on Rock Auto, who I've used quite a lot for parts on my old Yanks and the new one, they keep getting this message where they're saying we can't send you this product because we're not sure if it has Russian steel, and I think it's because of the sanctions, which is so stupid. I mean, I get it in theory, but it's like, oh wow, thank God you denied me the muffler I need, so now Putin's definitely going to lose. Just stupid stuff. I have loads of little business ideas like that one about the coach building thing, but the problem that I've always had with my ideas is either it's something that I don't have the funding to do myself, or it's an idea which has already been either disproven or done by somebody else. So I guess I'm on the right track. I'm thinking of the right thing. I'm born too late to be doing them. I've still got a few though, so we'll see. One of my dream things, and I don't understand why guys aren't doing this, guys with money, if I were ever like an actual successful YouTuber, you know, earning the kind of money that a channel should be getting, fat chance of that, but if that were ever the case, one of my first priorities would be to buy an old airstrip with preferably a hangar and a house, live there, obviously the hangar for the vehicles, but crucially I would use the airstrip to be open and free for car meets and car shows. No cost to enter. It's private land, so obviously you have to accept that it's your liability if you damage your car. But have like huge car meets there. Because why not? Why wouldn't you? If you had the money for that and you supposedly love cars, why wouldn't you want the community to come together and enjoy them? Especially when, you know, you show up to street meets in some car park at a shop and the police end up moving you along because they don't like your noise or whatever. Interesting. Smart for 4. Oh yeah, the for 4. That's a cool little car that you own. Nice. I've never driven one, but yeah, the for 4 Brabus is a very underrated car. If I recall correctly, that's like a 6.9 second 0 to 60 on it. Properly quick little thing. And of course, because nobody knows what it is, last time I checked, they were a bargain to buy. But even the Smart Roadster, pretty cheap for a pretty nice little car, 700cc. I hear from people who've owned them that they're super fun as well. Kind of like a quote-unquote poor man's Lotus, or an affordable Lotus. I don't know about Tokyo Extreme. I can't remember, is it on console or not? Because I was following it, but then I can't remember. I did a news piece on it, but I can't remember if it was on console. I don't know. It depends on that really, because if it's on PC, then no. 6.6, nice. Yeah, probably a quick little thing. It was that one, and funnily enough, in the same Mercedes group, not the first generation, but the facelift but still stupid generation of the Mercedes A-Class. They did the A200 Turbo, which looks exactly the same, completely boring looking thing. It's got 190 horsepower, and I believe the 0 to 60 on it was like 5.5 seconds or 5.7, something like that. It's legitimately quicker than like 90% of all of the other hot hatches at the time, but nobody knows that, and nobody has any interest in, which is hilarious to me that it's an A-Class that's legitimately quicker than a Ford Focus RS from, you know, a few years later with 300 horsepower. But yeah, I mean, since I noticed you said it is coming to console, yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see. Because Tokyo Extreme Race is one of those where I like it in spirit more than I actually play it, you know? Because the only Tokyo Extreme Racer that I ever put any kind of actual time into was Extreme Racer 0. And even then, I didn't do a huge amount of gameplay on it, just some. I don't recall on the point you were saying about the engine location. I know very, very little about the A200 other than that it was like strangely fast for no apparent reason. And then obviously they did the first gen couple of really crazy ones like the was it the A32 and the A36 AMG, and then more recently in the member section on B&Z Cars I talked about the B-Class crazy one that they did, the B55 AMG, which is ridiculous. Ah, right, interesting. Ironic that it would have a good idea in a crash, considering how badly that first A-Class did in crashes, or in the swerve test. My aunt used to have one of them, actually. Hers was one of the things that put me off buying a Mercedes, well, aside from the one that I've had, the 190, which doesn't really count because it's a proper Mercedes, but just the cost of everything on it was so expensive, even for a horrible little car like that. I remember, I think she had to replace the key or something, and it was like £200-300 or something. I'm like, what? It's just a key, come on. It's one of the great things about stuff like Jag. Everything's cheap. That's why I love Lincoln as well. It's just a Ford underneath. It's just a Ford in a suit. Nothing wrong with that. At least when it's a proper Ford. Yeah, the A200 that I'm thinking of is the similar shape, but the facelift one. The one that almost looks like a shrunken R-Class. And they were almost always silver. Basically the one that they were doing when they brought out the B-Class, because the B-Class just looks like a bigger version of it. But the new A-Class, I like them. I like them a lot. The new A-Class was the first car I drove after passing my test. I hired one. Fantastic car. Super fun to drive. Yeah, the one where most of them, I think, were two-door. I can't even remember if they must have done a four-door, but most of the ones you see on the road were a two-door. Or a three-door, I guess, technically, but yeah. Imagine that era of the A-Class, but with the visual stuff that they put on the ones now. Like an A45 AMG with like bright yellow, chin splitter, huge wing. Oh wow, I hadn't even noticed that we've moved up in time as well. Obviously, I didn't realise how much by though. I was saying about the Signum, quite a few manufacturers were trying some weird stuff back then, like the Renault Velsatis, which is like, of all those weird cars like the Aventime and all that, the Velsatis just didn't quite catch on. I don't hear much love for that one. And I tell you what, speaking of Renaults that you don't see, kind of surprised that this one didn't take off a bit more, but you never see the Renault Wind, because it's kind of a decent looking little car. Almost gives me like smart roadster vibes, but you barely ever see them around. I like that about Renault. They don't mind swinging for the fences, even if 9 times out of 10 they miss. Excuse me. 9 laps to go to the pits. Yeah, the V6 Clio. I'm trying to think. I'm pretty sure. I think I've only driven one Renault so far. To be fair, it was a good one, the Clio 197. But, yeah. And as I've said many a time, and as I will say again many a time, my basically favourite hot hatch is a Renault, the Megane R26. I've gone back and forth so many times on getting one as a daily driver. But, yeah, I really want to review one. I'm so worried that it's going to disappoint me, because I've got a feeling it's one of those cars that you probably have to push it pretty hard, like a Type R. Hi, boss! Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I could see the Megane being very much like a Civic Type R kind of vibe. I'm hoping... no, still no weather as yet. I mean, it's dark, but as you can see from the map, not too far off. But I say it's not too far off. It's moved like 5mm in the past hour and a half. So we're good for a while yet. I kind of want the weather to come in, to be honest. Because it looks like... it depends on the wind direction, I guess, but it looks like it should be fairly heavy and I'm hoping that it is, because, well, especially if we base it on how they were driving earlier on, I might actually be able to gain some decent ground if they start playing spinning tops again. But we'll see. We shall see. Squeaky chair. I should try and have some better posture again. I'm guessing you were going to say, or did say, it'll last 7 hours. I tell you what, 7 hours of rain, I'd kind of be fine with that. It'd be more interesting for people to watch, and especially if that gives me a chance to work my way up the grid. Fine by me. The problem is, once the rain passes, then I'll probably lose the ground again, but still. One of my dreams, again, obviously it requires the money, but one of my dreams would be to build, and or at least oversee building and fielding a Garage 56 car at Le Mans. Something where it's not about winning, it's just, you know, there for the fun, in effect. Like the Camaro that ran. In my case, as I said before, I would buy an ex-Lola LMP2 chassis, one of the closed tops like the Mazda B0986, and try and make a modern turbine race car. But put all of the research, all of the testing into two things: making a strong enough transmission, and essential, number one, cooling. Heat is the enemy of every single car in the world. Electric, hydrogen, diesel, petrol, everything. Heat is the biggest enemy, and the biggest waste. So much wasted energy in heat. Swing brake. Don't recall seeing the Jag in the race before. Obviously there were, I just didn't notice them. All A-spec endurance, so that would include the 24s as well. Yeah. What Saku is the? I want to say, isn't it 9 hours or something ridiculous on Tsukuba? Just utterly horrific. It's like 9 hours driving around a puddle. Tsukuba's okay, but I do get bored of that track so quick. It's got to be the right kind of car as well. It's one of those tracks where you really need a nice little slow car, like a K car, to have the most fun there. Or ideally little cup cars. The Lupo, the MMR, Hyundai Clicks, that kind of thing. 9 hours. Yeah. Ooh, an Audi Estate on Tsukuba. Ooh. And make it a fan car. Yeah, exactly. If the rules don't matter. See, that's the thing I don't know about Garage 56 though, because as far as I know, I don't think turbines were actually banned from racing, because it's not like they were ever successful enough to be banned. There's only one car that ever won a race. But fans were banned. So I don't know if they would allow it, because there are some ways in which cars have kind of gone around those rules a bit. So, for example, Active Aero was kind of banned. Like movable wings were banned, but now cars have that in effect with stuff like the wing that you can deploy. I'm forgetting the name now. DRS is it that I'm thinking of? And technically, I believe four-wheel drive is banned in most racing, aside from rally. And yet, the hybrids essentially do have all-wheel drive rather than four-wheel drive, but it's only temporary, so they allow it. So you can get around it. But yeah, that would be the dream. Turbine car. And the beauty of a turbine, kind of like a rotary engine, it's not like you need a big one. Even a small turbine's putting out a generous amount of torque. And when it's considering that a turbine weighs about half as much as your average V8, you've got such a low amount of weight to handle. Yeah, it'd be great. The ideal scenario, really, the perfect combination for a turbine would be a CVT, because you've got such smooth, endless gear ratios that you've got the perfect ratio at any given rev. But obviously the problem, much like a rotary, is that it would eat itself, which CVTs are prone to do. Yeah, well, the point about having cost caps, I find the cost caps more annoying than the kind of general safety push over the years, because the safety makes more sense. It's kind of hard to argue against that. Whereas the cost stuff, it's like, have you seen the price of an F1 ticket? Like, what are you talking about? Cost cutting. Cost cutting for everyone but the customer, you mean? Useless comeback. Steam, and yeah, I'd love a steam car. And one of the things I'd love to see, not even in racing, but what could be done in the realm of steam cars using modern manufacturing and modern efficiency advantages. Because, I mean, if you think about it, like the Doble, which is the pinnacle, really, back in 1925, 1,000 foot-pounds of torque in a 1920 steam car could do like 130 miles an hour. Just a beast of a car. Imagine what it could do now. There are certain things about steam cars which would probably always be an issue. Like, I would imagine it would probably always be very heavy, because there's just some aspects of it that you kind of can't change. But even then, you know, in the right vehicle, could still be cool. But yeah, that'd be a cool one to do at Le Mans. I feel like it would be harder to develop than a turbine, because at least with the turbine you could just shove an existing turbine in and you're working on the rest of the car to fit said turbine, whereas with steam you pretty much, that's everything from the ground up. But yeah, that'd be cool. But yeah, on the point of the cost cutting, the cost caps, my idea that I had about that is I would like to see a modern return of Can-Am, but use it as a way of, and again I spoke about this in the Spa video, but use a modern version of Can-Am racing to be a more free rules approach, wherein you can have electric cars on the grid, hybrids, pure V8s, pure V12, diesel, basically whatever you want, but certain cars just are given different like ballasts. So like, for example, you can have a 1,000 horsepower electric car, but it's going to be heavier with batteries and everything to offset that. Or if you've got, you know, a naturally aspirated car, you might be allowed to have more power, or, you know, whatever. I didn't notice what your question was then about the R92CP. I know you asked something about it, but I didn't see what it was. Uh-oh, the yawns are coming in. But yeah, I'd love to do that. Oh, must have been asking about the chilies. Yep. One habanero. Or my personal favourite, one jalapeno. Cutting it fine with that drink break. Cut a bit of the grass. A bit of a flymo moment. Capsicums. That sounds familiar. Can't remember the last time I would have had that. Well, I mean, I've never been one of those people who will pick a hot curry to try and prove something. Like, I've tried crazy hot. You know, on the channel years ago I did that video eating the Carolina Reaper. But it wasn't like to prove something. It was quite the opposite. It was about like the humour of being like, oh dear. Oh right, bell pepper. You see, on the point that I was about to say, I've had Carolina Reaper curries. Me and my old man had one each, and it wasn't to prove something. It was just to be like, oh, how crazy is this? But then at the same time, I will happily just have a korma because they taste great. You know, who cares about the heat? And likewise with the pepper. Of all the peppers, the two that I will always pick, jalapeno. I love it as an extra, especially if it's like Taco Bell or whatever, or just a bell pepper, because bell peppers, they're super refreshing, especially the green ones, to me, and they're great stuffed with, like, you know, gravy, minced meat, minced beef, maybe, as Yanks would call it. But yeah, love them. Or chopped up and stuff. Let's try this again. I actually had a monster burrito on Monday, and that had a nice sauce in it. It had it was mango and habanero, however you pronounce it. I don't usually have those. Balti, yeah, I think I like Balti. It's been a while. There's so many names for curries. How will I play the event? YouTube keeps streams up to 12 hours. Some parts get cut. Really? I wasn't aware that was a thing. Do you mean after the fact, or while streaming? I mean, I hate to say it, but after the fact it probably doesn't matter that much, because who's going to be watching the whole 24-hour thing when it's not live anyway? But yeah, they better not cut it out, because there's definitely live streams that go on way longer than this. There are some that never turn off, like the chill out music and all that. It's just literally constant. But after the fact, yeah, we'll have to see. We'll have to see, I guess. I mean, this video that I'm rendering, that's going up on Wednesday, that's 15 hours long, so hopefully that loads okay. But I'm pretty sure the longest video on YouTube is like 146 hours long, or something crazy like that. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm saying about the lo-fi. But if it is after the fact, then yeah, that could be a valid thing. I can't say I've ever noticed that. I guess I don't really watch people who do crazy long streams, though. Yeah, kick in that turbo. Interesting, so I'm less than 13 seconds behind the car in fourth, which ain't too bad, really. Not too bad at all. Let's check the weather. Oh no, it's passing. Kind of, I think. Hard to tell. Just under 4 laps remaining. I should have probably stayed behind him and given it the old bump draft. Yeah, I know that nobody's going to be joining me for the 24. That's totally fine. Which is part of the cool thing about the multiple time zones that I'll be going through. Should have people popping in and out. I think 1 or 2 people stayed for the whole 8-hour one, but that's bonkers. I appreciate it, obviously, but crazy. I guess at least being a Friday night through to a Saturday, if you are interested in staying for a longer time, it's probably one of the best times to do it for most people. Plus for me, with my schedule both with YouTube and outside of YouTube, Saturday for the most part tends to be the only day that I'm almost guaranteed to be free. So it works out quite well for me. Back up to 15 seconds off the pace. Now I'm saying about the 12 seconds, I don't know if I was gaining or losing. I feel like it must have been gaining though, because there's no way, surely, that I've kept a 15-second difference. I can't see the last part of what you were saying there, mate. Something about events. Not in a traditional sense. I've had normal day jobs in the past, but no. So my work outside of this channel, funnily enough, is still on YouTube, just a different channel. I run a channel for Affordable Prestige as well, who I've done a bunch of car reviews in the past. So if I'm not making videos for me, I'm making videos for them, basically. But yeah, in the past I've done loads of different jobs, which, as I've said before, I'm really grateful for that, because it gives me perspective. So many people that you see go into like being a YouTuber or whatever you want to call it, when they're super young with no context, they very rarely turn out well, and they certainly don't appreciate it because they have nothing to compare it to. Whereas for me in the past, I've been a warehouse cleaner, I've been a school cleaner, I've been I've worked on a dust cart or trash truck. I'm a mechanic by trade from college. Never worked as a mechanic, but did the 3 years in college, so I'm fully qualified as a mechanic. What was it? Oh, I've been a bouncer, security, housekeeping. And their channel is called Affordable Prestige Cars. It's a green logo. Which ironically is significantly smaller than my channel, but has way more consistent views, because it's just the same kind of video over and over, which obviously the algorithm loves that. But yeah, I used to work with them on just car reviews, which obviously there was no money ever involved, because that's how I like to do car reviews. You know, I'm looking for a car to review, dealership gets free advertising, everyone's happy. But with Affordable, I did loads and loads of reviews with them, still do, but, well, still do, you know what I mean. And I would always spend more money to drive to a review to do it than I'd actually ever make from the video. So I always did that series for the love of doing it, not for making money. But at least they did get views back then, whereas now it's just pathetic. So I said to them, well, I love doing the reviews, but it'd be cool if we could actually enter some kind of actual partnership for some other kind of content, and they were thinking about doing that anyway, so it was a natural fit. And yeah, been working with them ever since. I had a similar thing, Watercat, initially, because I want to say, I think it gives you something like a B or a C driver rating to begin with, and then you can kind of go better or worse from there. So, because I did a series, I think it was in this game? Yeah, I think it was in this game, because I wanted to get the Platinum Trophy, and I needed to do a certain amount of, I think it was like 50 sport mode races or whatever, so I did a mini-series on the channel of that, and yeah, I seem to recall that like straight away it jumps up to S. I can't remember what I am now. I think it dropped a little bit. I think I'm like C and A or something, C and A, C and B, nothing crazy, you know. As I often say, I'm far from the fastest or best of drivers. Yeah, 19 laps, so where would that put us now? Yeah, that would be like now, wouldn't it? Yeah. Yeah. Strange. The slipstream can't have made that much of a difference, because I only slipstreamed, what, maybe 3 times? Possibly 4? I think it was only like 3. So it definitely wouldn't have made that much of a difference. I guess my laps, I don't know, I think they're about the same, aren't they? I was doing about 309s, 310s anyway. Which, actually, obviously that is slower, but I'm actually not too disappointed with how far behind the best I am. They're like a 306. I'm like 4 seconds, 3-4 seconds off their pace. That's not too bad, really, considering it's me. You know, I'm certainly no e-sport driver, that's for sure. Not bad. I was thinking I was doing like 316s or something in my head, but no. Still about 15 seconds behind the next one, though. I really am holding out to see what the weather holds, if we ever actually get the weather. Probably won't get it now. The actual time that I want weather. Yeah, I kind of hate, to be honest, the characters that they add to the game. And it's, as Driff said, 19 laps, roughly. Although this has changed that for some reason. And I guess it must be the drafting, because nothing else has changed. That's fine, mate. I'll have to have a break myself like that at some point, but I can hold off for the moment. The neighbour's still awake. I can hear him screaming at FIFA. Curious to see what a difference. I mean, it'll be hard to tell what difference it makes in practice doing this kind of extra lap will be. Probably not much, but on the other hand, if we end up pitting in at like the same time, maybe instead, me being a lap later, that could work out quite well. And yeah, I basically do. It's not like an official partner, but close enough. Yeah. Not a partner that I live with. I guess you could put it that way. And gone from one extreme to the other with my partner, actually. My ex, who is on the channel in a few shorts and stuff still, was 10 years younger than me, and now my partner now is not quite 10 years older than me instead, so went from one extreme to the other. trying to read the message and well, yeah, I guess you wouldn't have had the update, Driff. Yeah, it's been a while actually since that. We were together for 3 years, so pretty good run. But yeah, well, a very good run considering it was a long distance relationship, 10,000 miles away. But yeah, we're still good friends. But we mutually decided that our goals were different, ways of thinking on certain things were different, and not really different in a way that would affect like day-to-day life necessarily, but we do love Cougars. Ford and otherwise, or I should say Mercury and otherwise, but more so the kind of issues which would come up if you were, you know, parenting. Did I end up doing a bone slap? I don't think. No, I don't think I did. No. Cutting it fine, but nice. And it looks like he has not. Can't see the last part of what he said, but yeah, it was amicable. Sad still, but amicable. Let's try some more of this honey. Ah, dramatic, yeah. Which is quite rare for me. I mean, I guess it's not usually that dramatic, but I'm not the kind of person that usually stays friends with exes. It just doesn't really work out that way. It's quite rare for that to happen. But, yeah. But I said to her that I think she's the kind of person where she's super driven. So any relationship is always going to get in the way, and I think for some people that's totally fine. She'll do great things. But yeah, if it can be amicable. And with my current, let's say, situationship, whatever you'd actually call it, our first meeting was in the hearse. The hearse was part of the attraction, I think, the curiosity of it. And obviously it takes a certain kind of woman to be into a hearse. She is very much that kind of woman. Loves ink as well, punk, metal, all that kind of thing. And I mean, not that you guess looking at me, but yeah, I said, well, if you think of it this way, showing up in a hearse with a severed pig's head on a hook in the back, which is what I've got, at least on the plus side, it's clearly so much of a serial killer's car that it obviously isn't a serial killer's car. And see you later, boss. Thanks for the luck. I need it in this race. And no, she's not goth. I'd say she's more punk. More punk. With maybe some emo tendencies, but yeah, definitely punk. Excuse me, punk first and foremost. But she definitely wouldn't be opposed to goth. Let's put it that way. I don't think she'd do like the white face paint and that, but elements of it, you know, like the like bats or chunky Doc Martens and stuff like that. So, but there's a lot of overlap in those kind of cultures if you think about it, like emo, goth, punk, metal in general. But it's funny because usually when I go to see her, 9 times out of 10 I'll take the Navigator, which obviously compared to the other two is a modern car, and it got her into wanting something like that, so she kind of wants an American SUV now. The only thing for her is she's not as forgiving as I am when it comes to tech, so she really likes having, like, you know, parking cameras and sensors and all that kind of stuff, whereas for me, because I'm used to not having it, I'm okay. You know, the Navigator does have a reverse camera and sensors, but not as advanced as a modern car. It's basically just like a single rear camera, not like any of the fancy top-down bird's eye view, all that kind of crazy stuff. I let her have a drive recently in the Navigator, actually around the car park, because she was curious about the left-hand drive. Oh, we've popped up a place again, good stuff. She was curious about how that was to drive on the left. And I said, you know, once you try it, it's not difficult. People think it will be, but you get used to it really quick. I mean, all three vehicles that I drive, all left-hand drive. I love it. Let's get some slipstream. You can't dodge me, boy. Get back here. Sparky. Speaking of panels. As cool as it would be for the realism, I'm glad. Yeah, his back end did look very squat. I'm glad that we don't have that level of realism, you know, with random tyre blowouts or the engine going bang, because as immersive as it could be, I know that just speaking for myself, I would find it real difficult to believe that it actually was, you know, random, and not the game being like, like, you're winning, so let's make it harder for you. And, you know, the fact is, it does suck sometimes like that in real life. Toyota GT1, prime example. Should have won them all in '98, but tyre blowouts and otherwise. What a shame. As much as I like the Porsche 911 GT1, I would have preferred the Toyota one. Yeah, I just got what you meant, 2330, yeah. Well, I mean, saying about the 2330 thing, I remember one of the times my old man was doing the 24-hour race back in GT4. I seem to remember it was before we knew about B-Spec, and he was doing it himself, so it was a full 24, and we had a power cut. And I'm pretty sure he'd raced through the night already, so a significant portion of the race was done. Surprised we still had a TV after that happened. The power cuts that are so annoying to me are the ones where it's like literally 2 seconds the power goes out. Because at least if you're going to have a power cut, make it worth it. Make it like, oh, it's been the whole afternoon, the power's gone, and we have to get candles out. I mean, because then it almost becomes fun. It feels like you've got like a temporary 50-year time lapse into the past. But when it's just like 2 seconds and it just messes up everything you're doing, it's so annoying because it feels like it's for nothing. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, modern TVs. I don't know about in all cases, but I think, because I never have that problem with this TV that I'm using, You should probably be able to go into settings and stop it from doing that. Like turn off sleep mode, I would imagine. Maybe you can't, but I would have thought you probably can. I think the rain's getting a bit closer. Come on, rain. Give me a thunderstorm. Ah, 4 hours. Yeah, they always bury the settings that you actually want way back in the menu. What is it in real time? 1:17 AM. The night shift. You'd probably like my cars then. What, checking the clock, do you mean? About concentration? Be curious to know what cars you drive in. I spend most of my time, even at shows and meets and stuff, around older cars. I prefer classics. Right. I must admit, on the point of that, changing the HUD, I hate most visual setups in modern cars, and I don't just mean the obvious thing of the stupid giant iPad screens, but just most cars, they look so boring. It's like everyone thinks that the future should be sterile. It's such a boring place to be in most cars, and it's almost like I've said many times about car design itself. When you've got a car like a Tesla where all the important stuff is in the bottom, you can make the car look however you want. You can make it look like a 1940s Ford Woody if you wanted to. That's the one I always go back to because it's an extreme example, but you could make that safe. You could make it aerodynamic-ish. And yet we end up with, you know, toasters. It's just a shame. And the interiors are like it as well. It's so bland. It's like a doctor's waiting room. And if there's ever a vehicle that should have a bench seat in the front again, it would be an electric car. No, I don't. No, it's not a PS5 Pro. I'm streaming 1080p 60 frames on a digital edition. So, and I totally missed what the other comment was then because of answering that. But yeah. And the internet must be holding up pretty well. As far as my camera, like the camera in camera, it's the PS5 camera, because I believe that's the only thing you can do with the PS5. Like, it's the only compatible thing. But it is a good camera, you know, for what it is, especially for the price I paid. I think they're like 300 quid new. I paid 37 for it used. Nice, Volvo man. Insignia, nothing wrong with an Insignia. Back when I did security, part of the time I was driving an Insignia Estate. It was the patrol car. I'd really like to drive the Insignia VXR actually. It's a car that a lot of people sleep on. Yeah, interesting selection. The Brabus with the Volvos. My old man's favourite car he ever had was a Volvo. He had a 77, I think it was, 244DL. Loved it. Bars in the doors, big old cushion seats. It's a shame because my old man died in late 2019, right before the pandemic, and he missed most of the cars that I've had because I've only been driving since 2019. 800 to a tank, yeah, I bet. Yeah, so I'm guessing that's probably 2-litre diesel, which I think would be pretty much exactly the same as the patrol car. Excuse me, but yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I guess in general, I don't know how much I really talked about myself or anything outside of just Gran Turismo on the channel back in the day anyway, really. But yeah, I definitely talk about Dad more in real life to people more now than he's gone. But I feel like that's probably kind of usual for people, isn't it? You miss the good stuff and kind of forget the rest because he wasn't easy to live with. Why did I start driving so late? A couple of reasons, really. One, as I mentioned earlier on, I did all the different jobs, and two things, really. Well, three. One is when I finished college, it was 2013. I'm an old man. So that was basically in a financial crisis, and everyone wanted, especially as a mechanic, they wanted learners with 15 years of experience, which obviously doesn't exist. And yeah, exactly. And then secondarily to that, all the work I could find because of said crisis and the job crisis was like 0-hour contracts and temporary work. So I just wasn't earning enough really to have a decent vehicle. And thirdly, most importantly, most of the work I could find was pretty close. It was like 3-4 miles away, so I'd walk, bus, cycle, whatever. And I decided to, instead of buying a car, as many of my friends did when they were like 17 or 18, that was just for the sake of being on the road, because I didn't really need it yet, I decided I wanted to wait a bit longer and get a car that I was actually proud of. So yeah, I actually passed my test when I was 24. And it made a big difference to the insurance and everything. But yeah, what did I do in security? I did a couple. I did security on a campus, which was mostly being a doorman, pretty much, and occasionally like scanning packages to see if they were a bomb or something. And then I was more so a bouncer at a holiday park. So again, mostly a doorman. Very rare you'd actually have to, deal with anything kicking off, which is fine by me, because I was never one of those security guys who's like, looking forward to something. I actually can't stand those kind of guys, power trippers. But yeah, so only a couple of things, and then started just doing YouTube. Just went over to YouTube because the channel had gotten big enough where I took a hit on income, but that was okay because I got to control my own time. Which really, if you can balance those two things, having more time than money is the ideal, really. As any of the older guys here will know. I think one of the benefits I've really had in life, and I definitely said this, I remember saying about this in the 8 hours of Spa video, is my parents were significantly older when they had me than usual. So my dad was like 40 and my mum was 38 when they had me. And because of that, having older parents, I was never into sports and stuff like that anyway, so I didn't care that my dad or mum weren't as active physically. But they have so much more life experience, in some cases 20 years more experience than most parents. And also, I always found kids my age stupid. So I would often hang out with kids who were older or adults, particularly in the kind of way that I was raised as well. I can't remember if I've spoken about it on the channel before. I've referenced it. I was raised in a cult. But yeah, I was raised very religious. Jehovah's Witness, which I'm sure most of you have dealings with, or have in the past, probably telling them to get lost from your door. But yeah, I was raised in that. And the age groups are all over the place anyway, and I would always gravitate to the older ones. And yeah, and on the point of like older parents, I feel like that's a bit of like almost like the last generation, or even the generation before kind of thing. But I guess in general, parents have kind of gotten younger. Although I say that, maybe not. Because way back in the day, people used to be like, right, you're 13, get married, take over the farm, kind of thing. But that was like way back when like you were lucky to live past 35. But yeah, and my old man was only 66 when he died. But yeah, he deserved a rest. He had a hard life. Can't even remember how we got onto all those subjects now. Send me a 4 children year. Well, getting all the comments coming in now. I think there's a bit of a lag. 570. Yeah. Granddad. Yeah, I kind of wish I'd known my granddads more, because I only ever met one of my grandparents that I can remember at least. My dad's mum, I think she died either before I was born or pretty soon after, so no memory of her. And my mum's mum is the only grandparent I really knew, and she was difficult to be around. But granddads, yeah, never knew them, which is a shame, because even though they were bad individuals in terms of how they raised each other and then raised my dad, also a very common thing back then, but also kind of understandable, because if you think about it, my dad's dad served in World War II, which just makes you a really well-adjusted human being afterwards, when you go back to being, you know, a carpenter or a butcher or whatever after popping Jerry's in the forehead. And then before him, his dad was I'll see you tomorrow, Driff. Thanks for stopping in. Yeah, his dad was a bobby, a cop, but that would have been in the late 1800s, so like when a cop would just bonk you on the head for whatever. And again, I guess these days it's probably not that much different, but yeah. And somebody else asked, why did I leave? The main reason why I left is because I just wanted to pursue other things, really. And as with anything important in life, because when I left I actually still believed it was all true, but one of the things my dad especially raised me to believe, as I'm sure many dads have said, is if you're going to do something, do it properly. And one of the things that JWs really believe is that you shouldn't waste your time. You should be like all in on it. Which a lot of religions say that, but very few of them actually mean it. Are fanatical about it to that degree, and they definitely are. And you know, because of that, I thought, well, if I'm not all in, then I'm wasting my own time. So I may as well go off and do my own thing. So I did. But I was about 18 when I left anyway. But it was during college, so I kind of just, I didn't like abruptly stop. I just kind of, over time, just, yeah, I'm at college, I'm doing my own thing. So, yeah. But even that, you know, like I said earlier on about different jobs, even that, it gives you different perspective. It's given me different life skills. You know, for example, public speaking. Yeah, I don't know. The car was like, yeah, threw the AI off a bit there, I guess. Like public speaking, reading, that kind of stuff. The fact that I never use scripts in my videos, for example, speaking extemporaneously, as it's called, that kind of stuff is one of the very few things that JWs do, which is actually beneficial for life. Like, it's just good, you know, good lessons to learn. It doesn't justify all the rest of it, but yeah. Cheers. It does make a difference to my lap times, I think, but yeah. it's one of those things where, despite all the downsides, even the bad stuff that happens in your life, and my upbringing was certainly not bad. There's things more so about my old man, and because of mental issues that were difficult, but I certainly wouldn't call it bad. He did try his best. But even objectively bad things, if you think, wow, I really wish I could go back in time and change that, for some people with some things, totally. But within reason, unless it's something that you truly need to get gone from your mind, there's always something about it that ended up teaching you something or improving you in some kind of way. But yeah. And yeah, I guess I do have 20 hours to correct, which was interesting at the start of the race, because like the first time we hit the straight here, loads of cars ended up spinning out, and then I think it was lap 2 or 3, I went straight off the corner down here, because I must have braked a little bit later than I thought I did. But aside from that, it's been relatively okay. The thing that I've really been waiting for is for the weather, because I'm hoping I can make up some ground then, because I'm over 2 minutes behind the leader. And although I don't think I'm going to win, it would be nice to at least get closer to the podium, because I keep going back and forth between 5th and 4th, depending on pits. Although I'm saying that, he's only 3 seconds behind and gaining. Oh, it's a Jag. Must have been the one doing the little dance. The only, I mean, in general, no, I don't think so. Because like I said, any like mistake that I might have made or any accident still taught me something or whatever. The only portion of my life that I wish had gone differently, but even then you never know what kind of knock-on effect it would have had, which is why I said about not really wanting to actually change something, because it all makes you who you are now, is that, as I mentioned earlier on, right after college there was a solid 2 or 3 years where I just couldn't get work that was more than like 3 months, because it was just temporary stuff that nobody else wanted, and I was just taking it because it was something. And I just feel like those were, well, literally prime years, just wasted. The channel was nowhere near big enough to rely on. I was like 20, 21 at the time, and it was just such a waste of time, just constantly trying jobs. Nobody was interested, most of them didn't even respond. Hi Asnivi. But yeah, so probably that. But even then, like I said, who knows what could have happened. Maybe during that time, if I'd have had some super successful job, then maybe I wouldn't have bothered with the channel. But, you know, who knows, that could be a positive or a negative, depending on how it had gone. So, yeah. And even in terms of like physical accidents and stuff, I've been pretty fortunate. I'm not a thrill seeker, which definitely helps. Yeah, exactly. It all builds you. It makes you who you are. And unfortunately, bad stuff tends to teach better than good stuff in a weird kind of way. But yeah, even like, as I've talked about before, I've only ever had 2 crashes. I've crashed 1 car and 1 motorcycle. And I was very fortunate on both occasions. And both of them made me... well, I'm saying both. One of the car crash made me a better driver, for sure. Certainly a more careful driver. The bike crash is the one that I wish maybe I could change, actually. That might be the regret that I wish I could change. Yeah, that might be the one. Because I haven't properly ridden a bike since, and I hate that. And I hate it for a number of reasons. I hate it because I love motorcycles. And I hate it because I hate having weakness. And I view it as a weakness that I'm too scared, in effect, or PTSD equivalent or whatever, to get back in the saddle. And I've tried. I tried very soon after, because I wanted to take the approach of like when a surfer gets bitten by a shark and they get straight back in because they know that's what they need to do. I tried to do that, and it didn't work. And then I even tried buying my own classic motorcycle to try and overcome the fear with something simpler, 4.5 horsepower, easy to drive, or easy to ride. Didn't work. And then I tried it again later on with another classic scooter. Also didn't work. I did ride it down the street though, so that was a massive improvement. And one of my goals for 2026 was to get back in the saddle again. Whether or not I will, I don't know. But yeah, that might be the one thing I could change. But like I said, I was lucky on both occasions. In the car, it was a Porsche Boxster, spun out on black ice on the motorway at 70 mile an hour. Last thing I remember was facing the traffic backwards and going rearward first into the concrete centre divide of the motorway, and folded the wheels on underneath like the Back to the Future DeLorean and put my head through the driver's window and knocked myself out. It's also the only time I've ever been knocked out, which is pretty cool, I guess. It took a car to knock me out. But with the motorcycle, it was more annoying as well because it was strictly the dealer's fault. I'd gone to review a bike, a BMW S1000 RR, and rode it around Bristol for like 4 hours. Fun ride, very hot day though. And then coming back in, the guy knew I was coming and went to hop up the curb, and I was looking down because the curb was quite tall, so I wanted to make sure I'd clear it properly. Cleared it just fine, pardon me. Looked up, and the guy had left the chain across the entrance at neck height. So obviously I ducked to avoid it, completely opened up the throttle on a 1000cc superbike, then the fastest bike in the world, and went straight into the front of an Audi, thankfully only like 20 miles an hour because it was very close. Threw me over the front of the bike, landed on the bonnet on my back. Again, very lucky compared to how motorcycle accidents can go, but I think because that happened like literally 3 months after passing my test, I hadn't even built up enough confidence to knock. So instead of knocking away my confidence, it put me almost into like negative confidence, So that's the one which I wish I could change, because I love bikes, like I said, so much, and I was looking forward to doing beards and bikes. And I've done some. I did do some bikes, but the reviews that are on the channel were before the accident, and you can tell because I'm way bigger in those videos as well. I literally weigh almost double what I do now. And we've dropped a spot, but at least I've got a slipstream. Somebody said a comment just now that I was going to respond to it. I can't remember what it was, but oh well, it's gone now. But yeah, very lucky on both occasions. And in the case of the car crash, I'd be very curious to know how long I was out for, because the last thing I remember is the car going backwards. And then the next thing I knew was a guy leaning in the window asking me if I was alright. And at that point, when I came to and got out of the car, all 3 lanes of the motorway had been completely stopped by traffic police, and the ambulance was nearly there to check up on me. And that ain't a 30-second thing. It takes them a decent amount of time to get to you. So I was out for a while, and they wanted to scan me because I blacked out. It's totally fine, but just had a bump on the side of my head. And as I've also said before, the most strange thing about that accident was I was thankfully wearing a really thick hoodie and a leather jacket in the car, because it was January, super cold. And something went straight through the leather jacket, like pierced it like it was butter. And for the life of me, to this day, I don't know what it was that went straight through it, but if I wasn't wearing the jacket, that would have been straight in me. And I noticed someone said, "Hi HSG." I didn't see the rest again because I was talking and racing, but hi to you too. Yeah, exactly. If it was an EV, I could have crashed, been fine, but been knocked out, and then the car caught fire, and I would have just cooked. Yeah, I don't know. I've said it before, and now we're seeing it in real time. EVs were only ever the next diesels. The government was always, oh yeah, get diesels, they're great. Until they weren't. And now electric's the next one. At least here in the UK, they're charging road tax for them now, which was supposed to be for cars that had emissions. Who's this up here? No, it's not the next car. I'll let him past and get some slipstream, I reckon. Oh, there he goes, doing his little jig again. No wonder they end up spinning out when they're driving like that. But yeah, and the funny thing about the Porsche that I crashed is the exact same car that I reviewed on the channel in my review of the Porsche Boxster. So it's literally that same silver car. Nah, of course it's not about emissions. A lot of it's moved upstream to the power development instead. Yeah, the part of it that was most scary was the feeling right before the car lost control, because I didn't realise it was ice. I thought they'd salted the road, but it was like snow on top of ice. And I remember feeling the back of the car just lift, not off the ground, but just lift a little bit, as if it had like become disconnected from the road. And then I remember the car just started to rotate that way, and the steering wheel did nothing at that point. And yeah, you know, you're out of control. You can't do anything then. Once the car's gone, it's like aquaplaning. You're a passenger at that point. And I think only either one or two airbags went off. I think the steering wheel went off, and the driver's right-hand door went off. And the only thing I can think of about that leather jacket is maybe it was the airbag panel cover that pierced the jacket, because there was nothing else in the car, so I don't know. They ended up selling the car anyway. It was impounded. I'd love to see the CCTV on that, but obviously that was years ago. But the car was impounded, and they ended up, I think they bought it back or something like that, but somebody bought it, fixed it, and was using it as a track car instead, which, you know, better than scrapping it, I guess. Yeah, entering the motorway has got to be one of the dodgiest times for driving. A couple of times I've talked on previous streams about, in fact I think it was the last stream, about when people had just come onto the motorway and just go straight across all three lanes. And more often than not, it tends to be you expecting people to be stupid that saves you. You have to kind of expect everyone around you to be a really dumb driver. And that's one thing, going back to the point that I said about learning stuff even from bad experiences. I'm a firm believer that if at all possible, having a motorcycle license, even if you don't plan to ever ride one, is so beneficial to being a car driver, because most people, you can tell, have never been on a bike and don't know what it's like because of the way they drive a car. They don't think about the kind of extra space that a rider needs, stuff like that. And of course there are stupid riders as well, but it definitely makes you a better car driver having experience on a bike, for sure. So even if I never ride again, I'm still glad that I did. But yeah, I'd like to get back to it. And the plan is probably, and I've spoken to my instructor about this, he reckons like go back in for a refresher, basically. Go out on the road with him, like an hour, two. Because I know it's one of those things where I haven't forgotten anything, you know, that's not the problem. Once I'm out and get over that initial fear, I think I'll be totally fine. It's just overcoming that hurdle. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. Which of course makes it all the more funny earlier on when I said that I've been thinking about getting a 600 kilo bike. The kind of bike that if you drop it, you literally cannot pick it up again. Turn back, slam on the brakes. Yeah. It is funny how certain cars really do live up to the stereotype. It really does usually tend to be Beamers and Audis. It's one of the great things about driving a classic as well, both as a driver and as I don't know what you call it, as a driver from other drivers' perspectives. If you're driving a classic, I don't know if this applies to your Volvos, but if you're usually in an older car, they do tend to give you more leeway, and people expect the car to be slower. So mine, for example, I've got the two old Yanks, the 67 Pontiac Hearse and the 68 Lincoln, and I very rarely do more than 60 mile an hour, even on the motorway in those cars. And nobody's like up my ass or like beeping or anything like that, because they're like, oh, look at that cool old car. They're expecting it to be slow, and it's a nice bonus to have. Plus knowing that the car that you're in, 9 times out of 10, if they hit it, they're going to come off worse than you because it was made with real steel, like 2.5 tons of it. But yeah, people definitely give you more leeway. I found that I actually had probably the worst road rage in any of my cars in, ironically, the smallest car I've ever had, my little Daihatsu. It must have looked like an angry tomato behind him, just this tiny little 900 kilo Daihatsu Syrian Rally just ring up behind him. Giant mud flaps dragging on the floor. Will I go back to track pointers? That's a good question. I kind of forgot about that series actually. I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't say no, because it's certainly possible, but I think most of that kind of leaning that I've got toward talking about circuits, I would probably put in the series that I do, Circuit Spotlight, instead, where we talk about like tracks from different games, more than just like guides. Because as beneficial as some of the guides can be, I do wonder how beneficial it's going to be when I'm not the fastest of drivers anyway, you know. So maybe, but what's the bike in? What's that? So I guess you use. Oh, what's the bike? I thought you were asking for like conversion to pounds or something. It's called a Boss Hoss, BOSSHOSS. It's looks like a Harley basically, but it's like twice the width, and it's got a 5.7 V8 Corvette engine. Gigantic bike. It's basically the Dodge Viper of bikes, pretty much. And it's one of those where it's not actually that quick. Like, it's quick, but you know, any sport bike could leave it standing, because that's not the point. I love vehicles and bikes which are kind of like cartoons, just almost like a caricature of a vehicle. And I just know that a bike like that is just so stupid. And it's all about just the noise and everything. The kind of bike where when you rev it, it rocks from side to side like a Fast and Furious Dodge Charger or something. Just, yeah, it's stupid. But yeah, they've been making them for about, I think, 30 years now. Smart motorways. I don't know if I've driven on one. That's the problem, Loladi. I don't know. You very rarely see them come up for sale. You can buy them brand new in the States, because it's an American bike, as if you couldn't tell. But yeah, he's all up. It's like he's trying to drop a banana on the road or something. He's in Mario Kart. He's trying to dodge the big black bullet chasing him around, or a ghost. It's an American bike. Like I said, they've been in business for about 30 years. But you very rarely see them come up for sale. They're always used. Cheapest I've seen is about like 14 grand, which for a crazy bike like that isn't too insane. I mean, you could easily pay that for a Harley. But yeah, I'd have to like part exchange the Hearse or something for that, like, or sell it or something. And I just, like I said earlier, I think I might end up regretting that, because as much as I love bikes, A, would I end up using it on the confidence front, but also I don't like really going to shows and stuff necessarily alone. Like a lot of shows I do go to alone, but I like the option of taking someone with me. Whereas on a bike, you can, but not really. And I don't know, especially in England, it's not the best of weather a lot of the time, and I don't know how much use I'd get out of a bike. Whereas with a car, you can drive it all year round, especially with my cars. Like both of my classics are super ratty, like really patinaed, and it means I can use them all the time, and it doesn't matter, and I love that. Like, take my Lincoln for example, he's got all patina on the bonnet and everything, but the result of that is I'll park him in Asda, I don't care. You know, it's a 60-year-old classic, Yeah, exactly. Bonnie is more versatile. Like, there's literally a double bed in the back. You can go anywhere in that car as long as you can afford the fuel. But somebody drove into my Lincoln, drove into Abe in Asda car park. This happened ages ago now, but I think they probably did it with a trolley and bent the Lincoln badge back. Or not the Lincoln badge, the Continental badge that's on the side. It bent the L back. But I didn't even notice it for 3 days because it just blends in with the rest of the car. So it's like, I like having a car that I don't have to be precious about because you can use it. And also another thing I like to do at shows, especially in Abe, is I put out a little sign to let people sit in it, because most people get so precious about their cars, and sometimes it's justified. You know, if you've got like a $5 million Mercedes 300 SL Gullwing or something, of course you're not going to let everyone sit in it. But yeah, a trolley that can do any damage to an American car, which makes me think probably wasn't an accident. I reckon it was probably deliberate. But yeah, with shows and stuff, what I enjoy about car shows and car meets is essentially the same thing that I enjoy, and I need to focus on catching that Jag again. What I also enjoy about the cars themselves, I love driving cars that basically turn everyone around me into a 7-year-old. You know, whether they're like 7 or 70, it just puts a grin on their face going like, look at that car, that's crazy. It's like a Hot Wheels toy. And there's just something charming about a classic, you know? There's something about a classic where, even if it's something like a Ferrari or a Miura, you could show up literally in a $40 million classic, and somehow, for some reason, it doesn't seem as pretentious as if you show up in just a brand new Ferrari, worth a fraction as much. Which is weird, because it shows it's not just about the money. There is something distinctly different about the age of a car, making it feel different in a weird kind of way. And mine definitely have that. One of the things I love is knowing that most of the time when I'm at a car show, mine's probably one of the cheapest cars there, and yet it attracts more attention than 99% of the other stuff. Yeah, the Jags seem very twitchy. Maybe it's the Jags that cause the crashes at the start of the race. They do seem very, like, overly defensive on their driving. See if we can get rid of him, or I guess use him on the straight. So where's your performance now? Come on, when I actually need you to be driving quick. Yeah, hi again V1. We're doing the 24-hour race. How did I meet my partner? Just an app, you know, the usual. And then, yeah, fairly quickly decided to meet up. I think, well, she's actually said as much. That, yeah, look at me. It's like he's driving a Reliant Robin. Or a trolley, funnily enough. Yeah, she was intrigued by the hearse and all that. Because it was on basically a dating app. And I had the hearse in one of the pictures. Because, you know, same as in real life, it's like having a cute puppy. It attracts attention, you know, it's a conversation starter. And yeah, she was curious about it, so I took it for the first meeting. And it's her favourite car now. She loves it. But pretty much everyone who sees it in person loves it. Aside from the people who are terrified of the head in the back. Oh, yeah. And she's seen all the cars now. She likes Abe as well, but not as much as Bonnie. Oh, a hearse. I drive a, well, one of the... Yeah, the lady's loving a GT7 player. Yeah. Well, she may have gone to sleep now, but she was watching the stream. She may still be watching it. But yeah, no worries. was going to say something about... I can't remember now. Something about the hearse, but I can't remember. Oh well, it can't have been that important. Yoink! I'm amazed it didn't reset the car then. The weather... Ooh, we are getting ever closer to the good stuff. All this build up to the bad weather, and watch me just totally lose control. And just gain no ground at all. But we shall see. But yeah, the funny thing about Bonnie, the hearse, is like I said before, I wasn't planning on getting. I've never been one of those people who's like, oh, I really want a hearse, because some people are super into the idea. I've always thought they would look cool, you know, very clearly hot rod-esque. They're perfect for that kind of thing, but you don't see many American hearses over here for sale, even, or just in general. But I had the Rolls at the time, which obviously I put a huge amount of time and money into turning that into my wacky creation. And then after all that, the government didn't like the car, so I kind of couldn't really use it anymore. So I decided to cut my losses and try and swap it for something. And I saw the hearse and I thought, you know what? I can't really go crazier than a Rolls-Royce 4x4, but you could kind of go crazy adjacent, maybe. And no, the blue flags don't work at all. They pay no attention to it whatsoever. In fact, if anything, when you go to overtake, they just block your way. But there's so much about it like that that's messed up. You know, there's no penalties. The corner cutting doesn't do much. Like, it simultaneously wants to take itself seriously with stuff like the qualifying and all that, but then also doesn't. I think I actually had a. I can't remember if I put the channel name, but I think I had that I was a YouTuber in my bio anyway. But yeah, I can't remember. I would imagine it was before the first meeting, but I don't recall now. But yeah, this was only 4 months ago, anyway, so it's not that long ago. Is it worth getting the Formula GT? I'm guessing you mean in the older games. Generally speaking, I would say... guess what? I guess it depends on what you need it for. I would say the Formula GT was probably its most useful, maybe in GT4. I feel like in GT6 you don't really need it. GT5, maybe, I don't know. If you're looking for a Formula car, then yeah, it's definitely the best all-round one. I hope we get a new Formula GT at some point. Ooh. So and age group. I'm 32, which I'm always told I don't sound it, especially when you can't see my face. I usually say that I sound like I collect model trains, and I look like I manufacture them, or like smelt, or maybe I'm like putting the coal in the fire in an actual train or something. But yeah, I've basically looked the same from when I was like 20, aside from my weight. Oh, well, thanks. I usually expect it to be looking older. Yeah, on that point of the Formula car, if you think about it, they've kind of got a perfect excuse, because in effect what they did with the F1500, that's pretty much Senna's Lotus, and it is Senna's Lotus, and the other ones are kind of also recreations. So if you think about it, they've got a prime vehicle model to turn into the next Formula GT, the Mercedes, the EQ, that was in GT Sport, which of course is not in there anymore. Oh, I had a good chance of wiping them out and then it didn't quite work. They could turn that into a fictionalised one, and how cool would that be? Like a proper modern Formula car as a fictional one. Because if you recall, and I'm sure you will recall, in GT Sport, if I'm remembering correctly, they didn't even let you do liveries on it. Bonk. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I want to knock him in such a way that it's not going to send me flying as well, which is ideally his rear quarter pit maneuver. I think that's the pit maneuver, isn't it? The rear quarter. Speaking of a pit maneuver, that would be quite handy. Push him into the pits. That would give him a hell of a lag. I feel like every other car's in like qualifying trim. They've all got like 1200 horsepower except for me. I can't remember if there was a blank. Oh, yeah, maybe there was, because I remember that mine was yellow. So yeah, in one form or another, you could change the colour. So maybe it was a blank version. Yeah, I can't recall now. You could definitely change the colour in some form. Yeah, but I don't remember what form that was. And I don't recall really liking the car that much. But you know, for those who want a newer Formula GT, it seems kind of obvious to use that. Now the question is, 20 hours remaining. Very nice. Time for a driver changeover. I'll swap over to my identical twin. Same ink and everything. Yeah, it just seems like an obvious one to do. Do you mean the black paint on the Merc? Because it's kind of, wasn't it like sort of like a matte black fading into silver or something like that? The Merc logos, something like that. Yeah, I feel like actually getting them in the pits, you'd either end up going in there yourself as well by mistake, or just like slamming into the pit wall also by mistake. Yeah, the 2000 I guess would be closer to the Formula GT that we did have with like 930 horsepower, which was kind of close, kind of similar to the Ferrari F2007. Like, it wasn't too far off that. I always preferred the F10. I like the handling on that one, but I seem to recall the F2007 was technically quicker. It's a shame that people end up disliking Vision GTs because there's so much potential there. If they were all as imaginative as they can be, I think people would like them more. It just, so much of it just stinks of bland marketing. Whereas if, excuse me, if more of them were like the Tomahawk and the Chaparral, or the Batoni, the one that looks like a Batmobile, that'd be so much cooler. But no, instead it's a million credits for a Daihatsu. And as much as I love Daihatsu, that thing ain't worth a million credits. Ain't worth 100 grand. Bonk. Yeah, bonk. Ooh. Bit of fun. Do I play Rally? Not so much recently, to be honest. I used to play him a decent amount, especially WRC. That was always my go-to. But that was in the PS2 era, which is, in my opinion, the best WRC games. Colin McRae some of the time on the PS1, Colin McRae 3 sometimes. So yeah, mostly those two. And then, yeah, aside from that, the Rally would be like the Rally in Gran Turismo, pretty much. I've got loads of Rally games, but not ones which I really go back to. Actually, the one which I go back to most now for members videos is Dirt 2.0, which is probably my favourite modern Rally game, I'd say. I really like the physics in that game. Almost kind of GT5-esque. Like, forgiving enough to be fun, but realistic enough to take it seriously. I'm kind of surprised they haven't done a new Pikes Peak game of some kind. Who's Blazan? I don't know who that is. .22 seconds. Come on, Jag. Now that I want you to overtake. Fascination with Yanks. I don't think there is a particular time that I could pinpoint that. So I guess just childhood in general, because I remember as far back as Gran Turismo 2, one of my favourite cars when I was a kid, and I was literally like 6 at the time, would have been the Chrysler Phaeton concept, because it was just like such a wacky looking thing, so I guess you could say that in a general sense, but more specifically, like in terms of actual proper classic Yanks, I guess sometime around Forza 2 and Gran Turismo 4, because we started to get like a proper decent amount of muscle in those games. Yeah, 71 Charger, Super B, 71 Cuda. Those are probably two of the ones that I loved the earliest. I'm not religious anymore now. Like I said earlier, I was raised religious, but no. My belief, well, I have a few beliefs, if you want to call them that, but one of my core beliefs now is that I think it's incredibly big-headed of people to believe that what they believe matters. And what I mean by that is, whether you believe there is a God or isn't one doesn't make any difference. If there is or there isn't, it is regardless or isn't regardless of whether or not you think it is. It's just that humans need to believe in something. If I were to believe in something, I kind of like the idea of us being either in a simulation or essentially a giant petri dish and pretty much just being observed. Because if you think about it, we put mice in a maze. We're a way more advanced form of life, but we still do it to learn stuff from it. And the mouse not so much isn't aware outside of the maze. The mouse isn't even able to understand what outside the maze is as a concept. So for us, the idea of being in a petri dish is like, how could we be? Like explaining colour to someone who's blind. It's just a different layer that we don't understand, which isn't really, if you think about it, that different to how people describe heaven anyway. So I like the idea of imagining some form of alien, if you want to call it that way, that's pretty much just using us as a toy. Or simulation. And then like deja vu is those times where you ran this particular program before and you're kind of remembering it and glitching, sort of like that Matrix thing. But in the Matrix they use it more like, oh, they've changed something. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff I like to imagine. But I don't really care in general, you know. Like I said, what I do or don't believe doesn't really change how I live. So, purpose of life, for example, it sounds pretty stark, but my belief is that nothing matters, but it doesn't mean you have to be a dick about it. Like, I think that life is ultimately pointless, but it doesn't mean you can't enjoy the ride and try to be a quote-unquote good person. And when I say good person, someone who, within reason, can facilitate other people having a nicer time in their life, or helping them in some way, or, you know, whatever. I guess that's the closest thing I would have to a belief. But I also love to believe ideas like, what if, for example, a black hole is actually one side of the other side of a black hole, and on the other side is another bunch of universes like this one, and those are like impassable doors between realities. It's a cool idea too. But also, it's fun to think about those things, because it's not like we'll ever really know either way. Yeah. And for any who haven't watched it, if you're into horror movies, definitely watch a movie recently called Heretic, which is such a fantastic film for someone who had the kind of upbringing, knocking doors that I had. They're Mormons in that particular movie, but so much of that movie is basically debate and discussion, and ultimately religion is almost always, certainly when it comes to cults, it's always about the same thing: control. And if you think about it, most things in life are about control. Governments are control, money is control, power is essentially just another word for control. Even bad relationships, people who are abusive to their partners, it's control, usually because they lack it in their own life and they're trying to claw it back by putting someone else down. Most things are about control. Good evening, dude. Let's have a little bit of lemon to control this sore throat. A little bit of noodle. Oh, I forgot the tyres. Hi, Masahiro. And I am having a wonderful day. I'm hoping that the tyre choice won't matter too much. Yet. Let's have another look at the map before I answer that question. Might be okay. Might get away with it. I'll leave it on that map for a second and see. What do I think about the recent files? Yeah, most of the names aren't really surprising, are they? Not to be black pill about it, but to be black pill about it. Basically lines up with one of the other things that I wouldn't say I live by it, because it's not like it really changes my life in any way, but unfortunately there's a reason why we love movies like The Matrix or superheroes. We love the idea that the good guy wins, but there's a reason why that's fantasy. The good guys never win. We aren't going to win. The bad guys always have more power because they protect each other better than good people do, and unfortunately good people and heroes tend to be treated like weirdos and outcasts because they stand up against the norm. Think of like rights activists through the years, for example. They're always besmirched. So yeah, I just don't think anything of note will really come from those files. I'm surprised that they allowed it to be released, which is good. But and you just mentioned something about your bed, I think, didn't you? I couldn't see the rest of what. Excuse me, I couldn't see the rest of what you said though. So drop to 6th. 40, just under 40 seconds. That's not too bad, all things considered, given that he was already catching me anyway. Still holding out for the rain, but I feel like the rain isn't going to make enough of a difference yet anyway, because it's the pretty light grey stuff. We'll see, I guess. Excellent, although I might end up being pretty much behind. Subjects are all over the place, to be honest. We've just been talking about God, what I believe, my upbringing, all kinds of stuff. I can see the chat, but if you mean literally super chats, if somebody like donated, I definitely haven't seen that. But I can see your messages on the right here on screen, the ones that show up there, but it cuts off, as I'm sure you can see anyway, it cuts off the end of the messages, annoyingly, or a lot of them at least. And last time I checked, it doesn't let you... Oh, thank you for the donation, I didn't see that. It's a shame that it's kind of weird that it doesn't show that, but I guess it's not that well integrated into YouTube. Yeah, it doesn't let me watch the stream on my other devices. I don't know why. But yeah, thank you for the donation. Would I say that Sophie is a large improvement over 2.0? No, to be honest. If anything, I think 2 might have been better. Somebody asked another question as well, which I'm forgetting what it was now. But yeah, if anything, I think it's worse. It seems more aggressive, but also less professional. I mean, look at this, for example, it's wiggling around. And yeah, I don't know. 3.0 feels like it has the potential to be faster, but it almost is more concerned with just getting in your way, in a weird sort of way. So is LA Thorn the person who donated? If so, then thanks to them. That's the one. I've got, well, there's 3. I've got 3 books. They're all novellas, all generally speaking in horror, because that's my favourite thing. But yeah, Buddy is my first one. That is a coming-of-age horror, I guess, about a young kid who's getting bullied in school, who meets a kind of a weird random guy who offers to help him in a way that he wouldn't maybe be able to himself, but ends up being considerably more violent in the ways that he deals with the bullies. Partially inspired by Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer, for those who have seen that movie. It's a bit of a deep cut, but and also partially inspired by a movie called Let the Right One In, which is, I won't spoil, but that's a fantastic movie. Watch the original, I believe Swedish or Norwegian one, not the remake. My second book is called Spore, which is basically a love letter to my favourite movies, which is stuff like John Carpenter's The Thing. That's my favourite movie ever. I love monsters and love monster movies. So Spore is about a young girl who is at an illegal countryside rave, ends up waking up in a cop car, and after knocking herself out on a tree, and then has to survive in a cop car with only what's in the car against something outside that's hunting her. So very like 80s monster movie kind of thing. And then my third one is called Those That Remain, which is a post-zombie-esque outbreak, but more 28 Days Later style, so they're fast and aggressive. About a guy who was part of a group, but now he's on his own, and it's basically him thinking over some recent events, guilt, him being a coward, trying to wrestle with whether or not more of his friends would still be there if he had been more courageous, and trying to survive on a small boat which he's hiding on. But also, he has in his possession a potential cure, but it's untested. So the ultimate question that he's wrestling with on the part of, you know, his courage or lack thereof is, does he remain fearful and potentially die, allowing a potential cure for everyone to go with him, or does he try something that could kill him to potentially save everyone else? So yeah, those are the 3 that I've done. So as you can tell, they're kind of each almost a subgenre. So like, one's like the serial killer dude, one's like the monster, one's zombie, so kind of the different genres working through them. I just missed the last part of what you said. It looked like you said TT, so were you saying about the Isle of Man? If so, I don't know. I guess I hadn't thought about it. It could be a cool one to attend, yeah, I don't know. Got some friends who are from the Isle of Man, haven't seen them in a while, so yeah, you'd probably be able to stay with them, actually, if I went over there. But yeah, never been to the Isle of Man. Maybe, if that's what you asked. But yeah, maybe. One of the main events I would really love to do is to drive to Le Mans. But not for the actual race, and I'm not sure when they do these or how often, but I'd like to go to the Le Mans Classic, where they actually race, you know, these older Group C cars, get them out of storage and race them. I'd love to see that. Plus, I would imagine it's probably a cheaper ticket, and there's Lemons. I'd probably like to compete in Lemons. I did a video which barely anyone watched. It was a really good vid, where I interviewed, some of you might know him, Nismo Nath, and he participates, or at least has participated, in Lemons, and interviewed him about that. And that was fun. I don't recall most of what we talked about, but I recall it being fun. And my writing process, learning my writing process, was essential for me. Ranger biker meeting. Cool. Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, the rain is definitely getting closer, but I think I was okay with picking the tyres. I must make sure that I remember next time. Actually, I'm saying that. It depends on how bad the grey is when it comes in, because if it's just a little bit, it won't be worth it. But yeah. What was I talking about before? Curse your old man brain. Talking about Alaman TT, staying with them, doing a meet and greet. It was before that though. What was I saying? Can't remember now. Oh well. It'll come back or it won't. Probably the latter. "22 seconds off 4th. Not bad. See if we can catch a bit of draft. Oh yeah, that's what I was saying. About Le Mans. You reminded me saying about the Nordschleife. I'd love to go to the Nürburgring. There's a bunch of guys I know who I think they've been at least once, but it's fairly expensive for my taste to go. I'm not really into the idea of setting aside like $2,000 for the sake of going to the Nürburgring. Oh yeah, that was it, the writing process as well. And especially in my cars, it would cost so much just to drive there in fuel before I even did any laps or anything. But my writing process, yeah, it was essential for me to learn, because I've always loved writing stories ever since I was a little kid. But the problem I would always have is I knew what I wanted to start with and I knew what I wanted to end, but I didn't know the middle. And because I didn't know what to write in the middle, I'd never finish. So for me, the essential thing, or two essential things, but the number one was to figure out I need to know all the primary bullet points that I need to do to cover in the story, and then just do the fill in the gaps in between. The second essential thing that I needed to know... Oh, did we wipe him out? Yes! Well, kind of. Oh, I think he spun. Ever the professional. Yeah, but the second thing was to realise what kind of a writer I am, and this was also very enlightening, and that is I realised that I don't need to write long books. The stories that I like to tell don't need to be overly long, and I find that I enjoy it more if it's more of a novella. So like Buddy, for example, only takes about 45 minutes, maybe an hour tops if you read it out loud. I've actually read them out loud in the members section on the channel. I do a new one of them every 100 episodes. So for the first 100 I did Buddy, the audiobook for that, and then for the second 100 more recently, because what we are now, 225 videos I think it is now, something like that. So for the second one I did Spore, and then obviously those that remain will be for 300. And I've got a couple more ideas that I want to do, but yeah, they're pretty much all shorts. And another thing, I wouldn't say this was a method. This was more just something that happened naturally, because I love movies so much. I'm a massive movie fan. I write all of my books as movies. Like, I see them as movies in my head, which is probably something to do with the runtime as well. It'd be so easy to adapt them into movies because the length is about the same without really trimming anything. But I like that. I like to imagine it as a movie, because then adapting it would be so much easier. But yeah, it's funny because that's the way I think of it, and I know exactly how I want it to look in my head, but when it actually comes to writing it, I prefer to leave most of it vague in terms of description, so that then the person can imagine the scene themselves. And the only stuff I tend to get really specific about is usually like gore, because I want you to know exactly what the gore looks like, because that's my favourite part. But the rest of it, yeah, I don't describe characters too much. I might give you some general stuff, but usually to me the most important stuff is their name and their personality. Visually speaking, doesn't tend to matter as much. But yeah, I guess that's the closest thing I've got to my writing processes, but I do need to do another one, but we'll see. Yeah, I mean, I guess aside from not having stage direction and stuff, or the equivalent of that, mine are pretty close to screenplays. And I guess technically the next story that I want to tell is kind of a mini film. It's the short that I spoke about that I want to do with Abe. I basically want to make a short film version of kind of Christine, but also not really. Kind of Christine meets Jewel, for those who've seen that, the guy getting chased by the truck, Spielberg's first movie. Essentially, if you put those two things together, that's kind of my idea for Abe. Because to me, Abe is just, he's such a movie car. He's just got that villain car kind of look to him, especially with the ratty, like, Fallout blue paint. He just looks so good. And I've got yellow tinted headlights, so he just looks so intimidating at night. Plus, you know, he's 18.5 feet long, 6'6" wide, so he fills the lanes most of the time down my way in the southwest of England. So he's just a naturally very imposing presence, and he's super loud. But yeah, he deserves to have a short film. Problem is, I'm a procrastinator, and if I procrastinate on writing, then even more so on filming. But I do want to get it done. I've done a little bit, did a little bit of it already. Yeah, I think I do probably like Jewel more than a lot of Spielberg's other stuff. I think my favourite of his would probably have to be Jaws, but it's a bit of a normie answer, I know, but sometimes the normie answer is correct. Like a doll's eyes. Sweet. For his little spin out, he's not doing too bad. 8 seconds. How are we doing? 30% rendered. 16.5 hours left. So, yeah, that'll be done long before the race is, which will be nice to see. At least I'll know in real time if it crashes. Like I said earlier, it's the... Yeah, it's exactly what I want to do. It is a chase film, and I guess I could kind of... Dennis Weaver, is that the main guy in Jewel with glasses? I'm assuming so. I'm in Somerset, southwest, but originally I'm actually from Birmingham. Not that you could tell, but a bit like Richard Hammond. But it's weird on the point of where I'm from, because my dad was a Brummie, very strong Brummie, he used to speak like this, and then my mum is from Torquay, so she's a proper Devonshire dumpling, and somehow I didn't end up with this accent, despite living in Somerset and having a mum that sounds like that, and having a dad that sounds like this, but somehow I ended up sounding like this, like textbook radio English, like neutral accent. Have I seen The Blob? I noticed somebody asked. Yes, and I love it. I love most of that kind of genre. I love the 58 Blob, definitely love the 88 blob. They are supposed to be doing another one. It really is a shame that they didn't do it in 2018, because that would have kept up the every 30-year thing. Yeah, and I also love, it's nowhere near as well known, but definitely in that same vein, the Stuff, the killer yogurt. But yeah, I love that kind of thing. Well, yeah, I mean, depending on when you watched it, I'm not surprised that you'd get nightmares from it. If it was the 88 one, especially with the kid melting as I go straight off the track. Yeah. I tell you what, the best way to not find the blob scary is to do what I did with the book, because there's a book novelisation of it. And a lot of the books that I tend to buy are like novelisations of movies. So I've got like Arrival, Sphere, The Blob, White Shark, Eaters of the Dead, a number of movie books. Paris, Texas. No, I know the name, but I haven't seen that. Colin Firth. Is that Salad Fingers? I think. That name sounds familiar. I like rusty spoons. But yeah, I did a camera test. Used a GoPro. And it worked well. I bought a magnet to put it on the outside of the car. And yeah, it worked really nicely. But yeah, basically the story, quote unquote, of Abe, because it's going to be called Abe as well, is 3 friends in a car are trying to find somewhere in the rural part of the UK. They're supposed to be meeting some friends or whatever. Obviously, as is legitimate the case in places like Somerset, many places in rural areas, Wi-Fi and 4G and all that isn't very good. Your phone doesn't work very well, so it's like legitimately doesn't work. Oh, maybe that's not the guy I'm thinking of then. I don't know. And I know Harry Dean Stanton. I definitely know the name. I'm very bad with names though, but if I saw him, doubtless I'd know his face. And yeah, they're trying to find where they're going, and then basically just a pair of yellow lights would appear behind them and start chasing them down. I've already done the soundtrack for it as well, very 80s synth, and yeah, just a chase movie basically, them trying to escape. And yeah. there is a particular ending that I have in mind, which I've already bought some props for to be able to do, which I'm not going to spoil obviously, but yeah, definitely leans into both Christine and Jewel to some degree. Well, yeah. It's been a while since I've seen Emilio Estevez in anything. My old man's favourite movie that he was in was Hot Shots. No, was it Hot Shots? Yeah, I think it's Hot Shots with Samuel L. Jackson. I think it was, because then it was Charlie Sheen in Part 2. Was it? I'm not thinking of something else. I'm pretty sure it's Hot Shots. It was like, she's been stabbed in the back 17 times. Clearly a suicide. I think it was Hot Shots. I'm pretty sure it was. I remember my old man, like his favourite joke in the whole movie was when they're like driving in the car, and there's like 3 guys in the back seat with balaclavas on. He's like, we're being followed. He's like, I'll lose them. And he like pulls a J-turn, and then the guys are gone from the back seat. It's such stupid humour. It's very like airplane coded and all that, but yeah, they're still funny. You can't really do silly humour anymore. People don't really appreciate that. Oh, so I must be... What am I thinking of then? Because... was it Charlie Sheen with Samuel L. Jackson in the cop car? I could have sworn it was Emilio Estevez in that one. Unless it is a different movie I'm thinking of. But it was definitely one of those like Lampoon-style films. Maybe it's something else. Unless it was just Charlie Sheen, I don't know. And my favourite joke in, I think, Hot Shots Part 2 was, especially when I was a kid, when he runs out of ammo and he hasn't got time to reload, so he just picks up a handful of bullets and throws out, and they're all like, just stupid humour. Lost a couple of comedy greats from that era. especially Leslie Nielsen. Awesome comedy, just powerhouse. I'm going to sleep well tomorrow. We've got a bit of the grey coming in, but still no wipers. Yeah, it must have been a different film, because I recall it being a fairly young Sam Jackson as well. I think I'm blanking on her name now. Sister Act. Whoopi Goldberg. She's in it. She's the victim, I think, in the house that they're investigating. Pretty sure it's her. And there's some other comedy movie that I've never been able to find what the name of it was, but I seem to recall it's a whole cast of mainly black dudes, I think, who are the main characters. And there's like a suiting up scene or something like that, or like gearing up like Rambo style. And the guy's like putting like loads of guns all over himself. He's got like grenades and rocket launchers and everything, suiting up with just a ridiculous amount of stuff. And then he like steps outside of the building, trips, and like shoots himself to bits with all the stuff he's got. I can't remember what movie that is though. But again, that's that same kind of era. And one of my favourites, even as a kid, I always loved it. It might even be actually my favourite of all of those, is Young Frankenstein. I love that. Well, Leonard! I love that movie. Although maybe we'll start to get some good comedies again. We're supposed to be doing a new Scary movie. And apparently it's going to be more irreverent like they used to be. Yeah, Marty Feldman. Didn't your hump used to be on the other side? What hump? Werewolf? No, airwolf. Half the people in chat are like, huh? What knockers? Thank you. One of those movies which I never really got into though, for whatever reason, was Top Secret, with the Val Kilmer one, where they did like a whole scene underwater or whatever it was, and I think they did, isn't it like a library scene that they shot in reverse or something like that? Cool filmmaking. And as a kid, I feel like if I'd have seen it as a kid, it would have been higher on the list, but I didn't see Blazing Saddles as a kid. Ah, you literally just said about Top Secret. Yeah, I remember very little about that, but yeah, I didn't see Blazing Saddles early enough for it to be as legendary for me, but yeah, just awesome movie. You have to understand, these are common folk, the workers of the land. You know, morons. Where the white women at? And another one of my favourites, probably, yeah, it would have to be second only to Young Frankenstein, would be Spaceballs. Love Spaceballs, and I love that we're getting a new one. The Search for More Money. I see your Schwartz is as big as mine. I am my father? No. I'm your father's brother's friend's second cousin's roommate. What does that make us? Absolutely nothing. It's funny how few comedies are quotable nowadays as well, because I'm trying to think of like famous modern comedy movie quotes, and they're like, oh yeah, there's that would be Johnny English. Yeah, my mum loves Johnny English. She hasn't watched it in ages, but yeah, I think there's 3 of them. There's definitely at least 2. Johnny English Reborn, I think, is the second one. I think there's 3. Morons from Outer Space. No, I haven't seen that. Never even heard of that, actually. But yeah, Johnny English is good. I recall the first one being a lot better. And I remember, I think it might have been the sequel. Maybe it was the first one. And I'm blanking on the actor's name, but the main actor from Get Out, I think it was one of his first roles. This has like Rowan Atkinson's sidekick basically in that, and yeah, great actor, awesome actor. Horrific with people's names, but you know. Oh, maybe there isn't there. Maybe it's just Reborn, I don't know. And I haven't watched the new Naked Gun with Leslie Nielsen. Yeah, I wish. With Liam Neeson. I've heard mixed things though. I've heard that there's some good jokes, but that it doesn't quite hit in the way that the older ones do. But I do think that some of that is because, you know, comedy moves on over time, and you know, I was never, even as a kid, I wasn't into like slapstick, you know, like Laurel and Hardy, that kind of stuff. Didn't really do it for me. So I think it's a generational thing, I guess. Now it's like Will Ferrell and Kevin Hart and all those kind of guys, which I personally don't find as funny anyway. Some of the stuff is, but I don't know. Yeah, didn't they do? Because they just did that, and I thought, didn't Rowan Atkinson also do, I don't know if it's in the same series as that, but didn't he do Man vs. Fly as well, where he's like trying to kill a fly in his house or something? Unless it's just a similar name. In. Don't think it will necessarily be enough for me to catch up, but at the same time, not necessarily a bad sign if I'm catching more up toward 4th again. Interesting. Very interesting indeed. Yeah, it's especially when it's so far apart, it's hard to match up to the originals. That's going to be the problem with Spaceballs. I mean, at least what's his face? He's like 95 or something. In fact, I think he's older than that. Mel Brooks, at least he's still involved. Three Brits. Oh, not I don't think they were British though. Not the Marx Brothers. They're American, aren't they? 3 Brits. Wouldn't have been Abbott and Costello either. Yeah, I know of Fireman Sam. I don't recall watching it much as a kid. I know of it. Yeah. Gear. I'm not sure what you were saying about Top Gear. Was that in relation to Postman Pat or something else? What unsung hero are we up to? 38. Not bad. 38 out of 100. Oh, right. Yeah. Yeah, they're a fantastic trio. And the BBC was stupid to let them go. I mean, the BBC is just a joke in every way. One of the things at the moment that they're trying to do is, well, they're increasing, or they have just increased the TV license price. Doesn't matter to me, we haven't had it for years. AMG one, I need to remember to answer that. But they've been harassing loads of people about the TV license, and now BBC's trying to do a partnership with YouTube to say that you have to have a TV license to watch BBC stuff on YouTube instead of iPlayer, because they're shutting down iPlayer. As far as the AMG one, I think you were asking, do I think that they're going to bring it to the game, or maybe this is likely or not? I think it would make a lot of sense if they did. I would be shocked if they brought it to GT7 at this point. It seems like such a high value car to not waste, but you know what I mean, because that's like cover car territory. But I say that they added the Valkyrie, which is probably better than the AMG would be in the game anyway, at least if Forza's anything to go by. Yeah, I could see them doing it in future maybe. They certainly seem to have an interest in hypercars, both road and race, and I wish we had more of them, especially the racing ones. In particular, I'd love the #1 Cadillac, no question, but also I'd really love to see the Tata. I'd really love to see the Peugeot, the 9X8. But yeah, to answer the question, I could see it. I could see it for sure. Yeah, because it's like the BBC are more concerned with whether or not people are watching the content illegally than asking the question of why would people simply not be interested in your content anymore. Biased news, rubbish programs, stupid business decisions. Yeah. I mean, like I said, I haven't had TV, let alone a TV license, aside from just watching movies and playing games. I don't even know for how long. It's got to be probably, it must be 15 years, something like that. So they don't even send letters. I don't think they ever did. But yeah, it's such an outdated idea. They should just have a subscription service and have stuff on there that people actually want, like Netflix, which I guess they kind of tried with iPlayer, but clearly it's not working well enough. But crash and burn for all I care. BBC's a waste of space. Yeah. Speaking of books and listening to stuff, I wanted to catch up. I think it was last year on a few books which I just kind of missed. The kind of books that you usually read during your childhood and don't really understand why you were reading them. So I kind of like reading them later or listening to them. And I listened to, I think it was pretty much back to back, Animal Farm and 1984. And boy, am I glad that I read those. These days, especially. Speaking of BBC and everything else at the moment, especially 1984. And Animal Farm may have been about communism, really, but you could easily just swap that out for literally any other government that still works. So that sounds like it. Does that does that fee cover like just music and stuff in general as well? I said a wacky thing years ago, and I don't think this actually would happen, but you know they would do this if they could. If you wore a t-shirt in a YouTube video with a particular brand on it, that they'd try and like copyright your video, like claim it, or be like, you need to pay us royalties, because you know they would do that if they could. Yeah, the first can of Monster is gone. Yeah, exactly. And it is insane how much of a borderline prophet he was. Because he wrote 1984 in, what was it, like the 40s? I think he wrote that. And it is shockingly accurate to today. And like I said earlier on about the good guys not winning, well, spoiler alert, I guess. At least he wasn't rose-tinted about it. And obviously we're getting that adaptation of Animal Farm. What's his name? He's doing it. Andy Serkis. Love the guy's work, but from what I've heard so far, it seems like they're totally missing the point. Which is funny as well that they would be adapting that, considering that Hollywood basically is all communist. All of their beliefs. Like, we really think this system's going to work, even though it never has. Everyone will be equal, just some are more equal than others. Right. 7 laps remaining. Tyres are good. 91 laps. Really wish I could cut these corners more. Probably being first with the amount of time I would have saved. Wheeler Dealers. Yeah, I never really watched. Well, I hadn't heard about the radio license. I don't think. I can't even think of the last time I listened to radio, to be honest. But yeah, I know of Wheeler Dealers, but it's one of those shows where there's so many shows that I know of them but never actually watched them. Like Bangers and Cash, especially at car shows. The amount of guys are always like, oh, you know, on Bangers and Cash or whatever. I'm like, I know the name, but never actually watched it. Even on YouTube, I don't watch that much in the way of other car channels, to be honest. I think it's because I do so much car-related stuff myself, combined with the fact that I don't want to be subconsciously inspired by other people. So the only car channel I even watch, as I've said before, is just Jay Leno. I love Jay Leno's Garage. And aside from that, most of the other stuff that I watch is movie news related, or what else do I watch? I'm trying to think now. I like some reaction channel stuff. What else? I used to be an avid RedLink watcher, GMM. Got a bit bored of that. I've been watching. There's a couple of good channels, especially for Brits at the moment. One is Black Belt Barrister, who is obviously a lawyer. His stuff is very good to know, especially in the climate at the moment, regarding the BBC and beyond. And another one is, I think he's got a couple of channels. I can't remember the guy's name. Akkad, Sargon of Akkad. Again, speaking on like general state of Britain stuff. I think he's very well known in that space, though. Trying to think, what else do I watch? Oh, I watch a ton of Meat Canyon, aka Papa Meat. Love his videos. I binge watch loads of his stuff. Most people know him from his creepy cartoons. Yeah, is it Daniel? Is Daniel Akkad? I think that's his name, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's Daniel, isn't it? Or is that the lawyer's name? I can't remember. And both of those guys I've only relatively recently started watching because of the way things are at the moment. Ooh, look at that. Exactly a 3:12. Oh, right, okay. Yeah, I didn't know his name. But yeah. I like that he is very measured, which I guess you'd expect from a lawyer slash solicitor slash barrister, whatever the difference is. But yeah, like I said, not been watching him long, but what are you reaching for? There's no sixth. Casually driving a Group C car like I drive a 68 Lincoln. Yeah. He covers himself very well as well. The amount of times he says, like, in my opinion, or allegedly, and this isn't advice, but it kind of reminds me actually of back when I was doing the training for security, because we were trained by this guy who also trains troops in Iraq in hand-to-hand stuff. So obviously what he was training us on was very tame compared to that, because in security as a bouncer you're technically trained to not beat people up. Obviously you're trained to essentially diffuse a situation initially, not physically, if at all possible verbally. Unfortunately with drunk people it doesn't tend to work, but you're essentially trying to avoid them hurting themselves and others, and immobilizing them in a way that doesn't necessarily involve hitting. But he was one of those where he taught us all the stuff that you're supposed to say and supposed to do, and then he was like, but actually do this. And I appreciate that, bud. And here's a little one I can teach you for free that he taught us. I can't remember if this is one of the proper ones or not. I think this might have actually been one of the official security techniques. Very strange one, but it's quite effective. It's certainly effective for annoying people, if that's what you want to do. But one of the ones is I'll have to do a more visual demonstration on the straight, but you essentially put the tip of your thumbs between the end of someone's jaw and their ear on both sides of their head, like there. I'll try and turn my head and look. No, you can't see it from that side. Like in here, right where there's that gap between your jaw and the ear, and you do that on both sides and basically go like that into their head. And I can't remember what the purpose of that was, but he did it on one of the guys who was in the class, and it certainly annoyed him. It's not like it doesn't take someone out, but it's It's a very unpleasant feeling. And I think that was more... Actually, I think I do remember now. I think that was one of the ones that's designed to kind of shock someone who's drunk back into, like, oh, pain, kind of. But not any kind of serious pain, you know. Just like, okay, back to reality kind of thing. Yeah. Problem with that is if you do the method wrong, you just end up being like acting drunk like them. And yeah, I am doing the 24-hour in one go, and then obviously not after this, but at some future time, possibly next weekend, we'll be doing the Nürburgring 24-hour, and then that will be the power pack complete. It'd be kind of funny if we end up racing. In fact, we probably will. Racing on Le Mans at night. Actually, might work out well because it's 9 o'clock in the game. So I can't recall if that's real time. Is it real time? I don't think it is it? Because earlier on I'm pretty sure it said 4 o'clock. But whatever, regardless. It'd be cool if it's nighttime and nighttime here. And somebody asked, what do I love about GT7? I think you asked. Or why do I love GT7? Like some variation of that. I don't know if I'd say I love GT7, to be honest. There are things that I do love about it. Well, even then, I don't know. Stuff that I like about it, for sure. I wouldn't say that I love any of the games after 4, to be honest. I really like 6, partially because of how important it was to the channel. 5, I think, is very impressive. A very pivotal game in the series. Sport, of course, not so much. And 7, I don't know, I feel like I like a lot of what GT7 feels like it either could have been, or in some cases almost wants to be, but doesn't quite get there. Like if you go back to the trailers and promotional stuff, it was very clearly aimed at us, like the OG players. You don't put like an Alpha 155 and a Pennzoil Skyline in a trailer with Deep Forest if you're not trying to attract us back. But when you actually get in there, it's like, there's some. You've got the world map menu, which is very, very classic Gran Turismo, stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, GT4 it's a crazy benchmark. Like, it holds up insanely well, to the point where a PS2 game has car models that they were still using literally a decade later in GT6. And yeah, glad to hear it. Missouri. I feel like for a lot of people, probably GT6 was their introduction to the channel. There's so much content that I did in that game. I think there's I would say 2,000 videos in that playlist, I think. Most of which were on a potato, but still. Yeah, I love the Speed 12. Love to see it back. Be a hell of a road car. A challenging one, but a rewarding one. And it'd be cool. Imagine if they brought the Speed 12 back, but in a similar vein to how they have with the C5 Corvette, in as much as having the like race visual upgrades. Imagine how cool it would be to finally be able to create the Speed 12 GT1, like the Scania liveried one. Daihatsu Midget, I mean, yeah. Although, you're saying about the Daihatsu Midget, I think the one with the spare wheel on the front is probably fairly likely, to be honest. We've had some weird little cars like that, and K-cars and stuff, vans, ambulances. The one I would actually like to see, though, I don't think ever will come back. And again, last seen in GT4, the 1963 version, the 3-wheel midget, just the one little wheel up front. I like that one. Super slow, but kind of charming. With the little bump bar around the front. M4. Well, it will be interesting on that vein to see if this Group 4, Group 3 update and facelift trajectory keeps going. I hope it does. But yeah, I could see them doing the Rocket's a good one. Again, the Rocket for me was a bit like the Tommy Cairo. I get why people like it. I didn't use it a huge amount. But yeah, very, very useful car, that's for sure. What was I saying before that? Whatever, I don't know. Lister Storm. My problem is I don't know if I'd prefer the road car or the race car. I guess with, again, the modification point of view, it would be more useful to have the road car and then be able to turn it into the race car than to have the race car and only be the race car. I feel like if the way that they keep adding new stuff, GT8. I choose GT8 because the stuff that they're adding to yeah, it'd be cool to have the Rover. Occasionally see those at the shows I go to. I'm not sure what Triumph you said, but yeah, I feel like GT8 would benefit from having proper refresh, like if it had like a real proper career mode, stuff like that, like have actual endurance races within career, all that kind of stuff. Oh, 2500. Cool. Yeah, you don't see Rover in many games in general, really. Or Triumph, I guess. Spitfire in GT, and what is there apart from that? I feel like most games tend to have Triumph motorbikes instead. Like the Ride series, which, fair enough, they make great bikes, but I always like the Triumph Dolomite Sprint. I almost got them in the past. Always like that car. A friend of mine growing up, his first car was a Dolomite. I think he had I think it was the 1300, little brown one. Nice little thing. And stuff like the TR7 really reminds me, or vice versa, reminds me of the TVR Wedge. Very, very similar kind of vibe. I think for Rovers, I like probably the P5 and the P6 the most out of their stuff. Well, I guess aside from the turbine cars, because obviously. Okay, dude, thanks for stopping by. Well, you've been here for a good while as well. So, yeah, thanks, and possibly see you tomorrow. Race mod, yeah, exactly. Yeah. I think I spoke about that recently, somewhere else. To be able to have like a one-way system, because if you think about it, they've kind of laid the seeds for that. Because at the moment there are some things that if you fit it to the car, that's kind of it. You have to do like a full reset, if at all, on the car to get it back to stock, like some of the motor swaps and I want to say some of the wide body stuff. If you could one-way system the car into race modify, which I guess actually would be exactly what it was in GT2, and it worked just fine there, then yeah, because then you could just buy a couple of them. Because the only limiting factor on something like a Lister would be that, as cool of a replica as it would be, it's not an actual race car. But yeah. Yeah. And even if it just fitted, because obviously livery doesn't really matter these days, because you can just do your own, but if it fit all the associated body parts in one go, yeah, why not? It'd be a hell of a thing to have a lot of those 90s machines though, especially the British stuff. Like in the Brit GT, when you've got stuff like the Speed 12, the Lister Storm, the one that everyone seems to forget, which I love, the Marcos Mantis. It's some awesome stuff. And if you go a little bit newer, the Morgan Arrow 8. Yeah. GT7 is missing a lot of more obvious racing stuff, which again I think is why it's kind of good that they're starting to do that now, updating the Group 3s and Group 4s. I think I'm actually more curious to see how Group 4 goes, because I feel like there's more potential for variation in there. Because if you think of like the Hyundai that was just added, yeah, it's a Group 4 in a general sense, but it's very different to the other Group 4s, not just being front-wheel drive, but it's not a GT4 car, it's a touring car. Invitations, revamped. Yeah, exactly. The reward thing, I view the reward thing in a very similar way to how I view the Haggerty prices, and that is that just because something happens in real life doesn't mean it should be in the game. You know, just because cars are worth stupid money in real life doesn't mean you should be expected to pay that. And just because Ferrari are so snobbish that you have to be invited to buy a certain car doesn't mean you should have to in a game. Roll cages, yeah, quite a quite a few cars really are missing the roll cage. One of the things about the roll cage that gives me a bit of hope for the future though is it does show a little bit more care for interior modification, which I think is sorely lacking, again on the point of race cars. Imagine if, and it's not like Midnight Club in LA wasn't doing this decades ago, but imagine if you could like swap out seats, steering wheels. You don't even have to go crazy, just have like a number of preset ones. It would just add more to the immersion. Marcos Volvo. Oh, do you mean the Volvo powered? That would be... Was that a 3 litre Volvo engine? 2, can't remember. Maybe a Marcos, because all the cars have like the same name. Marcos Mantula, or like the Manta Ray, something like that, yeah. I love Marcos. Mini Marcos is one of my favourite classics. Yeah, the dials from GT6. Yeah. Cool. How'd you do, bud? Oh yeah, the Sauber. Yeah. $14.4. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. So I thought it would be 14 mil. So the 400, or the 400 grand. I guess that would be the pepper bonus. I guess I could cut that corner a bit. Interesting. I'll have to check out the Marcos Volvo, because I know that Marcos used quite a lot of Volvo engines, so it might just be Corgi calling it that. But yeah, because Marcos has so many like weird little cars. They'd create a car, give it a name, and then they'd make like 6 of them. Well, even if they changed it from half a mil an hour to a mil, I'd be happy with that. 24 mil? That's a hell of a payout. Yeah, if you think about it, if they'd have restructured the power pack into smaller pieces, you could literally have the same menu, but then each month have like a new part of the branch unlock. That'd be pretty cool. It wouldn't feel as much to do, I guess, but yeah, I can't even remember what Spa is now. Yeah. Oh, I should have checked the rain again. I think I'm going to be okay again for now, to be honest. think I may pause for a pee. Have I ever been to Asia? Just pause that for a second. I should be back momentarily. And we're back. One noodle down. Off we go. Hopefully the microphone's back on, should be. Let's check the map. Oh, it's moving away. Yeah, good job I didn't change the tyres. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they had a new fictional Formula GT. Like I said earlier, the Mercedes is the prime way to do it. You've already got the model, you've already got the sounds, everything. There's a lot of potential rain, but not much happening with it. now that Hamilton's with Ferrari. I mean, I guess it's possible. I mean, they have had Ferrari before in GT5. They had the pair of them, so yeah, I guess it's possible. Depends on Polyphony's relationship with Hamilton and or Ferrari, I guess. Racing lawnmowers. It doesn't sound familiar, but it sounds like exactly the kind of thing we'd had in the 2000s. I know there was weird stuff in TOCA. Like I said earlier, there's the tank. I can't remember what else was in there. Like weird unlockable vehicles, but yeah, sounds right. Or sounds possible, at least. Aha. Clawed back a place. Got a Porsche blocking my path. Not anymore. Try cutting this corner a bit more then. I don't think it's going to save me that much time, but if it's not going to give me a penalty, then yeah, let's go for it. There's a whole lot of sports tyres out on the track. Did I play Burnout 3? I think so. I definitely played at least a couple of those older ones, probably, yeah. It was a long time ago though. Yeah. Which is a shame, because that was a big old patch. See, I said earlier on, it's typical, now that I want the weather, it'll disappear. Still, there is a lot of time to go. Really is a pity about these corners. Would save a whole lot of time. And technically I could cut them more than I am if I get the line right. But even so, still a good 2 seconds at best behind the leader anyway. Which realistically probably means it's about the same behind at least second, if not third as well. How far you can push it with that gone into the cloudy side. No worries. I'm partial to because I don't really drink that much. I'm more of like a Monster kind of guy, but I do like a Valley Castle Country Cream. I prefer that over Bailey's. I like it with a lower alcohol, because Bailey's being like 17, just a little bit too hand sanitizer-ish to me. I like Valley Castle's down more like 13. Plus I like the flavours they do, like white chocolate and all that fancy, or not fancy, like novelty flavours. Basically adult milkshake really, isn't it, at that point? Which is technically probably the worst kind of alcohol there is, because not only does it make you drunk, it makes you fat real quick too. I do like a cider as well. It's been a while since I had one. There's I think it's, I don't know how local they are to me, but there's somewhere down my way there's a Lily's cider which does a mango flavour, and I really like that one. Over 100 laps, only just noticed. Black Forest syrup. I think one of the reasons that I've never been as bothered about alcohol is something which is kind of more controversial these days, which is that my old man let me try it when I was young, which I think a lot of dads probably used to do that, not so much these days, but my old man used to love Special Brew, and he let me try that when I was like 8, and you know, try it was like a sip, and I was like, it's nice, but I think because I was allowed to taste it, it was never really a big deal. Whereas I used to watch, even religiously, my friends would reach 18 and then just go crazy now that they could drink. I was just watching them like, really? It's that big of a deal too? But Somerset, so cider is the way here. Compared to my dad's choice of Special Brew being more like a homeless guy on a park bench kind of choice of drink. And my mum's more of a Bailey's in hot chocolate kind of person. Irish coffee. What is that now? That sounds familiar. Is that coffee with whiskey or something? Yeah, 2-in-1 deal. See if we can get some manoeuvring on this Jag. coffee, brown sugar, cream. That's the better corner to cut if possible. Yeah, of course. Ew. Disgusting racing line. I'm not a big coffee fan either. That's the thing. I'm not huge on tea or coffee really. I don't mind tea and some coffee stuff, but generally speaking I don't tend to go for it really. It's funny because back when I was really big, really overweight, I used to drink almost exclusively Coke or Pepsi, and I would never drink water, and I don't know how I survived it, because now I drink so much more water, and if I don't, like, I can immediately feel like I need it and I'm missing it. So, and I've never heard of, is it Vista? Did you say Cafe Vista? I don't think I've heard of that. Late there as well. Thought I might be pushing it, entering that. Of course. This car looks way too clean. Even with rain, if we got rain right now, it would take 3-4 minutes to catch up with the leader, than being that far ahead. Licorice, not a fan. Yeah, not a fan. Love the look of it, but yeah, not the taste. Oh, just about. Get you next time, Gadget. No, I don't think I will. Appreciated, but nah, they'd be wasted on me. Well,
Didn't have quite the result I wanted, but close enough. Unless he did spin out. Or maybe he did. No, not quite. Still, pushed him back a little bit. With a vicious takedown. The real vehicular homicide simulator. It's going to be interesting throughout this 24-hour race with him constantly seesawing back and forth up behind me. So far I've put him in the sand, put him in the wall, I need to put him in the grass, pits. Yeah. Burnout / Ridge Racer. Hate that curb. I guess that's the point. Starting to get a bit darker. I'm actually really looking forward to the nighttime driving. It's been ages since I drove at night on Le Mans. And obviously, even for footage in videos like reviews, I don't tend to do much nighttime driving because you can't see the cars in that as well. Seconds off fourth. I haven't really been paying too much attention about that fourth place, about like jumping back and forth in terms of time. I don't know how close I've been getting. I was fourth earlier on for a brief amount of time, but I think he must have been caught up in a crash or something, because it hasn't really happened again since. Thrust would be great on straights. I guess technically that car can turn, but not enough to actually turn a corner. That would be cool though, as one of those like Gran Turismo missions, kind of like the moon missions. Have like Assault Flats mission where you've got to like kind of like that Aventine mission that we've got at the moment for the slipstream. See what kind of speed you can reach in a thrust SSC, but maybe make it super twitchy to drive like the real thing. Yeah, he's already catching up a bit again, but not too bad. how many's in chat at the moment. Or not in chat, or how many people are watching. I can't tell. I forgot to cut the corner. Probably about 6 people. Come on, rain. Work with me. Yeah. 306 must have done it on his softs. Because I remember he didn't 20 or 30. Yeah. I remember his best lap wasn't that much quicker than Serrano. I think he was a 306 as well, maybe 0.7 or 0.8, something like that. So they're both running pretty consistently. Although first is quite a lot ahead of the next car. He's near enough a minute ahead of him. Can't say the last part of what he said. A jewel, something. Car's looking a bit messier from the front. Ah, right, yeah. Yeah, could be. Oh, hang on. Did he just pit? It looks like I might be catching up to number 4. A bit of a cheeky cut. I really need to get a slipstream, if it's all possible. Again, I never say never, but I doubt that the showcase will come back because I'm so busy outside of this, my own channel. Probably not. Yeah, probably not anytime soon, at least. But there's always a possibility. Maybe it might come back in some different form, but I don't have any immediate plans for that. I'm trying to think, is it worth pushing them along? I guess, because we're still miles behind the others, so it might help to make up some time at least. Make use of it while I got it. Problem is, I could easily lose him again. So maybe I should just wipe him out if I get the chance again. Might have lost the chance now for a while. See, another one's pitted in ahead as well. Way too far ahead for it to really mean anything to me. But... ooh, almost. Maizono is down to 1 on fuel. Pushing it close. There we go, catch him up a little bit through there. Bonk. Not quite a takedown, but that'll do for now. And when he inevitably catches up, it should be... Hey! You were just saying about the fastest laps, and bish bash bosh. All it took was treating every corner like the test course speedway. Hey dude, thanks for stopping in, and yeah, I'm doing well. My cars are good, yeah. I need a job here or there on them, but nothing major. What's the hearse need? I'm trying to think. She's got a bit of a hot start issue at the moment. She starts well cold, but then if I stop and start her, she doesn't really want to start again, so I think it's probably a carb issue. Probably needs a bit of a tune up on the carb, but aside from that, she's good. For Abe, I'm ripping up his carpets. Well, I've already done that, but I'm gonna take his flooring down to just the bare metal, and then paint his floor so he's like waterproof. And then the navigator, yeah, all good on the navigator. It still has technically a fault where it thinks the fuel cap's open, but it doesn't really affect the driving. So it's got his MOT coming up, not that far away actually, in April. So far it's got 5 years MOTs, obviously before my time, but 5 years of MOTs with not even an advisory, so not bad for a 20-year-old car. Whether or not that's accurate is another thing entirely, because as we all know with MOTs, it's 9 times out of 10 about who you know. Yoink! Create a little diversion back there for him. This is basically just Cannonball Run at this point, instead of Le Mans. Even third place is 25 seconds off. Nice. Yeah. Takedown. Fatality. If you just give me some rain, I might be able to make some actual ground up. Oh, we've got some night lights coming on. I'm liking this, it's looking nice. Yeah, battle for the podium. I'd be happy with third. Really happy. I feel like this corner has been making a difference for sure. I mean, it has to be. I don't know how much of a difference. Maybe, I don't know, maybe a second. Possibly 2 at a push. But yeah, 3:04, 3:06, definitely quicker. So yeah. Between that and the slipstreaming, I guess. Sparks up there. Looks like the car's on fire.
down to 20 seconds behind. We are actually gaining on third. I guess if we do keep this up, depending on pit timing, you never know what might happen. And with only 18 hours left, I might have enough time to make up 2 minutes and 51. Probably not. 9.5 laps, plenty to go. Yeah, even without slipstream, that corner is definitely making a difference. That was a good call, good suggestion, and I wouldn't have tried it because of my attempt on the chicanes the first time. I would have thought they'd have reset you to the track like they did on the chicanes. It's so much of a cut that they're like, they wouldn't do that. Well, I say about the chicanes, but even that's bound to make a difference as well. Maybe half a second, something like that. Ooh, and another fastest lap. And we're down to, well, less than 17 seconds, so we are definitely gaining. Good stuff. Get on the road, dummy. A little bit of the old slipstream. Let him overtake again if he is quicker. Suddenly the 787B doesn't have its triple turbo setup that it had before. What happened to all that speed? All the news. Take your time about it. Wouldn't want to actually give me any help. Maybe a boost coming. Make yourself useful. Car meets or shows in Devon. I didn't hear takedown. Well, I didn't hear. I couldn't read the last part that you said. Was it Devon or something? I am actually, well, I would say often, but I'm fairly regularly down Devon Way, Columpton, for refuel meets. So I'm down there quite a bit. I don't tend to go further down that often unless I'm visiting family down Torquay Way. But yeah, refuel is the best bet for being out in one of the cars. I'm not sure when I'll be at refuel next. I tend to try and go when the car fits the theme, but yeah, we'll see. Bonk. Yeah, there goes turbo again. It's almost like the cars have got low range, or like mid-range turbos rather than top end or something, because they really pull away in the low end and not so much high end. Back up to 17 seconds, probably because I partially messed up that corner as well. Still, not bad, 307. Still quicker than it was before. and for the first time in a while I'm actually on the same lap as the leader. Not bad. I think I've actually gained a couple of seconds, I want to say. Wasn't he 251? Oh no, never mind. I'll get on the road. He was on the same lap, now he's on the next one. To really give some perspective of how far behind I am. There you go. Give me some of that sweet, sweet draft. Gonna huff them fumes. Make yourself useful. Oh, 13 seconds and gaining. See, this is what I said at the start of the video. When they're all together in those little pods, bump drafting each other, of course they're harder to catch. Off you go. Close enough. Or is 5 seconds behind the Maciel. Nice. Yeah, it'd be interesting with NASCAR, especially because you'd like to think that they'd include newer NASCARs. But then again, it's polyphony, so you never know. They might wheel out the same old 2013 ones. Check of the weather. What weather? There is no weather. You want rain? Tough. It's over there. It's going away. Say ta-ta. Crazy sparks in the distance, like somebody just, I don't know, opened the Ark of the Covenant or something. Cool, look at him go. Looks like he's got no rubber. Who needs a diffuser anyway? Yeah, on the point of NASCAR, funnily enough, well, it'll be a few months back now, I think, but in a members video for Project Cars 1, I think it was, I was reviewing the Monterey. I think it's a fictional NASCAR, or stock car, I should say. And I said in that video, that is by far the most enjoyable stock car I've driven in any game. It is so much fun and it sounds absolutely incredible. If you get the chance to look up footage of that car from that game, or if you played it, boy, does that thing sound so good. It sounds like a Panos does going past in real life. Incredible noise. And yeah, the car does look a bit dirty. Yeah, well, it's like Jag back in the 90s. The XJ220 won in its class and then got disqualified because the fuel tank was too big. It's like, that's got to be either a really stupid rookie mistake, or how did you ever think you were going to get away with that, because they check. Still a shame, because the XJ220 winning would have been very cool. Especially because that was with TWR behind it as well. Seconds, and I'm definitely gaining on the leader too, because it's down now to 2:36. Interesting. So there is actually a chance that I may win. It's going to take a while, but if I keep chipping away a couple of seconds, aside from the inevitable pitting, it is possible. I feel like I'm cutting in a little bit too heavy there, because it's kind of sending the car a little bit off. TWR, I didn't know TWR do Rover. I love the TWR Jag XJ. I said this before on the channel that I almost got one. It was in fairly rough condition. I think I wanted like $4-5 grand for it, something ridiculous for such a rare car. It was red, very faded, as all those reds are from that era, but you know, not that quick by today's standards, but just such a cool car. The Lister XJ, the TWR XJ, just really, really cool looking cars. And I'm very partial to a Jag XJ. Love them. The older ones I find it a bit harder to fit in, they're a bit more cramped, but even then, fantastic looking cars. And I think I like them, funnily enough, in a very SD1 kind of way, because they almost feel like the closest thing that we got to making pretty much like American cars. Long bonnet, long boot, super squat. I think that's why I also like a car which a lot of people hate. I really like the Aston Martin Lagonda, the old school one. I think it's a wild looking thing. It almost looks like a Volvo, but if you ask like Rolls-Royce to make a Volvo. Oh, interesting. Okay. Cool. And yeah, the sparks do look like explosions. It looks like they have. It looks like they're just riding on the hubs, just down the street. Under 5 seconds behind the next car. And 5 laps left before I have to pit. Shows what difference that corner's making. I mean, I think my driving has tightened up a bit more now that I'm more focused anyway. My flow has definitely improved. But yeah, I think the last chicane and the corner before, I can never remember which one's Leonard and which one's Mulsanne. I think it might be, isn't it? I think it's Leonard, the long straight. Oh, cool. Yeah, that there's got to be shaving at least half a second, if not more. And then the other corner's probably another second. Adds up to about a couple of seconds a lap. 2 seconds, so I guess that must be him then. It is indeed. Hello, podium. That Sauber's looking rather tasty. If I can execute the cut, I should be able to nab his slipstream. Or even go straight past it. Is that the first time I've been on the podium in the whole race, I think? And I don't really mind if he catches me, because I can always just use him in the bottom draft. So if I can wipe him out, that would certainly help me when I need to pit. Looks like I might have dropped a little bit compared to the leader though. I was 236 I think, and 239 again. Unless it goes up and down in the straights. No, not so much the new movies, to be honest. I kind of stopped doing movie reviews as much on HSGU. I've been doing more like Creepypasta stuff and Fallout videos on there. Yeah, not so much the movies. I still love movies, but yeah, not so much reviews. I don't know if I'm really the best of movie reviewers, to be honest. You know, just because you love something doesn't mean you're necessarily good at it. And sometimes you have to recognise that. Well, he's got some fight in him. Yeah, nice try. Please. I always bet on Miyazono in the Manufacturers' Cup and all that. It just seems to be one of the more consistent drivers. Coming from somebody who doesn't even watch the esports. Yeah, go on, try. Sauber seems a bit weaker, as somebody said earlier, weaker for top end speed, but it seems pretty good through the corners. I thought I was going to push it a bit too close then with that cut, but it was okay. Still 239 though, I haven't really gained anything there. Quick through it. Who'd have thought? 6 hours in, starting to make a comeback. But I guess that's Le Mans. Interesting. What's Hizal doing these days? Because I know Fraga's doing his Formula whatever, but I haven't heard about Hizal doing anything. I always preferred Hizal out of the two, to be honest. Not just because I used to watch the channel, but it does help. Oh, that Sauber really has dropped behind. I mean, he's gaining technically. Nice. Smooth. I guess this works out quite well actually, because so far I've gone through one of the 4 bowls of noodles in 1/4 of the event. And do I think that tyre punctures and stuff would be good? We kind of touched on it earlier in the point of like blowouts, or you know, your engine blowing or whatever, like reliability in general. I'm very mixed on it. I like the idea. Hi buddy, race is going well. I was down in 5th for 5 hours basically, and then somebody recommended cutting a particular corner, and I've just been focusing a bit more, and now we're working up the grid. For the first time in the race I'm on the podium. But yeah, I like the idea of the extra realism of having like, oh, and his engine's blown, oh, and this unforeseen tyre went bang. But because it's a game, I know I would find it very difficult to believe that it was actually random. I would just believe it was the game trying to, you know, F you over. In theory, I like it, but in practice, I don't know. I wonder what, and I'm sure they've spoken about this, but like I've said before, I don't follow any of it. I wonder what the end goal is for a lot of those guys who do the esports stuff. The obvious answer is, you know, you want to be a racing driver, but I wonder how many of them have that as like the goal, or maybe some of them have a particular kind of racing in mind that they want to do, or maybe just some enjoy it for just the love of the game. I could see that being the case for some. I do find it kind of surprising, to be honest, that at least as far as I'm aware, I don't think there's ever been any female competitors, have there, in the esports stuff? Not at that level, at least. Which is surprising, because in real life there are some seriously quick women. Obviously, always comes to mind Sabine Schmidt. So it kind of surprises me. Unless I'm just forgetting someone. .234 again. Interesting. So that seems a little bit quicker. And 106 behind. I haven't noticed if the 106 has been changing much either. It seems like those are staying fairly consistently ahead. But if I can defend third, yeah, RIP for sure. Legend. And I always thought, I don't know, maybe just because they're both German, but I always thought that she looked like she could have been related to Schumacher. She almost looked like she could be Michael Schumacher's sister or something. If you're asking or saying about the payouts not being the best, yeah, $500,000 an hour. Plus whatever bonus for the chilies. So for third, I don't know what that would be then. For first, it would be 14 mil plus whatever chili. I don't know what it would be if I came third. I'm not sure. Not far off a new best lap. So like for Suzuka, for example, the 6 hour that I did the first time, that one I came fourth and got, I think it was 1.4 million for it. Then the second one at Spa, that was obviously 8 hours and I got 4 mil for that. And then, yeah, whatever for this, I don't know. And then potentially the same for the Nürburgring, 14 mil. Which ain't bad. Could be better, but it's not bad. So Ura has pitted. Marzono is consistently dropping behind, which is good. First place is already on lap 118. He is way ahead. Oh, 37% processed.
Unsung hero number 44. Oh, interesting. So is she like a leaderboard kind of player, like a seasonal high-ranking person, or specifically on the esports side? Because I know some people tend to be better when they drive alone, and others prefer the competition. For me, I do prefer to drive alone. I like pushing myself in like a time trial kind of circumstance. Yeah, it's taking its sweet time going dark. Oh, interesting. Fair play. I'd love it if there was just someone at the esport events, kind of like, remember the Olympics for the shooting that they did, where it's just like that, like 45-year-old dad with his glasses who just showed up with a gun and got like third or something, just casual. Like if somebody's dad just shows up to the GT Sport thing and just, you know, some like 50-year-old dude who's just that good. I guess that's one of the great things about esports rather than real racing. It doesn't matter how old you are. Obviously your reflexes might still not be as quick, but nothing like in a real car. Get carbon cleaned? No, can't say I have. But I tell you what, I mean, asking me for engine care probably isn't ideal, because one of my cars, Abe, he's needed a cylinder head gasket doing for 3.5 years. He basically doesn't have a cylinder head gasket, and I've driven him 10,000 miles like that. He eats oil and burns through coolant over time, so I don't think he really has a cylinder head gasket. But that's the thing about those Lincoln engines, they just keep going, and he doesn't even smoke or anything, which is highly unusual for a cylinder head gasket being gone. So maybe it's not completely gone, but I changed the rocker cover gaskets and those were just crumbling like eggshells, so I would imagine the other gaskets are probably pretty similar. And the only reason why it hasn't been done is because it's a massive job in that car. It needs the cylinder head gaskets doing, and the exhaust manifold gaskets, which doesn't sound like a crazy job, but because of the design of the Lincoln's engine bay, it's an engine out job. You have to lift the entire thing out just to get to the gaskets. And it's an iron engine, so it weighs 500 kilos. The engine weighs as much as like a Caterham. Yeah, exactly. He drinks a lot, doesn't smoke. Abe is what he's called a 462 MEL. It's the biggest engine Lincoln ever had in a production vehicle, 7.6 V8. Obviously it's a Ford product. MEL stands for Mercury, Edsel, Lincoln, which is the three cars they were putting. They were commonly nicknamed the Bulldozers, or the Torque Monsters, because that's what they're known for. I noticed somebody asked a question about the 24. Did you ask what made me do the full 24 in one go? It looked like you might have been asking. If that was the question, then just that's the spirit of the race, you know. I want to keep to the spirit of the actual endurance by doing it in one go. Yeah, so one of the biggest engines Ford ever did, and in particular, Abe being an early 1968 model, it was actually the last Lincolns to use that giant engine. They went to 460s after that. What can you do without setting? I don't know what that's in reference to, that question. My favourite Le Mans. What, like Le Mans car? My favourite Le Mans car overall, I think I'll still go for mediums. Start noodle number 2, and then I'll chat them out on the track. And there goes third.
I'm guessing Audi RS4. I'd be curious which generation you've got. My personal favourite, I haven't driven one. I've driven an RS4, but my favourite one's the 2.7. The bi-turbo, the early ones. Is it the B7 or the B8, the one that everyone loves, like the last of the manual RS4s? The one I drove was the one after that, I think, the one with 444 horses. But yeah, I mean, obviously the Lincoln isn't quick in that sense. It's quick for what it is, but it wouldn't hold a candle to an RS4, that's for sure. But yeah, B7. Nice. Yeah. So 414 horses, if I recall correctly, and what? I'm going to say 360 foot-pounds of torque, something like that. Yeah, legendary car. Good time for super solents too, in general. 17 seconds. I mean, that's still not too bad. It's not too much ground to make up, really, especially when the next car's 40 plus seconds behind, so that's good. Pardon me. But yeah, the engine is an impressive bit of kit. One of the popular things back in the day, because one of the problems with a Lincoln from a performance perspective is it's a Lincoln. So obviously you don't buy it for performance. It's like modifying a Rolls Royce. Who would do that? But it's one of those cars where they don't really make many parts for it because there's no market for it, even back in the day. So they're great engines out of the box, certainly for their time. But if you're going to modify an engine, you'd be better off getting an LS. You know, just get a Chevy LS or whatever, or Coyote, Ford, whatever. But people used to take them out of cheap old Lincolns and drop them into like a Ford Model 8 hot rod from the 30s, and they would fly. Basically like a do-it-yourself Dodge Viper, pretty much. This giant 7.6 cast iron V8, and the engine in my Lincoln, the walls on them are so thick, the cylinder walls, and iron as well, so obviously crazy strong. But the walls are so thick. Some people have bored and stroked them out to basically 10 litres. So like a 10 litre V8 on a standard engine block, which is ridiculous. In standard form, he's got, because mine isn't like performance tuned or anything, he's got a couple of upgrades, but not for performance, more so for reliability. I think officially 340 horses and 485 foot-pounds of torque, so 660 newtons. In other words, more torque than a brand new Dodge Viper in 1968. No wonder people call them torque monsters. And he revs up to like 5,400, 5,500 revs. So it's, in most ways, if you think about it, it's kind of like a big old diesel engine, really. Low revving, super high torque, very strong, very heavy. Oh, you've had the RS4, did you say? Was it you said you had an RS4? I can't remember now. So many names in chat. But no, I need to get work on it done, but over the years I've tried changing different things on him and find out what works and what doesn't. Oh, nice. A Ram was the first left-hand drive car I drove, actually. I drove the quad cab SRT10 with the auto box, which is the one I prefer out of the two, or at least I thought I did. Hated driving it. One of the most disappointing vehicles I've driven, to be honest. And then I drove a later Ram, 2015, with the 5.7 Hemi, and I liked it so much more. And to be honest, one of the main reasons why is because of the switchable four-wheel drive. To me, the SRT10 being rear-wheel drive only, it's like, how are you supposed to put that power down? And the back end was just floating around all over the road. You could feel like there was just no weight over the back, which I really didn't like. But I can tell when people like them. And from what I understand, certainly from what everyone tells me, the single cab with the manual box is infinitely better, which doesn't surprise me. One of my dream cars is a truck, actually, the Saleen S331, which, funnily enough, has the same underpinnings as my car, the Lincoln. The Lincoln Navigator is based on a Ford F-150, same engine as well, 5.4 V8. Only difference is mine's 300 brake and the Celine is 450. And that's still a pretty low level of tune. Celine's own supercharger, uprated intake and exhaust. I think that's pretty much it. So to immediately jump 150 horses just from that, and the torque jumps like crazy. I think it's like 500 foot-pounds or something bonkers like that. And still a pushrod. 2005 pushrod engine. If it ain't broke. I need to find out at some point how quick Abe actually is. Is that first place? Make way for faster cars, huh? I'll make way, alright. Gain up a bit more ground on that 2:36. Nasty. Oh, pitted in. Well, that's one way of catching up. I didn't know. I noticed you said about liking a Supra. I didn't notice which Supra you said. Did you say A70, older shape, pop-up lights, or did I misread it? Pardon me. Mark 3. So is that an A80? The Supra, like the one that everyone talks about. So was the Mark 3 the pop-up? I can't remember. Cool. I've only driven one Supra, which was that era, but I drove the auto version. I know. But yeah, I enjoyed it. I get why people like it so much. And I tell you what, one of the fascinating things about driving it, even more so with the auto box, it was a completely standard one, is I later drove another car which you would never think would feel anything like a Supra, and felt shockingly similar. 5-speed auto, straight 6, supercharged, 3.2 I believe, 2+2 seat, rear-wheel drive, so much in common with a Supra. Aston DB7. The Aston Martin DB7 with that straight 6 feels so much like a Supra, it's shocking. Except it kind of feels like a Supra if it's going to a dinner party, kind of thing. It really surprised me actually how much I enjoyed that Aston, because I've never really liked the DB7. Brake lights are starting to glow nicely. The dim light. There are loads of so I'm guessing from what you said, I think you mentioned earlier on, but I missed most of it, that it is tuned as well, which seems like an obvious thing to say about a Supra, but you know, some of them are fairly standard. Well, with your love for that like family of engines, you'll probably appreciate the engine that I bought to, I haven't got it anymore, I ended up changing my mind, but I bought a related, I believe, cousin, if you will, engine to put in my Lincoln, a 1UZ from a Lexus LS400. I wasn't going to go crazy with it, because it's just a cruiser really, but hard to find a better V8 than that in an all-round way. Light, powerful, sounds nuts, like a NASCAR, as I'm sure you know. Not too bad on fuel, and pretty bulletproof. And not that expensive either, really. was going to pretty much leave it standard. I think it was a 1UZ FE, I think. It was the engine, the box, the loom, the ECU, but it only had the, I think it was the green key, like the valet key, and it had the barrel. But I didn't realise when I bought it that they are basically useless if you haven't got the key, because of the, and I'm sure the Supra is probably similar, the anti-theft stuff that's built in that you can't really change. You have to just go full, like an independent ECU, which I didn't really want to put that kind of money into an engine that already had super high mileage. So I ended up selling it. I sold it to a guy who was going to put it into a Mitsubishi L200, and after my own heart. I had a few different crazy engines in mind for the Lincoln. I've ended up just leaving the standard engine in. I'll probably keep it in there until it goes bang, but I even considered the very undervalued Volvo V8, the Yamaha B8444S, which is a crazy engine. But the thing that put me off was, I don't know if it's maybe a bit too high revving and not enough torque for a big old classic Yank. But then I was chatting to someone else and he mentioned something which I hadn't really thought of. He said, well, it is in the Volvo XC90. That's a big old heavy car. Problem is you never find those engines on the road. And I don't really want to buy a Volvo and then strip it just for its engine. Seems like a waste. In all likelihood, probably go AMG, I reckon. Right, cool. I must admit, as much respect as I have for built cars, it's not the kind of thing I do. Like I've never really performance tuned any of my cars, I don't think. Usually the kind of mods I do tend to be like a muffler delete, something like that, just for the noise. I tend to just cruise, as if you couldn't tell with Yanks. But even the Jap stuff that I've had, I pretty much leave it as is. Obviously the Daihatsu, I'm not going to put crazy money into that, but even the Evo. I think the Evo had the boost turned up a bit, but it wasn't crazy. Nice. That's one of those cars which I've always liked, but never necessarily enough to get one. Oh, you said 2014. I was thinking of the older one. I was thinking of like the 2006 kind of shape, the ones that are pretty cheap. Many times I've thought about one of them, but they're a bit too understated for me. Yeah, nice. Them sparks. The sparks are going to look awesome at night. There's a couple of Jap cars, again I wouldn't bother performance tuning it, but there's a couple of Jap cars I kind of really like the idea of because I think they'd suit my style more. An ER34, as you of course know, but as some others might not, the four-door Skyline, which I like because extra doors, extra practicality, I like the shape, and the auto box suits me. Or my dream, the four-door Integra, the DB8, which that's definitely not the kind of thing I'd put crazy power into, just pure handling car. But I do worry that I might get bored of that because you have to rag it so hard to get the best out of it, just no torque out of that engine, and that doesn't really suit me. I like that kind of weirder stuff, you know, like almost practical versions of performance cars that were performance cars of practical versions. But yeah, I love the DC2. I like the DC5 as well, but DC2, you know, and specifically, it has to be the Japanese face. I hate the Euro face with the full projector lights. I think it's such an ugly looking car, like the Acura shape. Don't like it at all. It's got to be like proper spoon looking. I didn't even know when I was a kid that the four-door version was a thing. Suddenly saw one parked at the side of the road, completely standard, championship white, red seats, and I did a double take, noticed the four doors, I was like, what the heck is that? Yeah, we'll see if it ever happens. And to be honest, it's not like you really have much choice most of the time, because you very rarely see DB8s come up at all for sale. So even if it were an Integra SI, not even a Type R, I might even consider it, especially as a daily, because who really cares if it hasn't got the full 190 horses. I don't know what an SI would have, maybe 130, 150, something like that. Yeah, I saw two on Facebook Marketplace, both for sale at the same time, for some reason. Both $7,000, so like crazy cheap. Both SIs though, not Type Rs. Very high mileage. But like you said, it's a Honda, so I trust a high mileage Honda more than like a, I don't know, fill in the blank. I say that, but I've bought some high mileage risks in the past. But I say that, another Jap car I love is a PAL. I love the Nissan PAL. I like the Stager too, with the R34 front end. Don't know if I'd actually get one though. It's not fast. Use a bit of draft. I think the only modern American stuff, and when I say modern, like the most modern American I've got at the moment is 2005, so it's not that modern, but the most modern American I think I'd want is probably a Challenger, I think, because I'm not a Mustang fan, not really big on Camaros, but I like the Challenger. Not necessarily a Hellcow, so probably like 5.7 maybe, just something that's still a muscle car but a bit more reasonable as a daily. And it looks more mean. It looks more like a proper muscle car. Hemi orange, black stripes. Not many of them in the UK though. And for some stupid reason, most people who import them import the V6. What's the point of importing a V6 Challenger or a V6 Camaro or an EcoBoost Mustang? Nice. Chatting him, he's got a RAM actually. He's got one of the newer ones. I don't know what year it is, but it's one of. I think it's newer than 2015. I think it's like the newer one with the giant grille. And I think it's got a couple of those little yellow lights on the roof, kind of like Hummers used to have. That's a car that I want at some point. I really want a Hummer H2. Stupid car, but. I've heard that they don't handle, but I mean, it's a muscle car. Of course it doesn't handle. It's part of the deal. Track limits? What track limits? we ignore them. I ignore track limits like the AI ignores blue flags. Case in point. There he is again, hand on the shifter, looking for a sixth gear that isn't there. Yeah, not far behind him. Yeah, somebody told me earlier on about it, somebody who'd already done this race, because I wasn't going to try it, I made the mistake right at the start of trying to cut the chicanes at the end of the lap, and it jumped me back. Yeah, the Buick Special. And the thing is, for some reason, Polyphony didn't give that car its actual name, because that's, as any Buick fan knows, it's actually not a normal Buick Special. It's called the Buickid. It's a special SEMA show car. The normal Buick Special is nowhere near that powerful. It's more like a kind of a Ford Thunderbird rival, really. Speaking of Buick, I've never really been a Buick guy, but my Hearse has got a Buick engine in it. At some point it's had a motor swap. It's got a Buick 430. Proper muscle engine. More power than the Lincoln, funnily enough. Not quite as much torque. About 360 brake and I think it's 475 foot-pounds, which for a 1967 engine ain't bad. It's slow though. I mean, the thing's 21 feet long. It weighs 2.5 tons. 5,600 pounds, something like that. Yeah, I think they did some Buick Specials that had a big engine, but I believe most of them were like straight sixes, like 4-litre straight six and stuff like that, more like normal cars by American standards. They still look great, like that one does, but yeah, that one's got like custom kind of two-tone paint and a crazy powerful engine. One of the best cars, really, in that kind of SEMA show car category in GT. Yeah, that's it. I like that more than... I don't know if it would have been a Thunderbird rival per se, but similar shape. I definitely prefer the Buick over that. It's funny, really, that I love Lincoln so much, because I'm not really a fan of most of Ford's stuff back in the day. I've never been a Mustang guy. Fairlane's okay. I had a Galaxy, but it was a 289, so it had no power. Yeah, I never liked the Thunderbird. Yeah, it looks great at the back, properly slammed. It looks almost like one of those caricatures of a car. You know, like you could buy the, I can't remember what they're called, like the concrete cars that have like the wheels splayed out. Yeah, he's just quick, I guess. But more importantly to me, dropping out of frame a bit, more importantly to me, the podium of my Ozono is not too far ahead. Come on, Brenda, still not 40% yet. I'm telling you, the sparks are going to look crazy at night. Yeah, super cool car. And even when they made it more expensive, because back in GT4 it was like 50 grand or something ridiculous, you could literally like start the game with it. That or the HPA Golf, which was also crazy. And then they made them both more expensive, like 750 grand. But even then, still a really, really good car. And I'd still choose that over like the Posse Camaro or even the Red Devil. It's just more interesting, better through corners. I'd take it over most of the cars that we've got in there now that are from that kind of GT award-winning category.
Mm. For sure, yeah. And even with HPA, I never found the TT, that bright orange one, anywhere near as interesting as the HPA Golf. Love that Golf. Yeah, it almost feels more special when it's a hatchback. Especially when it's by far the fastest hatchback you can get in the game. Use it for a bit of boost. Yeah, I was saying earlier on, I don't really ever get the chance to race at night at Le Mans, because usually if I'm going to be driving here, it's probably for like a replay or something for the channel, and you can't see the car at night in a replay, so there's no point. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing the Nürburgring at night as well, because obviously no lights. Well, the car has lights, but not so many lights on the track, so that's going to be interesting. Bonk. But yeah, it's nearly 11 PM. What is it, the middle of summer? Or is it so light? Yeah, there's a lot of weird choices like that in the game. Like they have the changeable weather, they have the changeable day-night cycle, and they don't really use it that much. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah. Flash. Yeah, 222 behind. That's not too bad. Not too bad. Yeah, I don't know. I almost wish that Polyphony didn't do the events and just had the cars and motor swaps, and then add the events like every 3 months, because then it would feel like there was more to do at once, whereas when you're only doing like a trickle of 3 at a time, it doesn't take long enough for it to feel like you're doing anything, whereas when they add up over time, it's actually quite a lot of races. It just doesn't feel like it. It's almost like they have the right item but in the wrong packaging, in a funny kind of way. Hey, thanks, dude. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff already in there. Like I said, well over 200 vids. Basically trying to do all the vids that I used to do all the time on the channel, but that the algorithm hates. Yeah. I think you guys are better at tracking the pits than I am. But yeah, under a minute behind him. Not bad. It would be pretty cool if I could pull out a win after all this time. 5 hours in 5th and then gradually working my way up. Not bad, not bad. Somebody's testing a nuclear bomb up ahead of the pit. Big old slide mark across the road there. My hands are okay mostly. The only thing which hurts is my trigger finger for the throttle, because of being like over the edge. It's a bit like it digs in after a while. Doesn't help that it's Le Mans when like 60% of the time is spent just flat out, but yeah, it's fine.
Wow, what weather. It looks like that weather is going well and truly down out of the map with nothing else to come. Great. Not like I wanted rain. Then again, I guess it actually doesn't matter as much now that I'm actually gaining on it. Been a long time since I heard the name Stingray. Drinks and snacks, I've got the 4 bowls of noodles, 1 chicken, 1 beef, 2 curry. I'm on the second one, which works out quite well. 6 hours per bowl. I've got 3 monsters, two monsters that are no sugar and 1 mango loco. Plenty of juice. I've got that honey drink, which doesn't really seem that great, unfortunately. And I've also got some sliced cheese, which I doubt I'll have any of that, and a big bag of Doritos, which I don't think I'll need that either. I think the noodles should be fine. I actually eat a lot of noodles anyway, because part of the reason why I lost so much weight and why I've managed to mostly keep it off, is by making the diet very simple and almost taking the approach to food, as boring as it sounds, I take the approach to food for the most part. It certainly doesn't mean that I don't have nice stuff, because I do. That Steve Jobs had with like t-shirts and stuff. He'd always wear the black turtleneck. It was one less thing that he had to think about. I think Einstein said something similar. And for me, that's the case with food. If I don't know what I'm going to eat, I'll probably end up eating something that I shouldn't, or too much of it. Whereas if I just stick to basically having noodles as the core of my diet, as boring as that sounds, it keeps me in check. And it means like, oh yeah, I don't have to think about what I'm going to have. That's what I'm going to have. And then you can add whatever to the noodles to make it more interesting. And clearly it worked, because I was 340 pounds, and now I'm, I think, 190, something like that. And yeah, I'm definitely running quicker than I was at the start of the race, not least of which because of the corner cutting, but okie dokie, dude. Thanks for dropping in. Maybe see you tomorrow, or whenever it is in your time zone. Or for the next 24 hours, whenever that is. What chair do I have? It's in pretty rough condition now because I've had it for a while. But it was it's not an Eames, but it's an Eames style chair. So like one of those almost like 70s, like semi-lounging, wood underneath, black leather on top, with a matching separate stool that's wood underneath, black on top, kind of Wolf of Wall Street looking chair. But yeah, it's very squeaky because it's a bit older now. But yeah, it's not a proper Eames, that's for sure. Look at the prices on them. No way is it a real Eames. But it's like I said, it's that effect. I've been thinking about replacing it, but the problem is I like a chair that I can either recline or sit upright in, and this style is kind of perfect for that. And I don't like gaming chairs, because gaming chairs are so upright. I don't like to be like that all the time. The beats. Yeah, exactly. I'm not a fan. I like the idea visually of having like a racing seat. That's cool. Until you realise that, oh, actually racing seats aren't comfortable because they're not designed to be. They're designed to keep you in one place, which isn't really ideal for a comfort chair. I do like the idea of having a car seat as a gaming chair, which that is something I've considered. Sounds like my voice is going a bit. But yeah, I don't know. It'd have to be the right kind of car seat. Big old Lincoln seat. Problem is, most cars that I'd like to sit on because they're comfortable, like the Lincoln is, they're bench seats, which obviously is no good to me, right? It's too big. Need like a pilot's chair. Maybe one of those bus driver seats where they're like spring loaded. Just be like going up and down the whole time. I feel like I'm not making as much ground on the leader. It's not bad, but it's not crazy good. .52 seconds off. Yeah. Although you say about the scrapyard, you can't go in anymore. Most scrapyards, and just look around. They don't let you, at least down my way, which is stupid. And the chances of me losing my voice, well, we'll have to see, I guess. I can already feel like the soreness, but to be fair, I'd already done voiceover today, so yeah, maybe a minivan, something like out of like a Chevy day van or something, one of those turning pilot seats. Like a psychedelic 70s pattern, corduroy perhaps. Sore throat, I would say, is highly likely. Losing my voice, I don't know. I don't think I've ever actually lost my voice. The only time I've come close to that was when I had tonsillitis. And as far as the seating, I mean, I'm fine sitting. I'm used to like long drives, long sitting. That's okay for the most part. As long as I move around occasionally, like for a pee break, be okay. Yeah, I look like a pygmy at the moment, like a tiny little person on the corner of the corner. Spring broke on my captain's chair and it's gone down. Somebody actually had a really cool idea. I thought it looks so cool, and it was exactly the kind of car I'd love to have had, but it sold so quick. The same place that I got the hearse from, they were selling I think it was either a 55 or a 56 Cadillac. I think it was a Series, what would that be, Series 62? I'm not sure. Whatever. Like a DeVille, basically, but four-door. And it was all ratty, exactly my kind of thing, ratty white and chrome. And the interior was completely stripped, no bench seats or anything, all like billet aluminium. And they'd replaced it with 4 what initially looked like aeroplane seats, but they were actually, I'm pretty sure, coach seats, like with the fold-down trays and everything, which looks like super upright, but it kind of worked. It kind of worked with that ratty, kind of aero-inspired, which I think is what they were going for, the aeroplane style, because a lot of the 50s stuff was very, very inspired by planes and that kind of stuff. Models. I haven't got any new ones. I've got all the ones that I had in the unboxing videos, but I haven't bought any new ones, mostly because of space, but also because the ones that I would like, Hellcat Pacifica, Driff would love to hear about that. Yeah, I don't really have the space, and also the ones that I would want now, they either don't make them, because I only collect 118s, because, you know, if you're going to have a model car, have like a nice, you know, decent sized model car, or they do, and they're just more money than I would want to pay for something like that. So for example, one of the ones that we do make, but that I'm not going to buy, is there's a 118 scale Mosler, a Mosler MT900, which is one of my favourite cars, but it's like, I think it's £230, which is, what's that, $400, $450 maybe, which I'm not paying that for a model car. Or something that I would love. I tell you what, one car that I actually would consider paying that kind of money for, if there was a 118 scale Chaparral 2J, where you could take the back off and see the fan system and everything, but they don't do it. They do small ones, but no. Fold down trays. Nice. They love their burr walnut in Bentleys and Range Rovers these days. A lot of those veneers. I don't recall what the guys in front were even driving. I would assume got to be Porsches, surely, for the straight line performance. I wouldn't have thought it was Jags. It's possible, I guess. I don't recall catching up any other Nissans though, so it could be the Nissans. That'd be salt in the wound if it is. I had a Flying Spur, actually. Yeah, way back. It's the only Bentley I've had. The only one I probably ever will have because of that. Yeah. Magnificent cars, they really are, to drive. Like nothing else. But some horrific design flaws. Mine, for example, they have this design flaw where the scuffle by the front windscreen, you're supposed to take it off every so often and clear out all the debris and leaves and everything that gets caught down there. Because why on earth would you do that in your 130 grand car? You shouldn't need to do that. Because if you don't, you'll have what happened to mine, which is any rain that goes down there, instead of draining out the bottom as it's supposed to, instead collects on top of the debris, until it overflows, and it happens to overflow through the back of the dash, under the passenger seat, which is where the ECU is. So in the case of mine, it sent it into limp mode, the doors wouldn't lock, hazards on. Yeah, just a very, very poor design to be taken out by rain, of all things, on what was a 130 grand car when it was new. Obviously I paid not even close to that, but yeah, shame, because they really are lovely to drive. Mine was moonbeam silver with Nautic and parchment, I think, hide. So basically like super deep blue with like a papery cream leather. But yeah, lovely cars, amazing to drive. And that's, incidentally, back when I used to buy cars for performance as well, by far the fastest car I've ever had. Felt it too, relentlessly fast. But also 2.6 ton. So it just felt like an absolute tank. I ended up trading it in, well technically it was a part exchange, as is, like in broken condition, for a Golf, a Mark V Golf R32. Best decision I could have made, because the Golf was way better. One of my favourite cars I've had, actually. .214 behind, 46, 47 seconds, yeah, bang. 5 laps left. Thanks, Dan. Not yet, but there is a long way to go. Just 41%. Big old video. It's funny you should say about the bowler hat. There's a chap who I often take him out to the Haynes car show in Yeovil. They do it first Sunday of the month, and he occasionally likes wearing a bowler hat when we're out in the old Yanks, especially in the hearse. It makes him look like an undertaker. .2307, and it's still not really dark. think I prefer Bentleys generally when they're back in the like the Turbo R kind of era, when they were like a big square thing. Back when most of them were on Rolls-Royce platforms. Short list of cars. Yeah, I basically always have like a few in mind, and then some rotate in and out. But yeah, I would say one that's pretty much always a front runner is a Megane R26 Renault Megane. It's basically the only French car I'd actually want. So that's definitely one. Probably quite practical daily, really. What others? Technically the Hummer, that would be a daily, the H2, which is part of the reason why I don't have one, because even by my standards that would be kind of insane. Plus the problem is it's literally just the same platform as an Escalade underneath, but you're paying like 3 times the price just for the badge. What else would I get as a daily? Maybe somewhat Japanese, some like 4-door VIP, maybe like a Toyota Century or something like that with the V12. Yeah, something like that. There's a few, but I'm kind of all over the place. I like to move on from cars before I get sick of them, so that then the memories are still good. You know, I very rarely get rid of a car because it's like undrivable. I've only ever had one car that failed an MOT to the point where I was like, you know, just sold it to someone at a loss, and that was the Daihatsu. But at that point, you know, that car had served me so well that it was like, yeah, it's time for a change. And the guy who's got it now loves it. He's putting loads of work into it. He's going to use it as an autocross car. I think he's already done some of it, actually. No, I've never even driven a Megane yet. The only Renault I've driven is a Clio 197, which was fun. But no, never a Megane. I really like to. Just over 3 laps. What on earth is happening there? His timer just dropped way down. It was like 20 seconds. Oh, he must have pitted in, I guess. I didn't notice. He was like 20 seconds ahead or something, and now it's dropped down to 7. Yeah, he must have pitted in. Yeah, I'll lose second again, obviously, because of the pits, but not quite enough time shaved off of that corner, unfortunately, to catch him, but you can see the sparks at least. And there's still 3 more laps, so. The new Renault 5. They did that, yeah, I think it must have been. And yeah, I like the new Renault 5 as well. There's one that's semi-local to me that I see a few times in bright yellow, but yeah, looks good. I like the turbo as well. Obviously, calling it a turbo is a bit stupid, kind of like Porsche calling the Taycan a turbo, but cool idea. Especially the choice to make it what, like a 500 horsepower rear-wheel drive car. Yeah, I don't know. I guess I was just too slow. Yeah, he should have no diffuser on the back anymore, just completely worn off. Bit too late on the brakes. Yeah, at least I've only just noticed it's starting to actually look more like night time. The sky still doesn't, but down and round it all. This time around the corner should be close enough to catch a slipstream. Nice. Yeah. So yeah, at least I don't have to really worry about losing third, which is good. And if we keep up this pace, or roughly this kind of pace, then yeah, gradually, hour by hour, should edge closer. Yeah, hopefully it does, because I know you can set it on like proper night time. Guess we'll have to see. No, the Nürburgring certainly gets proper black. I don't know about Le Mans. I hope so. Ah, come on, I thought we were closer than that. Not quite good enough for a slipstream. Still, it does show that cutting that corner does save about 2 seconds or so. Yeah, I don't know. Ferrari's current trajectory, just as a whole, I'm not feeling it. The cars have gone super square. Everything looks like very cyberpunk-ish, which, you know, there's a place for that. It can be really cool, but yeah, I don't know. I kind of don't have that much interest in a Ferrari when it's starting to be like a 900 horsepower car for no apparent reason, or like more than that with hybrid systems. It's just, to me, that would be like the equivalent of, I don't know, Pagani making a hybrid diesel or something like that. Like, I love them, but that's not what you buy a Pagani for. I don't know. It just feels like Ferrari started to chase the numbers game, and I felt like they didn't really do that before. They happened to make like really quick cars, but they almost felt like that was incidental. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. It's not like I can afford one, so who cares what I think, but... The way I used to think of it, or the way I kind of still do, is you would buy a Porsche if you want to win, you buy a Maserati if you want to have fun, and you buy a Ferrari if you want somewhere in between. So like, kind of both. Yeah, I hate the F80. I think it's a disgustingly... What was that? A disgustingly bland-looking car to have such a legendary name in that lineage. And it's not even that it's square, it's like the F40 was square, but kind of pulls it off. Well, it does pull it off. The F80, though. And I hate that it's got a V6. Like, I get the modern thing, but yeah. I'm kind of shocked that they still haven't brought back the name Dino yet, considering how iconic that is to the lineage. I think the 296 should have been less powerful and just call that the Dino. Come here, you. Yeah, so they are Porsches. Hi, Phantom. You joined at a perfect time. First time going up into second in the whole race. So yeah, he's got to be in a Porsche in first as well. Must be. Yeah, Ferrari almost feels like they're getting caught up in a game that they should have never started to play. Because the thing is, if Ferrari starts playing that game, you ain't beating Corvette. The Corvette's already way ahead on power, top speed, and it's doing it for a fraction of the price. Just using what we got. Or maybe I should try and run now. Ah, close, but no cigar. That would have been ideal. Curse you and your skills. I guess I'll have another chance. I probably won't risk it with softs because they are quicker, but I don't want to risk breaking up, because if I continue at the pace that I'm doing, just by the natural progression, I'm going to catch first. It will take a while, but it should happen. I mean, I've been catching up consistently by a few seconds, so it might take a couple of hours, but we're good. No, not for you, not today. I do love the lighting effects going around the car, creating the shadows. That looks really, really cool. Really adds to the authenticity and the kind of shade of the road as well. AI in the main game, I can't even remember. I think I've got it fairly low, to be honest, because of it not giving you any bonus payout. Because in career mode I'm pretty lazy most of the time. And didn't pit, but we are still on track. So I'll get rid of this juice. Calling the reinforcements, new juice. Yeah, I'm aiming to be consistent rather than just quick. Looks nice a bit. More hypercars. Yeah, I mean, like I said earlier, the Cadillac, I'd love to see Peugeot. Lambo. Yeah. This is what I'm saying, like, the points like that with all the bugs and scrapes and cracks and all that, how much harder would it really be to add, like, a little detail of, like, some duct tape, just to give it that kind of real look that a lot of the race cars have. They look really cool. 34 seconds behind. Not bad. And still 30 seconds ahead. Even better. Not bad at all. It is dark and rainy out. I don't know if it will necessarily get, like, pitch black here. But then again, it's not quite midnight yet. I could see it staying roughly like this, maybe. We'll see. Yeah, but obviously it's not full now, but yeah. Oh, I mean, I don't think so. I highly doubt that the game's got that level of realism. More likely they've just got the back of the car set lower than the front, which would also explain the speed advantage. Yeah. The acceleration of change has become, ironically, the enemy of the supercar. When you can buy a hot hatch that does 0 to 60 in 3.7, or even less in some cases, like a Mercedes A45 AMG. Even though 50 grand for a hot hatch seems ridiculous, it's still a fraction of a supercar. And like you said, you can use it every day. The main problem seems to be these days that those engines are just wound up so tight to get that kind of power out of them that they tend to drop in reliability. As I understand it, those Mercedes A-Class AMG engines are kind of made of chocolate. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Back further again. Not bad at all. I'm surprised I don't feel more tired. The engines in the event, you mean, detuned? Or in real life? Yeah. Well, that's part of the reason why I like American engines. People, especially Brits, we make so many jokes about, like, oh, big old engine and it doesn't have a huge amount of power. Yeah, but could have way more power if you want it to. The whole point is that it's under stressed. Same as a Veyron or a Viper. It's producing a fraction of what it could have. And that's the point. It's more livable that way. And let's be honest, the only people really in the world who can make a small engine that can be wound up super tight and still be reliable is Japanese. You know, Germany shouldn't even attempt it because clearly they're not that great at it. They can get a huge amount of power out for a short time, but not with reliability intact. Merc does their best work when they've got a big lazy V8. Yeah, look at those shadows, I love that. Casting the shadow in the car. Looks cool. Bonk. No turbo sound. Yeah, I guess not. Aside from when you can finally import the, 30-year-old Japanese stuff. Start getting that.
Wow, 5:30 in the morning. Well, yeah. Anyone who speeds in the UK, or at least in my part of the UK, the southwest, generally you'd have to be an idiot. It's countryside, you know? And it's not like countryside in like the I don't know, Texas or whatever kind of way where it's wide open. It ain't at all. Yeah, the countryside is very, very twisty, more like a rally stage. Some of the roads are barely wide enough for one car, let alone two. Oh yeah, of course, I was thinking that lap was a bit slow and that I haven't quite gained as much as I thought I was going to, but of course not, because I messed up that corner, got reset. Tell me about it. Let's try and avoid it this time. Boom. That's more like it. Thanks, Antonio. We are gradually working the way up the grid. We've got 16 hours to do it. A couple of seconds per lap and we'll get there. Sweet draft. And I shall make use of you too. Ooh, 8th place. Rare to see a car that high that I'm lapping. Or it feels like it anyway. Let's go, Joe Schmo. That speed. Knew I was going to mess myself up trying for that. Oh well. That's my own stupid fault. Nope. What colour? I'm not sure what the last part of the question was. What colour to complete something? I'm assuming you were going to ask about endurance races. Really? What was that? That didn't look like I was braking any differently to usual. Must have misjudged it in the dark. Speaking of which, it is definitely darker now. I feel like I can see less camera angle. Let's focus in and get some time back. Reset. Why did you get reset on the Nürburgring ring? Where did that happen? Can't even think of where you could cut on the Nürburgring ring. Must have been the GP course or something. Didn't take too long to make up the ground, especially given the full spin. Could have used him really, but I'm sure he'll catch me up. Maybe I'll be cheeky and go in for another bong. Try not to miss Bossie. If I am going to wipe him out, it needs to be on straight really, because the corners get a bit messy, especially in the dark.
did the job though. Looking better. Back up around the higher 20s ahead of the next car. Closing in on 40 seconds for the front. Okie dokie, dude. I shall see you later. Yeah. Yeah, thankfully, yeah. I think Spa was definitely the worst for that, for the car at the back being stupidly slow. Fit it in, has he? Pushing it there. Yeah, especially, what was it, the Diablos at the back, whatever it was. Oh, and there he is. Yoink! Be interesting if we had rain now. Yeah, he did. Oh, well, I'm saying he did. I don't know. Don't know if he pitted or not. I definitely caught up to him, but I can't remember if he pitted or not. He must have, I guess, yeah. Yeah, down in 7th, he's got some softs on. Somebody's got hards, which is a choice, I guess. Yeah, it's a shame they don't have multi-class. Yeah. I think I'm still yet to see my distance drop below 2 minutes behind, but we should be able to get there. That felt quick. Split time says otherwise, but what does that know? What do numbers mean anyway? Numbers schmoes. Nice. I like how specific that is as well. 67%. Ah, yeah, of course. Yeah, 66.6. AKA rounded up. I got you. Yeah, I don't think their pace is based on the real stuff, but I don't know. Round 3. You have to retype the last bit, mate. Couldn't see it. Couldn't see it after LA. At least we've got another solid 10 laps before we need to pit in. Really? What are you now, a space hopper? The real driving simulator. Exactly. Boing. Half expected the driver to go woohoo. To be fair, even if I can't catch him, or if catching him would take too long, second is way better than I thought it was going to be. Down in 5th for hours and hours, especially when we didn't even qualify. So going from 20th to 2nd, I'll take that. Knew I was going to do that. Cut too deep, you cut too deep. I think I'll be able to see him better back there if he's only 6 seconds behind. Yeah.
How is it still not even midnight yet? Even more of a challenge. Thanks, dude. I couldn't read all of it, but glad you enjoy the content. Slipstream. Wait, you think you're good? Xavier. This is the kind of stuff I really need if I'm going to be catching the guy first. These slipstreams. Give him whole slipstream. Begone. You have served your purpose. I'm assuming he's in a 962. At least the guy in second was, so I'd assume he is as well. Ooh! 151 laps with a new personal best. Bonk.
yet. I don't know about the victory on this one. I don't know. Still haven't broken under 2 minutes. Had a few mishaps, but even so. You'd think you'd gain a lot more ground given I'm doing about 232 on my own. I'm more like 248 behind Mazda. Almost. 16 hours remaining. Couldn't see the last part about what I'd gained. Right. Cool. I get the feeling it's not going to be enough, but second ain't bad. First of the losers. Oh, 201. But it's doable, but that is going to take some serious time. If we continued that rate of increase, if it was like, if I gain 1 second per lap, which seems generous, but let's say a second per lap, that's still 120 laps, not even counting all the pit-ins during that time. Not impossible, and it's not like I've got anywhere else to be, so may as well try, but definitely gaining ground over third, which is, either way, that's a good bonus. I didn't catch what you were saying about the time then. Something about 5 minutes. I was trying to figure out what you said. Yeah. Hope we'll get the fuel. Hey, there we go. Cool, that's a hell of a jump. 156. It was 201 last time. That's not straight. Too far away. Definite improvement. Below 2 minutes. Won't last that long because of the pit. Still. Oh, come on now. Just about saved it. Beamer or Mercedes? I'm more of a Mercedes guy for sure, out of those two. I like Beamers to drive, I respect what they can do, but not really my kind of thing. Ugh. Oh, win by 3 minutes. Oh, nice. Cool. Oh, yeah, I guess overall, yeah, I was just thinking about catching him, because it would take like 120 laps, roughly, to do that. I mean, if it's this pace, obviously that's dropped a little bit again now, because of that mess up, and also just in general, because I tend to drop behind a bit more on this section of the lap. But yeah, I mean, 120 laps, I can't remember what that would be in hours, but many, many hours away just to catch him. And yeah, if we could keep it going, then yeah, it's definitely possible. So, .308 ain't too bad. Below 2 minutes again at the start line, so that's definitely quicker. I mean, if I can get some nice laps going, as I have some recently, then yeah, potentially gain more than a second a lap, which obviously is ideal, but we shall see. Rocking a high place there a little bit, not quite close enough to him to get the slipstream, but a bit too far ahead for him to catch up. There are two 24-hour races. There's a 6, 8 and 2 24s. This and the Nürburgring. So obviously I'll be doing the Nürburgring last. Helps when you brake at the right time. Come on now. .156 momentarily. Come on, we really need a nice little bonus slipstream. I think they're going to be a bit too far ahead for that. Way too far. 154. I think that's lower again. Or the second 156 before. Oh, it's my favourite. It's my favourite Group C car. Love the Nissan. Yeah, he's shimmy shaking around the track. There he is, actually, speak of the devil. Some emojis that I can't quite see. Skip it a bit. Just slow enough to slow me down, huh? Suddenly the portrait doesn't have the power. Fuck that. Bonk. Once again, not quite on the straight, so you are of little use to me. Oh, he's dropped a lot. He must have pitted in. Yeah, I mean, we are on track. Chat's been working out the time. I've been gaining about a second a lap, so hours. It would take hours, but yeah, I could win by maybe 3 minutes apparently if I can maintain a similar pace. Let's check the weather. Nothing going on there really. So I'm properly gained, but it's kind of a false gain really, because obviously I'll have to pit soon anyway. Hopefully another 3 laps. If I could gain about another second, or even a few seconds over third, then I won't have to worry so much about pitting in, or at least losing the place and having to get back past him again. Just stay focused on first. will be handy if so. Oh, come on, might be able to use you. Yes, I think we shall. Or maybe even the car in front. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, ideal. Let's get a bit of extra speed, Lopez. Come on, shimmy, shimmy. Interesting, none of the cars really push as well as the Mazda does. This tops out around 244-ish. The Mazda was a good 248. Back on. Very nice. Yeah. The Jag was a bit of a powerhouse as I remember it in a straight line, not quite so sharp on cornering, a bit duller. But I found it to be, I seem to recall, the quickest of all of them, around midfield at least, back in the GT4 era. Well, coming up to lap 5th. And potentially get more slipstream. And it should be some pretty nice slipstream being a Porsche. I can't remember how well the Porsche slips. Yeah. And the R390 as well, that was always a top speed demon, or a straight line demon in general, really. Especially back in like GT2 or 3. I feel like especially 3. Don't be trying to avoid me, boy. Doing that speed, boy. That speed out of corners on them is ridiculous. not great. 108. Hey, not bad. Very nice. Well, 109 now, but still. I feel like I'm gaining more than a second per lap. Well, winning would be... Yeah, exactly. Winning should be 14 million plus whatever bonus, maybe 14.2 mil, something like that. Thanks for telling me that my fuel needs doing, but I also like to be able to see where I'm going, ideally. Mediums and foodstuffs. I'm going to have to pause for a pee again after we come out of the pit. Pee time. And I shall also grab a new monster. Engage posture. 6:30 AM. Cool. Almost feels appropriate given the lighting in the game. Back we go once again into the fray. Yeah. Yeah. Pit nap. Although at least it does make the race more interesting when you've got like literally me being barely a second quicker than him, catching up slowly over time. It's kind of exactly what you'd want really for a 24-hour race, that kind of drama. Come on, Nissan, that's what you can do. Don't let me down. And still in second, very, very nice. And still only dropped to like a 142 behind him. Not bad. 246 miles an hour. That's not bad. Not quite as good as the Mazda, Ironic, still, but the Mazda seems like the best one to push. Ta-ta. The R390, I think, I've said it before, but I think the R390 would feel so good in Group 2. Such a cool car. Group 2's such an interesting category in the way it's structured now. You've got some like legitimate legends and potential legends in there, and in a way it feels somehow more, I don't know, more useful in a strange kind of way than Group 1 a lot of the time. I like it. Toyota GT1 and too soon. Well, I mean, yeah. All things considered, if I keep up the pace, I'll still only win by 2 or 3 minutes, which is like essentially barely lapping him once, maybe. Which is cool. I feel like that's a pretty nice way of finishing a 24-hour race, to lap the second car once and everyone else however many times. But yeah, we'll see. A lot of it depends on me, mistakes, the usual shenanigans. But yeah, in Group 2 the R390 would feel awesome. The Panos would feel fantastic. Better than it ever has in the series. If we end that had to be close to a reset then. If we had like the 1998 version of the 911 GT1, I mean, imagine, of course it wouldn't happen, but like a Lotus Elise GT1, that'd be awesome in Group 2. Probably be one of the not so great cars, but cool idea. Already made up a decent amount of time. Wow. I wonder if it's something to do with the positioning on the lap, because you know, like sometimes you'll make up a certain amount of time into a corner, but then it will be right as they're getting out onto a straight, so they'll start to pull away again. So maybe we've kind of reached that nice little pivot point where I'm seesawing a little bit closer, if you know what I mean. Because it was pretty sure it was a 142 last lap. Now down to 138, which is a considerable jump compared to usual. It's a turn there. Yeah. Turned out to be a much more interesting prospect for the race than I thought it was going to be. I was basically resigned to being 5th, maybe 4th. And it all changed. Which is crazy because we've already been doing this for longer than the entire Spa event. Give me that caffeine. I feel like, as interesting as nighttime is, interesting, nice, yeah, making up really good time then. As interesting as it is to have nighttime for a change, now that it's here, now that it's been here for a while, I won't mind when daytime's back again. It does make some of the braking distances a bit awkward to gauge. 0.7 quicker than my best lap. Yeah, it's like, it was like 7 or 8 hours, yeah, because it's like 3 times speed. So yeah, 8 hours, yeah. I remember because my old man and I didn't know that you could do that initially. So we were sat there for like 24 hours in B-Spec initially, and then suddenly realised you could speed it up, and it's like, whoa, this is so much better. Yeah, exactly. Although within reason, because at the start of the race I tried to cut the chicanes and it did reset me, and then once or twice since then it's happened by mistake. But some of the corners, yeah, they allow you more leeway than others. Put the drink that side, it's easier instead of leaning across all the time. One of the things I really like about how this car's set up is that you really can put that power down out of a corner, and even though it's got that little bit of wheel spin, not much, you can just kind of get on with it. Any returning feature could come back in GT8. I'm guessing you mean like something that isn't in there now. Yeah, I do have 2 predictions, I guess. One is I would not be at all surprised if not in GT7, almost certainly in GT8 if we get B-Spec. I could see it happening before then, but yeah, certainly in GT8. And I could possibly see, I don't think this would be in GT7, because I think it would be a bit of a waste at this point to add it, but you never know. The track editor coming back as well. So I think that would be the 2 things that I reckon will almost certainly, I would say, come back in GT8. And both of which will probably be most welcomed by the community as well. Is pitting in, as you said earlier on. Excellent. I'd be curious if B-Spec were to return, how it would look, because on the point of speeding up the race, it wouldn't surprise me at all, you know, if they took that away. How would they add the track editor back? Well, I mean, the version that we last saw in GT6, we could probably do something like that. I can't recall all the details of it, but I remember one of the main things I wanted to do, and I did do, was recreate complex string. You know, as long as I can do that, I'm happy. Anything else is just a bonus. But yeah, I mean, it's not that crazy of an idea, I don't think. You could, even if they pretty much just did what was in GT6 and just did it with updated physics and graphics, probably work for most people. I mean, aside from those, what else could they bring back? Coffee breaks? I don't know what else. We've mostly got everything else, I feel like. Well, actually, there is one thing that they could bring back. I don't think they will, but I'd certainly love it if they did from the GT5 days. Rally stages. But like I said, whether or not that would happen, I'd say probably unlikely. And if we take Gran Turismo 7 as any gauge, well, it's a bit mixed, because the Group B cars are, for the most part, fairly unused. And it's weird, because we've had a bunch of rally cars technically added, and still due to be added in updates. Delta S4, 037, 208 Pikes Peak. Yeah. Yes, I do remember that about the pit stops, yeah. And I seem to recall it would pit in and the car would just sit there if you hadn't selected what tyres and that you wanted. So you could very easily end up losing a race and wasting a huge amount of time by falling asleep. So yeah, with regard to rally, it's strange because they're giving us all these like historic rally cars, or are due to be giving us historic rally cars, but then not a huge amount of events to use them with. Yeah, I mean, imagine if, again, I've forgotten a lot of what it was like in GT6, but imagine if you could do like dirt routes. That'd be awesome. Broken under the 130s, very nice. And to think earlier on I was saying, cool, I haven't even been under 2 minutes yet. Where's my drink? Oh, so I put it over here, now I'm like, it's 6 AM. Nearly 7 AM. Yeah, he said about doing this 24-hour race in one go. I've already been up for 23 hours. I got up at 8:30 yesterday, Friday. So by the time this is done, I'll have been awake for 40 hours. Imagine the end of the race. Okay, so who's up for the Nürburgring 24 hour? Just boom, straight into it. Fast forward another day. Maybe I'm misremembering, but I seem to recall that when you went into the pits, the car would pull up with your pit crew and they'd just be waiting there, waiting for you to select the tyres and that. And I think it would maybe time out after a while and just go ahead and do it. Yeah, banked. I remember banked corners and all that to some degree, and one of the reasons why I love recreating complex string is because as far as tracks go, it's actually quite an easy one to do. You've got to get the technical corners right, but the track itself is flat. There's not much going on in the background, so it's kind of perfect to recreate, really. And obviously back in the online lobby days, people used to create, yeah, there you go, I was literally about to say that as it popped up, the ridiculous glitch tracks. I don't remember what people used to call it, probably like Devil's Butthole or something. I don't know what the name of the track was, but I remember the kind of thing you're talking about. You could take off, especially in the Tomahawk. Everyone would be in the Tomahawk doing 440 miles an hour, just straight up in the sky. It's pretty clean, pretty clean. Yeah, I remember that. I must admit, I didn't spend as much time in those kind of glitched out lobbies. But I did a couple of them. And it would also depend on the size of the track editor, because if it was big enough, I could totally see people recreating stuff like, well, obviously, stuff like Apricot Hill, that goes without saying. Also pretty good because there's not much going on visually. Midfield, that would depend on the background. You need like a nice mountain or something going on. But certainly Sierra. Sierra's prime for doing that, because I don't think Sierra even had any tunnels, if I remember correctly. You had the bridge, but you could easily just have that section flat. But yeah, people could totally do Sierra, especially with how low res the background was on the Sierra anyway. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I was saying earlier on about bugs and glitches. Nowadays they patch it straight away. Even when we earlier on we were talking about TDU Server Crown, and I was saying how in the earlier days you could, like stage 5 or whatever, your hypercar would give it like 2,000-3,000 horsepower and it would do 500 miles an hour. But it wasn't a cheat, because literally anyone could do it. You just bought it in the game, and then they completely nerfed it, which made it boring in comparison. It's like, well, hang on, the community hasn't done this, so don't give us something super fun and then take it away. Like, you made the mistake of allowing this glitch, so let's run with it. And it's not like it's unfair, because if anyone can do it, then... Yeah, I do miss bugs and glitches and all that kind of stuff. Secret levels, secret characters. It's a shame. Games have taken themselves too seriously, or they do take themselves too seriously. Well, I guess it's not even the game. Game developers seem to take themselves too seriously these days. But it also feels like a lot of stuff is really rushed. I don't know if maybe that's always been the case, but... Yeah. Nice cheat disk, a cheat code, infinite cache, good old days. Speed glitch, or speed cheat, where you could press the analog in and the car would do like 6,000 miles an hour. Yeah, they're trying to be too realistic, which, again, it's a reason why I'm not interested in real motorsport. When all the cars are basically just skins of the same idea, who do I care who wins? You know, I'm not even supporting a team at that point. I'm just supporting their cardboard cutout of the regulations. That's why I love stuff like Can-Am or the experimental race cars of old, because they were actually different. Always ended up being banned, but at least they tried. It's kind of what Unsung Heroes is about, really. Or at least many of them. One of my favourite episodes ever of Unsung Heroes is the Cummins diesel special IndyCar. I mean, how insane of an idea that is, but what a monster of a car. Yeah. There were entire magazines, like you said, that were dedicated to like exploiting games. I mean, I'm sure magazines like that exist now, but what would they even have in there? It'd be like how to maximise your earning potential with microtransactions. Yeah, the GT7. So many players want that back. That's one of those weird cars, though, where I'm like, I get why you want it, but I don't know how useful that would be now. I mean, I guess the Chaparral has some use, but not a huge amount, really. It's a bit like the Escudo and the Espas. They're crazy and they're legendary, but they don't kind of fit into any mould, aside from Can-Am. Imagine if we got the Porsche Can-Am, most powerful Can-Am car ever, the 917. 1,500 horsepower. Or, of course, speaking of unsung heroes, one of my favourite Can-Am cars ever. I've talked about it before, but I'll never get tired of talking about it. The Adams Escort, the dark, evil brother of the Chaparral. Instead of using a fan, it uses the body of the car itself to generate such a ridiculous amount of downforce, with the driver sat on one side so that the body is almost completely flat in the middle. And it generated so much downforce. I completely missed that comment then, by the way. So, sorry about that. Yeah, Group X, yeah. It generated so much downforce that it broke its own chassis. Which is just awesome. V8 supercars, yeah, that'd be fun as well. Kind of like... well, I guess they are essentially. It's like touring cars, but with muscle personalities, which is pretty much exactly what they are, I guess. Almost like DTM and NASCAR put together. Yeah. Out the way, Dorito. There's an engine I'd like to see. I don't know if it would really work, but a diesel rotary. It's like the antithesis of everything about a rotary. It's like, we made a rotary, but it revs really slow. I also love the idea of just having a custom engine in a car that's like a giant twin. Just an absolutely massive V-twin engine. Kind of like a Ducati engine, but like an 8-litre twin, 4-litre cylinders, massive pistons. I remember there were, because some games would have the cheats in the menus, wouldn't they? You could like turn them on or off. I remember the Tony Hawk games like Underground 2, that's one of my favourite games of all time. The Punisher game as well on PS2, you could turn on and off like infinite ammo and stuff like that. You could even select specific weapons to start the menu or start the missions with. Those are the days. Cool stuff. And sometimes even the bad graphics are kind of charming in an endearing way. Not everything has to look hyper-realistic. But I think that some people are realising that, like Art of Rally. I think that's a great example. Like it's deliberately super abstract, almost like a road trip adventure kind of thing. Yeah, hit and run too, that'd be awesome. A load of my friends growing up used to love Simpsons Road Rage as well, but I never liked that as much. I didn't like the fact that you were like stuck in the car and that it was all timed, more like Crazy Taxi. I prefer the free roaming of hit and run. Not fast, what are you? You said about passing the start line. Kind of. Thanks, dude. I can't see the last part of what you said, but thanks. Yeah, I wanted to do it in the proper spirit of the 24-hour race, as I smacked my opponent off the track in true 24-hour spirit. TOCA, yeah, I think TOCA did turn into Grid, yeah, because it was, the first one was, or eventually it was TOCA Race Driver Grid. Yeah, so it was TOCA, then TOCA Race Driver, then TOCA Race Driver Grid, and then Grid. How on earth I didn't get reset anywhere through there. Not far off, 120 behind now. Not bad. Yeah, back in the PS1 era, I think on the subject of TOCA, I feel like I was always kind of just on the outskirts of really being into it and never quite there, because in the PlayStation 1 era with TOCA and TOCA 2, TOCA touring cars more specifically back then, I always loved the idea of it, but then I found it too hard because I was like 5 or 6 years old. And my old man used to do it, and it used to annoy him so much, that game, especially when it seemed to be cheating. And then, so I was too young to really get into that one. But then the next time I was interested again, because I kind of skipped over Race Driver, played it later on, but then I kind of got interested again around Race Driver 3, because there were such cool cars in there like Mosler and Morgan Arrow 8. But again, didn't really get into it because I found it a little bit, again, maybe too difficult. I can't quite remember. I think I was in my earlier teens at that point, and I was just into GT4, so that just took up all my time. And if I wasn't playing GT4, I was playing TDU or Midnight Club 3. And then after that, I just kind of never bothered much with the grid games. I tried them out, didn't really like the physics, and just never really went back to it. I feel like, in a sense, I'd be interested to know what you guys think, but I kind of feel like Project Cars is almost like the spiritual successor in some ways to TOCA. Maybe it's just me, but it kind of gives me that vibe a little bit. And obviously I do Project Cars in the members section anyway. haven't done any Assetto Corsa. I don't know if I ever will. I really don't like the physics in that game, but we'll see.